411. Chapter 12. The Lay Authors. Theology and philosophy, each in its own way attempting to go beyond inadequate popular belief, could only very gradually transcend the limits of those narrow communities within which their influence was first felt and reach the circles in which that popular belief held sway. During the earliest successes of the theological and philosophical spirit, hardly a voice was raised that might have suggested that the belief in the imperishability and divine nature of the human soul, of the inherence of all things spiritual in one imperishable, fundamental substance, might become something more than a mystery known to the wise and illuminated, and enter into the convictions of the people and the unlearned. After the death of the body, the image of life remains alive, for that alone is descended from the gods. Such is the announcement of Pindar. But for all the confidence with which, as though anticipating no contradiction, he here proclaims the view of the soul's immortality and bases it upon its divine nature, such an opinion can at that time have been no more than the persuasion of isolated communities formed and instructed in that particular doctrine. It cannot be merely accidental that in the fragments which have come down to us of the lyric and semi-lyric, elegiac and iambic, poetry, intended for a wide and unspecialized public and expressing feelings and ideas in language that all could understand, hardly a trace appears of that enhanced conception of the worth and nature of the soul. Reflection does not linger over such dark subjects. Whenever they are illuminated for a passing moment, we discern the outlines of those figures from the spirit world, just as the Homeric imagination had given them shape. Life and light are only to be found in this world. Death, to which we are all owing, leads the soul into a realm of nothingness. Inarticulate, voiceless, the dead man lies in the grave like a statue. Upon earth, and not in any shadowy hereafter, is completed that judgment which divine justice passes upon the criminal himself, or upon his descendants in whom something of him still lives on. It is the lack of such descendants that forms the bitterest pang, as he goes down to Hades, of the man who passes childless out of this life. 412. More distinctly and bitterly, in this age of advancing civilization and growing sensibility, sounds the wail over the pain and affliction of life, the obscurity of its ways, and the uncertainty of its outcome. Silenos, the prophetic wood spirit, so went the ancient legend, when captured by King Midas in his rose gardens at Bermios, earned his release with the judgment of melancholy wisdom that the Greek was never tired of repeating in ever-varying forms. Not to be born is the best thing for men, but having been born, let him pray that he may return as soon as possible to the kingdom of night and of Hades. The cheerful enjoyment of life is no longer so sure of itself as once it had been in the days of its naive confidence, and yet there is no substitute attempted, no compensatory hereafter in a next world of justice and untroubled happiness. We rather hear the opinion expressed that rest is the greatest of all earthly blessings, and rest is brought by death. Nevertheless, there is little demand for consolation. A robust and virile sense of life that can put up with whatever may befall of evil or hardship in healthy indifference is in the air and speaks to us from many a page of this poetic legacy with unpretending veracity. No attempt is made to smooth over the hardship and cruelty of life. Man's power is small, his efforts go unrewarded, one necessity after another besets his short life. Over all alike hangs the shadow of inevitable death. All things come at last to the awful chasm, the bravest virtue and the highest authority in the world. Yet life is good and death an evil. Else, why do the blessed gods not die? Asks Sappho with feminine naivete, though indeed her life's path had lain through the deepest valley of the shadow. Even the dead man, if he wishes to be preserved from utter nothingness, must depend upon the world of the living as the only place of reality. The fame of his virtues and his deeds is all that outlasts his death. Perhaps some dim perception of that fame reaches even to the dead. They themselves are for the living as though they had passed into nothingness. We should not, thinks a poet, give them another thought after we have buried them. Here even the time-honored conventions associated with the cult of souls seem to be perversely cast aside. In general, the poet with his wide-ranging observation of mankind had small occasion to be reminded of the cult of the soul that the narrow circles of family or city offered to their dead, or of the conceptions thereby encouraged of the continued life enjoyed by the departed. The omission is supplied by the orators of the 5th and 4th centuries, and by what they say and do, 413, not say of the state of things hereafter. The greatest period of lyric poetry was by that time already fading into the past, and yet whoever wished in speaking before a citizen assembly to meet with general agreement and understanding was still obliged to refrain from speaking of the blessed immortality, the eternity and divinity of the soul. The orators never pass beyond the conceptions of the survival, power, and rights of the souls of the departed, which were called forth and maintained in existence by the cult of the soul. The continued existence of the souls in the next world is not called in question, but the opinion that the souls still preserve their consciousness and have any knowledge of what happens on this earth is only expressed with the most cautious avoidance of definiteness. What apart from the sacrificial offerings of their relatives still binds the dead to the life upon earth is little more than the fame accorded to them among the living. Even in the elevated language of solemn funeral orations, the consolations offered to the survivors omit all mention of any enhanced state of being, any thought of immortal life in fully conscious blessedness that might belong now to the glorious departed. Such high visions and hopes for the future were still, it appears, as little necessary or demanded for the comfort of the people as they had been in the times of the great wars of liberty. The beloved dead, who had given their lives for their country in those wars, as well as many others of the time whom death had overtaken, were the recipients of the epitaphs composed by Simonides, the master of brilliant and condensed inscriptions. Nevertheless, not once does he vouchsafe a word that might point forward to a land of blessed immortality for the departed. There is a vestige of life still remaining for the dead, but it is in this world. The memory of the living and their own great name honored by after generations is all that can prolong their existence. It seems like an echo from another world when about the middle of the 5th century, Melanipides the dithyrambic poet addresses a god in the words, "Hear me, Father, marvel of all mortal men, thou that rulest over the ever-living souls." The words must be addressed to Dionysos, for such as entered into the magic circle of his nightly festival those visions of the imperishability of the human soul and its divine power acquired reality. Such wisdom received but partial assent from those who lived unaffected by the conceptions of isolated sects of the theologically or philosophically minded. 414. Section 2. A peculiar position is taken up by Pindar. Two contrasted views of the nature, origin, and destiny of the soul seem to be combined in his mind with equal claim to authority. In the Victory Odes, allusions predominate, which imply an agreement with the popular view expressed in the sayings of poets and the presuppositions of the cult of souls and the worship of heroes. After its separation from the body, the soul disappears into the underworld. The piety and affectionate memory of relatives and descendants remains as a link between the dead and the living. Whether the soul itself is still conscious of any connection with the world of the living seems uncertain. Its power is over and done with. It is certainly no condition of blessed happiness into which it has entered. Only the glorious name, the fame that is honored in song, rewards the great deeds of the virtuous after death. An exalted state of being, after their departure from this earth, is attributed to the heroes alone. The belief in the existence, importance, and power of these illuminated spirits holds complete sway. It emerges in lively reality from the words and narrations of the poet throughout all his work. Moreover, the ancient conception in reality rendered untenable by the belief in heroes that, only with the undivided union of body and soul, is complete life imaginable, is discernible in many allusions and stories of translation that imply that conception. Amphiaraus, the most illustrious of those who have been translated to everlasting life, is specially dear to the heart of the Theban poet, and is glorified more than once in the language of unaffected faith in such miracles. But further, even when death has occurred in the meantime, elevation to a higher life remains possible even beyond the heights of the hero. Semele lives forever, though she died under the crash of the thunderbolt. The barrier between men and gods is not insuperable. We can distantly approach the immortals not only in greatness of mind, but in bodily vigor. One mother gave birth to both races, though the gulf between them is indeed a deep one. Man is not a shadow's dream image, For the gods, the brazen heavens remain forever as an unconquerable stronghold. Only a miracle of divine interference with the lawful and normal course of nature can raise the individual soul to the everlasting life of the gods and heroes. Such visions as these could be indulged in by one who still, 415, kept his feet firmly fixed upon the ground of popular belief. And yet side by side with them in Pindar's works are to be found descriptions of quite another order in which is expressed, with elaborate fullness and dogmatic exactitude, a complete doctrine of the nature, destiny, and fate of the soul. Passages in which, in spite of some little poetic license in detail, a well-ordered, and in the main, consistent whole is pictured. The soul, the image of life, the other self of the living and visible man, sleeps while the limbs of man are active. When the individual is asleep, it shows him dream visions of the future. This psyche, which during the waking and conscious hours of the man is itself lying in the darkness of unconsciousness, is far from being the totality of mental powers gathered together in a single creature, or at any rate, in a single concept, such as the philosophers as well as the everyday use of the word at that period understood by the name Psyche. Here, again, the name once more denotes the double of mankind dwelling within the living man, such as it was known to primeval popular belief and to the Homeric poems. A theological meaning has, however, been added to it. This image of man, we are told, is alone descended from the gods, and with this the reason also is discovered why the soul image alone, after the destruction of the body, by death remains alive. Derived from the gods and therefore eternally exempt from destruction, everlasting and immortal, the soul is nonetheless condemned to finiteness. It dwells within the mortal body of man. This is the result of the ancient guilt, of which, quite in the manner of theological poetry, Pindar also speaks. After the death of the body, it is to await in Hades the stern sentence that, one, shall pronounce over its earthly deeds. For the condemned there is in store affliction past beholding in deep Tartaros, where the slow rivers of murky night spit out endless darkness, and forgetfulness encloses the victims. The just enter into the subterranean places of bliss, where the sun gives them light when he has set upon earth. In flowery meadows they enjoy an existence of resplendent idleness, such as only the Greek imagination, nourished amid the artistic surroundings of Greek life, could describe without falling into emptiness and futility. But the soul has not even so found its last resting place. It must again give life to a body, and not until it has completed upon earth a third faultless life can it hope for an end of its earthly course of being. The conditions of each new life, 416, upon earth, depend upon the degree of purity that the soul has achieved in its previous lifetimes. When at last the queen of the underworld considers that its ancient guilt has been atoned for, she sends forth the souls after the 9th year of their last sojourn in Hades once more to live in the upper world, this time in happiness. Here they pass through one more lifetime as kings, mighty men of valor, and wise men. Then at last they escape from the necessity of earthly rebirth. As heroes they are honored among men, and they have therefore entered into a state of higher being which the popular belief of Pindar's time ascribed not only to the souls of the great ancestral figures of the past, but also to many who had departed hence in more recent times after a life of valor and service. Now, they are beyond the reach of Hades as much as of the world of men. Faith seeks them in islands of the blessed, far out in Ocanos. Thither, to the citadel of Cronos, they travel on the way of Zeus and enjoy, in company with the great ones of the past, under the protection of Cronos and his assessor Rhadamanthes, a life of bliss forever undisturbed. Such conceptions of the origin, fortunes, and ultimate destiny of the soul, the more they diverge from commonly held opinions, the more certainly must they be regarded as being part of the private and real persuasion of the poet himself. The poet, who on other occasions when he makes passing and casual reference to the things of the next world, accommodates himself to the traditional view, gives himself up willingly to such hopes and aspirations, where the circumstances of his song provided an opportunity of dealing at length with such matters, especially in hymns of mourning for the dead. He may have paid attention in such poems to the special opinions of those who were to be the first hearers of his song. Thuron, the ruler of Acragas, to whom was dedicated the second Olympian ode of victory, that deals so fully with the hope of bliss to come, was an old man whose thoughts might well be occupied with the life after death. In this case, therefore, we may presume perhaps the special interest of the person whose praises are sung in these reflections that lead so far away from the commonly accepted view of the soul. But that Pindar, proud and self-willed, conscious of specific knowledge and proud of that consciousness, should have given expression to strange doctrines so foreign to popular ideas simply out of complaisance to another's will, and in subservience to another man's belief, that is quite unthinkable. It is rather the substance of what he believes himself, 417, and has achieved by his own struggles that in a solemn hour he reveals for a moment to like-minded friends. The different elements out of which Pindar has composed his special view are not hard to distinguish. He is following theological doctrine in what he tells of the divine origin of the soul, its wanderings through several bodies, the judgment in Hades, the special place assigned to the just, and that of the wicked. But it is layman's theology that he is propounding. It does not bind itself to a single unalterable formula and betrays throughout that its exponent is a poet. Pindar, throughout the whole of his poetic activity, combines the office of singer with that of professional teacher, more especially where he has to speak of the things of an invisible divine world. But for all his didactic professionalism, he remains the poet, for whom as depository and trustee of the myth it is out of the question to abandon the traditional, whether in legend or belief. His task is to keep pure what has been handed down to him, to make it more profound, perhaps to supplement and complete it, but with all this to justify it. Thus, poetic legend and popular belief enter even into his theologian's doctrine of the soul. The islands of the blessed, the elevation of man to hero, these were things he could not give up. From what particular direction Pindar's theological interests may have come to him, we cannot say with precision or certainty. Orphic as well as Pythagorean doctrines may have come to his notice in Sicily, whither he made repeated visits after 477 BC. For both sects, this country was the original nursery and breeding ground. There, too, the poet may perhaps have, even at that date, met with certain varieties of the Orphic mystical doctrine, which, like his own views, were intermingled with elements taken from conventional mythology. Examples of this type of Orphic mysticism, allied with foreign elements, are the verses which, inscribed upon gold tablets, were found not long ago in graves near the ancient Sybaris. 3 of these poems begin with phrases that are common to them all and imply the same underlying conceptions. After that, they part company and represent 2 different views. The soul of the dead person thus addresses itself to the queen of the lower world and the other gods of the depths below. I draw near to you purified and born of pure parents. It belongs then to a mortal who, like his parents before him, has been purified in the sacred mysteries of a religious association. It claims also to be descended from the blessed race of the deities of the lower, 418 world. Lightning robbed me of life, so one of the versions goes on, and so I escaped from the circle, the burdensome, the grievous. In these words, purely Orphic belief is expressed. The soul has now at last escaped entirely from the circle of births, and it enters, as it tells us, with speedy feet into the wished-for precinct, and buries itself in the bosom of the queen of the underworld. It is the latter, probably, who at the end greets the liberated soul with the words, "Fortunate, and to be called blessed art thou, now shalt thou be, instead of a mortal god." Much less exalted are the hopes expressed in the other 2 versions of the mystic document, 2 versions that resemble each other in most essentials. Here the soul asserts that it has done penance for unrighteous deeds. Now it appears before the revered Persephonia to implore her graciously to send it to the dwelling places of the pure and the holy. How are we to explain the discrepancy? It would indeed be possible to explain the more restrained version as that of a sect whose members were less confident of their own divine origin and of the necessary return of the soul at last to its enfranchised divine state. It is much more probable, however, since, in fact, the presupposition of the divine nature of the soul and its kinship with the divine is really made in both cases, and with the same words that we here have to do with the beliefs of one and the same sect, and that the varying heights of felicity aspired to correspond to different stages of the process of redemption. He who through participation in the sacred mysteries has atoned for the ancient guilt, can be admitted by the goddess into the paradise of the blessed in the midst of Hades. But he must still, in subsequent rebirths upon earth, first complete the cycle before he can be fully released from rebirth and become once more what he was at the beginning, entirely a god. The dead man of the first tablet has reached the final goal of his pilgrimage. The other two have only reached an intermediate resting place. Another inscription, found in a grave of the same neighborhood, by its use of a mystic formula appended also to the first version of the above-mentioned poems, reveals itself as an expression of faith deriving from the same sect. Among a variety of disconnected instructions and appeals to the dead, strung together with no particular arrangement, it contains the following statement: "A god hast thou become instead of a mortal. This then always remained the crowning point of the salvation promised by the sect." 419. In the cult and beliefs of this sect, which thus with divided voice speaks to us in these verses, the worship of the ancient Greek divinities of the underworld, among whom Dionysos is not this time included, was fused with the boldest conception belonging to the Dionysiac mysteries, the confident assurance that the divine nature of the soul must in the end break through, purified and triumphant over the earthliness that obscured it. Pindar in another, but not very different, way has brought the same elements into conjunction. One would indeed like to be able to estimate the influence which his doctrine, which lay so close to his own heart, may have exercised on the hearers and readers of his poems. He was at once something more and something less than a theological teacher. Never again among the Greeks did the blessed life of the sanctified soul receive such majestic expression, clothed in such ample and resplendent diction, as that which poured so freely from the heart of this richly gifted poet. But though the poet may have touched the heart of his hearer and tempted his imagination to stray along the path laid out for him, yet it cannot have been easy, and perhaps the greatness of the poet's triumph almost made it harder, permanently to mistake the magic gleam of poetry for the sunlight of reality. One may doubt whether the poems in which Pindar recounted his dreams of future blessedness can have found many hearers in whom they awakened not merely aesthetic satisfaction, but belief in the literal truth of the teaching, in the reality of those beautiful, dim, haloed figures. Section 3. But perhaps by the expression of such doubts, we do less than justice to the influence which a Greek poet might exercise upon the minds and dispositions of his hearers. Greek popular opinion was very much inclined to place the poet on a pedestal to which his modern representative would hardly care to aspire, and to which at any rate he could never attain. The purely artistic value and importance of a poem did not seem to be impaired by the demand that it should at the same time instruct and edify. The poet was to be the teacher of his people in an age when, in the conditions of Greek life, the people had no other instructor. He was to be a teacher in the highest sense of all when, speaking in the language of the most exalted poetry, he dealt with the doubts and certainties of religion and the relationship between religion and morality. In these matters, he could supplement out of the wealth of 420, his own far-reaching reflection, what was lacking in the public morality of the time, through the absence of an official, authoritative religious book. By giving them intelligible and memorable expression, together with greater cohesion and unity, he could strengthen the foundations of the common stock of moral ideas that had been evolved in the course of social and city life. He might also expand and give greater depth to the ideas of popular morality, tempering them in the fire of his own more rigorous thought and interpreting and refining them from the heights of a more elevated understanding of the divine. What he thus gave back to the people stamped with the impress of his own very personal temperament and outlook no longer remained the casual opinion of a single individual, but took root in suitably constituted minds and became for many a valued possession, an enduring addition to their consciousness. It was not until the rise in later times of a fully developed philosophy, extending its range of interpretation to the whole of life, that poetry was deprived of its special office of instructress to the aspiring minds among the people. Poetry had always been willing to exercise this function, but never so decidedly or with such fully conscious purpose as in the times of transition at the beginning of which Pindar lived the transition from an unsophisticated faith in the traditional view of all things visible and invisible to a fresh stabilization of belief secured by, and resting upon, philosophically, conviction. The need felt for the readjustment or verification of the ancestral or traditional forms of belief was vividly awakened, and it was still only poetry that could extend the light of its teaching to illuminate the minds of whole classes of the population. The influence of the poets must have increased in proportion as the numbers increased of those who were ready to receive the special bounty which they were able to offer. But if the influence wielded by Pindar, the Panhellenic poet of the great festivals, as the teacher of his people was, as we have seen, considerable, a very wide field indeed for the propagation of fruitful ideas lay open to the Attic tragedians in the huge concourse of the people, which flocked together to hear their creations a multitude, which seemed all the greater for being confined within a narrower space. The poets themselves frequently allow it to be seen how seriously they regarded themselves as the teachers of their public, and the people admitted their claims. All men expected and demanded instruction from the word of the poet, the highest instruction from the highest poetry. We shall not be much mistaken, 421, if we believe that the opinions and reflections to which Aeschylus, Sophocles, and not least Euripides gave utterance in their tragic drama did not remain the sole property of those in whose minds they had first arisen. Section 4. The Attic tragedy of the 5th century must of its own accord, even if the conscious purpose of the dramatists had not tended in the same direction, have developed into an artistic product based on psychological interest. The real theater of that drama must inevitably have become the interior of its hero's mind. The tragic poet attempted something hitherto unknown. The characters and events of ancient legend or history, which had passed shadow-like before the minds of the hearers or readers of all earlier poetry, at the mercy of those hearers' own private and variously limited imagination, these same events and characters were now to take form and body and appear visibly before the eyes of all beholders alike in equal clearness. What had hitherto seemed a dream vision of the imagination now visibly presented itself to the eyes of the beholder, unchanging, precise, independent of the limitations of intellect among the audience, a concrete and self-moving object of waking perception. Thus reawakened to a palpable and fully realized life, the myth was seen in a new light. What in it was mere incident became subordinated to the personality of the man who plays his part in these events before our eyes, and whose importance and content is not exhausted in the single particular action. The old legend in becoming drama has undergone an extension both spatial and temporal, and even in externals the plot that unfolds itself in a series of momentary acts plays the least part in the story. The speeches and counter-speeches of the hero and the other actors who take part in the story were bound to take up the greater part of the time. Motives of action, expressed, debated, and fought out in words, become more important than their eventual outcome in passionate deed or mortal woe. With the advance of artistic skill, the intellect seeks to grasp the permanent outlines of the character that in the given circumstances can be moved by particular motives to particular acts. Thus, the complete materialization of the myth leads to its complete spiritualization. The eyes and mind of the beholder are directed less to the external events these, being familiar from the ancient legend, could 422 awaken little curiosity and more to the inward meaning and import of what the hero does and suffers. And it was here that the dramatic poet was faced with his special and peculiar problem. What was to happen in his drama was settled out of hand by the course of the ancient legend, in a few cases by the course of historical events, and the lines along which his invention must move were planned out for him in advance. To give life to the personages of the drama, motivation and justification to the events of the drama, that was his particular business. But in this, he was thrown entirely upon his own resources. Even if he could, he was not permitted to derive the inner motive forces of the action from the real modes of feeling and thinking that had belonged to the distant past in which the myth had first been conceived. Such motives would have remained unintelligible to the audience, and his play would have been stillborn. But on the other hand, how was he to make plausible and intelligible to the vastly different mentality and changed feelings of the age in which he lived actions, which really sprang from the habits and moral ideas of a long since vanished age? It is open to him, if he is not content to be a mere analyst, simply stringing together bare events. To take the actual incident given him by the mythical legend, and set over against it the actor in the story whose emotions are those of a modern man, and upon whose shoulders the burden of the event is laid. He may represent this opposition as beyond reconciliation, and so lead to the most simple and overwhelming of tragic conflicts. This simple opposition of character and destiny, which places both the poet and his hero another Hamleton, a position of direct hostility to the mythological background can, however, never become the rule. It is the business of the poet as far as possible to assimilate and make his own the spirit that actually called forth the dark and cruel legend of the past, while yet remaining true to the mode of perception proper to his own time. He must manage to leave undisturbed the full primitive sense of the mythical story, and bring it about that by its marriage with the spirit of a later age, its meaning is not destroyed, but deepened. He is committed to the search for an adjustment between the mental attitudes of an older and a newer age. Such an adjustment came most easily to Aeschylus and satisfied the needs of his temperament. As one who had grown to manhood in the Athens of the period, before the Persian Wars, his own character had its roots in ancient and traditional modes of thought. These he built up under the guiding, 423, influence of his own special ways of thinking and feeling into a new and loftier whole. To corroborate this whole, which appeared to him as a law of the moral world, by reference to typical examples taken from mythology, examples chosen by him with deliberate care to serve as subjects of his dramatic poetry, this was one of the chief aims of his art. To the plot in its moral, nay, its religious sense, all his thoughts are directed. The characters of the actors themselves are only illuminated from the standpoint of this special interest. Their wider, independent existence outside the life of the drama, which completely envelops them, is not meant to draw attention to itself. He himself gives us the right, in studying his plays, to leave out of sight for a moment the representational aspect of the particular, and the personal all that in fact makes them essentially works of art and order, to observe more closely the undercurrent of generalized belief, which we may reasonably call the ethic and theology of the poet. Behind the living tissue of his artistic creation, Aeschylus allows us to perceive pretty clearly the firm outlines of his own ethical and religious convictions. He fuses together elements prescribed to him from without with that which was dictated by his own spirit. What is prescribed to him by legend, which he allows to run its full course, in strictly dramatic form and by preference as a trilogy. A form, in this case, uniquely adapted to the subject, is a history that deals with the continued operation of the forces of evil and suffering upon several generations of a family, persisting from father to son and from son to son's son. The belief also in such interconnection of human destinies is prescribed to him from without. That the sins of the ancestors were visited upon their descendants here upon earth was an ancient article of faith especially strong in Attica. What Aeschylus contributes on his part is the unswerving conviction that the son and grandson of the sinner are punished for their own sin too. Suffering is punishment, and suffering would not have overtaken Oedipus, nor the sons of Oedipus, if Laios had been the only guilty one, if their own sin had not deserved punishment. And yet it does not lie within their power to choose whether the guilt shall be theirs or not. They cannot escape the deed of sin. How, we may ask, can a guilty deed be necessitated, imposed upon the guilty one by the decree of a higher power, and yet at the same time the fault of the doer of the deed, as though he had acted of his own free will? 424. The question is a perplexing and a formidable one, and it was by no means unnoticed by the poet. Behind the external apparatus of myth, he finds himself faced by the problem of the freedom or determination of man's will, which, as civilization and culture advance, feels itself morally responsible for every decision. He finds a way out of the difficulty in the view that it is not merely the deed of wickedness itself, but the conscious decision that leads up to the deed that arises out of the family inheritance of crime. The conscious choice and decision, though regarded as necessary, seem to demonstrate fully the personal guilt and responsibility of the doer. The cloud of evil that proceeds from the deed of the ancestor casts a dark shadow also over the minds of his son and his son's son. Not from his own mind or character does the will to do wrong take its origin. The noble, pure, and resolute Ediocles, the model of intelligent manhood, the shield and protection of his people, falls in a moment, a victim to ominous destiny. His clear-sighted spirit is darkened. He gives himself up his better self for lost, and rushes upon his doom with awful resolve. The sins derived from his ancestors drive him on. Then, and not till then, is the full measure of penance at last paid for the crime done by the ancestor. His descendants are his representatives, and become guilty on his behalf, and then, for their own guilt as well as his, they suffer retribution. Divinity, or a spirit of vengeance sent with a divine mission, drives the victims burdened with the inheritance of crime to the criminal deed. The divine guidance is actuated no longer, as in ancient and undying popular belief, by personal desire of vengeance, anger, or malice, but by divine justice, acting with just deceit, that the measure of guilt may be fulfilled, and that the divine will to justice may have a means to complete satisfaction. The evil spirit of the house assists Clytemnestra to conceive the thought of murdering her husband. God himself guides and urges forward Orestes to the act of matricide which he plans and carries out with fully conscious purpose, a crime that is also a duty. To the poet, the old ideas of the duty of avenging murder are a very living reality. The right to worship and cult possessed by the souls, their claim to vengeance when they have been violently done to death, their ghostly influence exerted upon the life and destinies of their immediate kinsfolk, upon whom the duty of taking vengeance rests all, these things are for him not the obsolete fancies of an older generation, but true and awful realities. Whole dramas, the *** Chophoroi and the Eumenides, for 425 instance, would appear as a meaningless beating of the air if they were not animated and made significant by unaltered faith in the right and the might of the souls, the reality and potency of the daemonic council, the Erinyes, who appear on behalf of the murdered mother. And now at last light breaks through the dark and clouded sky of awful imagination. Where duty and crime have become inextricably confused, divine grace, though yielding nothing of its rights, finds at last a solution. All these things, however conflict and solution, crime and its expiation in ever-renewed crime, and the suffering that arises thence fulfill themselves in this world. Guilt is avenged always upon earth. The other world is by no means an indispensable link in this chain of conceptions and fancies. The poet's view is rarely turned in that direction. Speculation upon the state of the soul after death, upon a blessed life in the kingdom of the spirits, does not interest him. Only such portions of the eschatological imaginings of the theologians as might serve the purposes of moral inspiration or support found favor with the poet. There are occasional allusions to the judgment that, in Hades, another Zeus holds over the deeds of earthly life, but they remain dark and vague. It is not explained in what relation this judgment in Hades stands to the complete equivalence of guilt and destiny that, here upon earth, Zeus and Mora bring to completion in the person of the criminal himself, and, after his death, of his descendants. Side by side with the allusions to the judgment in the underworld, implying the complete consciousness of the dead, stand expressions that call up a picture of the senseless, twilight existence of the souls in Hades like that described in Homer. The poet, to whom every feature of the beliefs derived from the cult of the souls about the relations of the departed to the life of the dwellers on earth was intensely and vividly real, never cared to fix his attention for long upon the nature and condition of the dead in their separate otherworld existence. In fact, his chosen work of giving a moral significance and deeper meaning to popular and ancient faith was wholly derived from this faith itself. And so also was the lofty and consistent idea of divinity, which fills the background of his picture of life. The generation which had fought at Marathon, in spite of a profounder and even more somber meditation upon life and destiny, could still dispense almost entirely with the assistance of the theological doctrines of the sects who sought refuge from the dark and austere. 426. Realities of this unsatisfying world in thoughts of an imagined hereafter. Section 5. Towards the great problems of dramatic philosophy, the problems of the freedom or compulsion of the will, the guilt and destiny of man Sophocles took up a position that differed essentially from that of his great predecessor. A maturer and calmer self-abandonment to the observation of life, and its difficulties made him less able to wrest content with simple or sweeping solutions of the complexities, made him seek out other and more various modes of understanding. The individual man, stamped with the unique impression of his peculiar being, with him becomes more fully detached from the background of omnipotent might and universal law. The individual finds within himself the rules of his behavior, the causes of his success, or his tragic failure. No petty, egotistical motive inspires the action of Antigone or Electra. They are obedient to the old, unwritten laws of the gods. But the force that leads them to obey is derived solely from the special fashion and impulse of their own hearts. No one else could do what they do, suffer what they suffer. We realize the necessity and justification of what they do and suffer solely from the contemplation of the strength and weakness of their own characters as displayed for us in the action that takes place upon the stage. Indeed, the length to which Sophocles, in the Electra, goes in the suppression of such universally recognized and binding motives as those derived from the duty of vengeance and the rights of injured souls, may well cause surprise. The special and individual case must for him carry its own justification within itself, and in fact, it receives such justification so completely from the character and behavior of the actors in the drama that, unlike the hero of Aeschylus, tragedy, Orst needs to have no qualm of doubt in the performance of his deed, and suffers no remorse after the murder of the wicked murderess. Once again, as in the Homeric story, with Orst's righteous deed of blood, the circle of calamity is complete. No Erinnys rises from the earth to demand his overthrow. So, too, when the suffering and calamity that befalls the mortal hero comes not from his own conscious decision and exercise of will, but from obscure decrees of fate, it is still the special character of the hero, which not only demands the greater part of our attention, but entirely conditions and sufficiently explains the course of events. The same 427 misfortune might overtake another man, but neither its inward nor its outward effects would be the same as they are for Oedipus or Aias. Only tragically extreme characters can have a tragic fate. And yet, in these as in other tragedies, what gives the first impulse and direction to the course of the story does not arise from the will or character of their heroes. The mind of Aias is not free, but subject, when he performs the deed that sends him to his death. Oedipus, Deianira take vengeance upon themselves for the deeds of horror that they have brought about without knowing what they did. Notwithstanding the fact that the interest of the Philoctetes centers so completely round the vividly contrasted characters of Philoctetes, Neoptolemus, and Odysseus, yet the situation which brings them into opposition is one which it was beyond the power or the purpose of man to bring about or to hinder. An obscure destiny plunges man into suffering, drives him to actions in the face of which easy and ready-made judgments about guilt and the relation between suffering and desert are silenced. It is not inherited family crime that here forces the son and the grandson to deeds that can hardly be called their own. The poet, it is true, knows of these conceptions that play so large a part in the poetry of Aeschylus, but they are mere historical tradition to him, not vital motives of his drama. Nor is it mere irrational chance or impersonal fate working by necessity and without passion that directs the mind and guides the hand of the actor in his bondage. Clearly or obscurely moving about in the background of events, the will of a divine power can be discerned that, inevitable as fate, guides the deeds and the fate of men in accordance with its own purpose. The divine purpose brings to maturity a plan in which the individual man and his destiny are mere instruments. To make plain the premeditated character of this purposeful direction of human affairs is the object of the prophetic anticipations of the future, the divine oracles and prophecies of seers of which we hear so much in the plays. If this divine purpose should involve the fatal act, the undeserved suffering of the individual, then that purpose will be fulfilled though human happiness may be destroyed in the process, and though pain, crime, agony, and violent death may overwhelm the mortal individual. The well-being of the individual does not enter into the question where the intentions of a divinity that sees far beyond this puny existence are concerned. An honest, simple-minded, good-hearted man, without 428, deceit or fault, like Philoctetes, is abandoned for many long years to every kind of suffering in order that he may not interfere prematurely in the development of the war against Troy with the magic weapons that are in his possession. He is an involuntary martyr for the good of the whole community. In order that Heracles may be released from this life at the precise moment of time that has been fixed by divine foreknowledge, Deianira, the most devoted and womanly character in the whole of the Attic drama, must out of the goodness of her heart and the love she bears to her husband send him to the most awful of deaths, and then perish herself. Simply because such is the will of heaven must Oedipus, unknowing and blameless, slay his father, marry his mother, and plunge himself into the deepest depth of misery. Thus, out of the darkness, the hand of divine superiority guides the destinies of humanity, the will and behavior of men, according to its own purposes. The problematical in human life, the disparity between personal guilt and personal suffering, which daily experience brings before our eyes, seem to the poet to be rendered more intelligible by this conception. He preaches dutiful submission to these dispensations of a higher power. He himself is one of the pious, in the specific sense of the word, for whom to perceive the will of the gods is sufficient to call forth adoration of the gods, who feel no need that this mighty will should justify itself to human ideas of morality and goodness. It may be right to call this will a holy will, but there is no need for it to prove itself such at the bar of human judgment. Nor does such piety find itself disturbed in its worship when, in order to assert the divine prerogative over humanity, whose first duty it is to recognize the limits of what is allowed and possible for it, divine inhumanity and cold lust of vengeance manifest themselves so clearly as in the Athene of the Ajax. It gives the measure of the peculiar and unique character of Sophoclean art, and the Sophoclean attitude to life a quite personal character, not to be explained on abstract grounds that this attitude of odd submissiveness in matters of religion could exist side by side with the strong appreciation and justification of the unfettered action of free individuality. Rarely, only once or twice in the plaises, a cry of pain rested from the lips of one of these uncomplaining victims of a purpose, not their own. As a rule, the eye shuns to behold, the judgment to criticize, the ultimate reasons of divine action. It is partly artistic restraint, no doubt, but religious discretion, too, makes the poet leave 429 such things in semi-obscurity. The majesty of divine power remains for the most part in the background and does not mingle familiarly with men or two notoriously interfere with human destiny. But the individual who, with his sufferings, must serve a purpose that is not his own, humanity that lives under such bitter laws, what elevating and consoling thoughts are awakened by the contemplation of their fate. The poet employs all the resources of his overwhelming art to secure the profoundest sympathies of his hearers for the undeserved sufferings of the victim, for the delusions of well-intentioned but limited vision that must always stray from the goal at which it aims. The moral of the play is not lost even on the sufferer's foe as he beholds the error and guilt of the noble but misguided heart. What thus overwhelms the strong and the wise, the good and the well-meaning, through no fault of their own, may descend upon any member of the human family. Thus the destinies of men are allotted. The lament over the vanity and the sorrow of life, its brief happiness and the uncertainty of its joy, is poured forth in memorable lines. They end on a note of resignation, which gives the keynote of the poet's own character. But there is a bitterness which remains behind. It might have been supposed that one who thus abandoned all attempt to reconcile the worth and actions of men with their fate upon earth would feel all the more need, for his own satisfaction and that of others, to prove the existence of a divine justice that should restore the balance in a future state of being. But the poet shows little sign of any such need. Thoughts of what may happen after death are never of very great moment to him. They never distinctly affect the behavior of those whose deeds or suffering fill his plays. When, however, light is thrown for a passing moment on the unknown land, beyond the grave the scene that imagination reveals hardly differs at all from the picture that had once been present to the minds of the Homeric singers. The place that is in store for the departed is Hades, the unlovely country of the dead, whither the soul flits powerless, shadow-like, little more than a nothing, feeling no joy but no pain either, where it enters upon a state of insensibility that the grief-stricken sufferer on earth often longs for as a much-desired haven of rest. Ploughton, Persephone, all the deities of the earth below, their rule over the departed. But it is not grace nor kindliness that prevails there, only justice. Hades demands equal justice for all. 430, pious veneration of the gods continues also in the other world, and for the rest we hear nothing of either reward or punishment, or of a final supplementing in the land of the souls of the inadequacy of the justice that fulfills itself on earth. But though departed into Hades, the dead have still a claim upon the upper world and on those who still are living there. Together with the Homeric picture of the lower world is united the cult of the souls and the ideas, connected with that cult, of the continued life of the dead. The next of kin owe to the departed the ceremonious burial that is the first expression of their pious solicitude for his soul's welfare. In two plays the Ajax and the Antigone. The love and loyalty of the survivors is obliged to fight for this right of the dead in desperate encounter with earthly authority, and even with the sacrifice of their own devoted lives. Such instances serve to bring out clearly the fact that it is no empty convention or tradition that is thus defended and carried through to the end. Nor does the completion of the burial mark the end of the dead man's relations with the upper world. Even after that he may be benefited by offerings made at his grave. Information of what happens on earth may penetrate to the dead, and he himself, under the protection of the underworld spirits and of their assessor Dicare, who take cognizance of his claims, may interfere in the affairs of the living as a curse spirit upon those who disregard his wishes, by sending threatening dream visions upon his foes, and as a very present help and unseen ally to his friends in their hour of need. As to an eternity of bliss awaiting the soul, the god and man, after its final release from the shackles of the body, the poet knows as little of such as he does of an eternity of damnation for the wicked. Only the quite special state of grace, which is enjoyed by those who have been purified in the mysteries of the goddesses, at Eleusis receives mention by him. He is frequently disposed to think of this supreme expression of Attic worship with patriotic pride. But it is only a minority of the good who thus achieve by the grace of the goddesses a privileged life in the kingdom of shadows. One and only one is lifted by the divine grace clear of the human fate of annihilation, and in the grove of the Erinyes the sorely tried Oedipus is translated without seeing death out of this earthly life. So living a reality to this poet of ancient piety is the conviction that the divine miracle of translation is a literal truth, that he is even ready, 431, to make this strange circumstance serve as the sole aim and purpose of a whole drama. A miracle which all the other scenes serve not so much to prepare as simply to postpone, and thus heighten the expectancy with which the event is awaited. It is not supreme virtue that secures an immortality for Oedipus, which others also who showed an equal degree of goodness might possibly attain. He reveals himself to us as an innocent sufferer indeed, but also as obdurate in his rash and violent nature, vindictive, stubborn, and self-willed, not ennobled, but rather brutalized by his sufferings. Nevertheless, divine power elevates him to the state of immortal hero, less almost for the sake of the satisfaction and bliss to himself, as in order that he may be the savior of the Attic land, the country of humanity and kindness that has taken into its protection the unfortunate one, and desires to preserve forever his power of blessing. Just as once it had pleased divine power to overwhelm the innocent victim in a sea of crime and suffering, so now it pleases the same divine power to raise the sufferer, without any new or special merit on his side, to a fate of superhuman bliss. In his case, a divine miracle occurs, into the ultimate reasons for which it is not profitable to inquire. In his views, so far as he allows us to see them, of the things of the next world, Sophocles differs not at all from those who still saw life and worshipped the gods as their fathers had done before them. The great poet of human, tragic destiny, the profound student of the divine government of this mournful world, was unwilling to set by the side of it a brighter and more comforting picture of a spirit world of the imagination. In this, too, he is modest and will not say much he knows no more of these matters, and in no other fashion than any other honest citizen of Athens. Section 6. In the course of a long life, Sophocles was able to make himself complete master of his art, and grow up into strong and generous manhood without the guidance or support of either theological or philosophical learning. Theology he did not care to seek out in its hiding place, the obscurity of isolated sects. Philosophy, in the period of his impressionable youth, had not yet reached Athens, and when he had attained riper years, his noble simplicity of temper had little to gain or to fear from the meditated wisdom or folly of the younger generation. In serene detachment, he passed on his way through all the press and clamor of the marketplace. 432. The moving impulse which since the end of the 6th century had collected together at Athens all the intellectual forces of Greece for a final expansion of their capacity now began, in the middle of the 5th century, to take hold of philosophy as it had long since done literature and the fine arts. Athens saw the last representatives of Ionian physiology gathered together within her walls. Some, like Anaxagoras, took up their residence there for a long period and left the impress of their teaching upon the foremost minds of the city. The others who paid briefer visits were those who, in conscious opposition to the recent trend of thinking, stoutly upheld the older principles of philosophically monism or hylozoism, such as Diogenes of Apollonia or Hippon of Samos, or who sought like Archelaus to reconcile the old and the new Ionic doctrine. Besides these, Athens was a headquarters of the wandering exponents of the newest wisdom, the sophists. Nowhere did unfettered discussion find such cultivated appreciation of its daring. Nowhere was such an eager welcome given to the dialectical wordplay that, seeming to be an end in itself, was destined to become the most fruitful nursery of native Athenian philosophy. All traditional beliefs and customs that had not their origin or their justification in reflection were already doomed as soon as they, together with every conventional view of life and the world, were deprived of their natural protection of unchallenged self-evidence by the cold scrutiny of the sovereign tyrant dialectic. The sophists, those skirmishers of a new and as yet unrecognizable philosophy, scattered and put to flight the old guard of positive and doctrinal wisdom. But to the individual, who was bidden to depend upon his own resources, they offered stimulus to reflection in abundance, but no permanent foothold in the shifting sands of opinion. It would be but a final assertion of the principle that there are no principles if by any chance the sophists themselves should for a moment speak in the language of edification, and, for example, lend the support of their eloquence to certain articles of doctrine that provided a positive teaching as to the nature and life of the soul. If Sophocles remained quite unaffected by this whole movement, which reached its flood tide in Athens, Euripides was drawn completely into its current. He sought out philosophers and sophists personally and in their writings. His was a spirit that urgently desired to know the truth, and he followed every available guide to knowledge and wisdom for a stage upon their journey. But he was never able to continue permanently in any one direction. In the restlessness, 433, and bewilderment of search and experiment, he is the true son of his age. His philosophical and sophistical leanings were sufficiently marked to make it impossible for him to accept any part of the belief or tradition of his countrymen without trial. So far as it is possible within the limits of dramatic art, he instituted an unsparing and unhesitating criticism of all accepted things, and in the process felt himself immeasurably superior to the wit and wisdom of the past. And yet, he never satisfied himself. He could never rest content with a merely negative position, for all one-sidedness was foreign to his nature. The tremendous honesty of his nature made it impossible for him to admit that element of frivolity which made the sophistic movement and the dialectical negation of all certainty so simple and attractive, and at the same time took away half its sting. But he could take nothing easily, and so, with all his sophistic enlightenment, he was never happy. The pupil of the sophists would hear every other side as well. There were even moments when he longed to take refuge in the restful narrowness of old and traditional piety. But it was not given to him to settle down in any fixed set of opinions. All his convictions were provisional, mere hypotheses adopted for the purposes of experiment. Afloat on a changeful sea, he let himself be driven hither and thither by every wind of intellectual excitement or artistic necessity. When all convictions were involved together in a state of perpetual change and instability, the conception of the nature and being of the soul and its relation to the powers of life and death could not alone remain in fixed and dogmatic certainty. Where the content and character of the fable chosen as the subject of his drama demand it, the poet frankly adopts the popular view of the nature and destiny of the departed soul, its power and claim upon the worship of the survivors upon earth. In the fairy tale play of the Alcestis, the whole apparatus of popular belief plays its part. The god of death and his awful office, the dwelling of the dead in the underworld, are spoken of as facts and creatures of experience and reality. The elaborate funeral ceremonies owed to the dead are treated with the utmost seriousness and precision. A whole drama, The Suppliant Women, has as its real subject, or at least as its ostensible motive, the religious importance of a ritual burial, nor is there any lack of isolated passages in which the importance of burial and the honor paid to graves is stressed. The survivors on earth give pleasure to the dead by offerings at their graves, 434, and in this way obtain their goodwill and can count upon their support. Power and honor belong not only to the great ones of antiquity, translated to a higher state of being. Not only, heroes can extend their influence beyond their graves and affect the course of earthly events. From the soul of his murdered father, the son expects assistance and succor in his time of need. The dread creatures of antique faith, the Erinyes, exact vengeance for the murdered mother. But at this point, it becomes apparent that the poet only associates himself for his own purposes with this circle of ancient and sanctified popular fancy so, long in fact as it suits the tone that he wishes to give to the drama and its characters. The Erinyes are excellent material for the play that, in reality, their horrid figures only exist in the imagination of the mentally diseased, is clearly asserted in the Orestes. The whole series of beliefs and demands murder ever calling forth fresh murder in accordance with the sacred duty of vengeance. The Erinyes, the bloodthirsty patrons of the murdered victim who leaves no proper avenger behind him all, these have ceased to have any validity for him. The animal and bloodthirsty, part of these figures of ancient belief, call forth the loathing of the poet living in the days of organized justice and humaner manners. He does not believe in the soul's right to blood. The ancient legends which depend on this right are an abomination to him. In fact, he only seems to have written his plays about them in order, by the manner of his presentation, to have his revenge upon this material that was almost unavoidably thrust upon him by the tradition of the tragic stage. The duty of the living to offer a cult to the departed souls becomes doubtful in its turn. The seriousness with which that cult is sometimes handled in the plays is compromised by such reflections as these. It is certain that it matters little to the dead whether rich offering are placed in their graves or not. Such things only satisfy the idle vanity of the living. Honor and dishonor are of no further consequence to the dead. How should they be, if the departed no longer feel either pleasure or pain, are nothing at all, as is repeatedly declared even in the middle of the Alcestis? It is evident that only from an arbitrarily adopted point of view do the picturesque creations of popular belief in the soul and of the cult of souls seem real to the poet. Apart from this, they disappear from his mind like the creatures of a dream. The teachings of the theologians supplied him with no real substitute for popular faith. At the most, they were a 435 momentary and passing stimulus. No doubt he did not shut his eyes completely to these manifestations of the spiritual life of his time. His plays contain allusions to Orphic poetry, and he joins the asceticism of the Orphics to the cold virtue of his Hippolytos. The thought that the soul has fallen from a higher state of being and is enclosed within the body like the dead man in his coffin takes captive his imagination for a moment. Who knows then whether life is not a kind of death, so that in death the soul awakes to its real life? The gloomy view of human destiny upon this earth, to which the poet so often gives expression, might seem to hint at a consolation to come in a more satisfactory hereafter. But the poet has no longing for the consolation offered by the theologians. Among the many and various reflections of the poet upon the reality that may reveal itself when the curtain is drawn aside by death, we never meet with the conception that lies at the bottom of the assurances made by the theologians, the conception that the spiritual individual is certain of its immortality, because in its individuality it is of divine nature and is itself a god. True, he is the author of the bold saying so often quoted and varied in later times, that God is nothing else but the mind that dwells in men. But this makes no allusion to the theological doctrine of the multiplicity of individual gods, or daimons, banished into the life of men. It rather implies a semi-philosophically doctrine of the soul, in which one may perceive for the first time the expression of a permanent conviction on the part of the poet. In quite inapposite contexts, Euripides sometimes introduces passing allusions to a philosophical view of the world and humanity. That is the more certainly to be regarded as the private conviction of the poet himself, as the utterances fail to correspond fully with the character of the person in the play who makes them, and do not arise necessarily from the dramatic situation. Everything in the world has had its origin from earth and the ether of Zeus. The earth is the maternal womb from which the ether brings everything to birth. Both constituents combine to produce the multiplicity of appearance. They are not fused together, nor are they to be derived from a single common original element. They remain in dualistic contrast, side by side. It was probably the dualism of this cosmological fancy that reminded the ancients of Anaxagoras. But these statements cannot be regarded as simply a poetical version of the doctrine of Anaxagoras, for they derive the multiplicity of matter and things from the simple element of earth, from which 436 they arise only by a process of change and transformation, while in the seed mixture of Anaxagoras, the unchangeable seeds of all things only separate themselves out from the whole and give rise by mechanical reassemblings to all the perceived appearances of the world. The ether of Euripides in its relations with the earth is, besides being the active partner, also the intellectual and animated element. The isolation of such an element from the rest of matter does indeed remind us of the procedure of Anaxagoras. But the poet's ether is still an element, though it may be penetrated by mind and animated by spirit. It is not a mental being standing over against all the other elements in essential distinctness, like the nous of Anaxagoras. The fact that it is the element of the ether, i.e. the dry and hot air, in which intellectual capacity is said to inhere, may be regarded as having been borrowed from Diogenes of Apollonia, a philosopher who was held in considerable estimation at Athens at that time, and who was well known to Euripides. In his doctrine, the air, which indeed, in contrast to the view of Euripides, produces all other things simply out of itself, is expressly identified with the soul, and is itself described as having understanding. This view of the elementary forces and constitution of the universe, made up as it is from philosophical suggestions of a scarcely reconcilable character, in which the dualistic tendency is in fact finally predominant, suggests itself to the poet whenever in an exalted mood he speaks of the final destiny of the human soul. The soul, on its separation from the body, will depart to join the ether. But in such conceptions, it is not always the imagination of the philosopher-poet that finds expression. On this subject, it is accompanied or replaced by a more popular view that only distantly resembles it, but which led to the same result. When we hear now and again of the ether, the luminous atmosphere above the clouds, as being the dwelling place of the departed souls, the view more theological than philosophically in its character seems to be implied that after death the liberated soul will float upwards to the seat of the gods, which has long ceased to be situated upon Olympos, but is in heaven or in this same ether. This, too, was the meaning of a saying traditionally ascribed to Epicharmos, the comic poet of Sicily, who was himself versed in philosophy. In this saying, the pious man is assured that for him death will bring no evil, for his mind will dwell permanently in heaven. This conception, which appears so frequently in later epitaphs, 437, must have been familiar to popular imagination at Athens at an early period. At least in the grave epigram officially dedicated by the state to the memory of the Athenians who fell in the year 432 before Potidaea, we find the belief expressed, as a commonly received opinion, that the souls of these brave men have been received by the ether, just as the earth has received their bodies. Such official use implies a commonly accepted opinion, and the fundamental ideas of the popular cult of the souls might have led to similar results. From the beginning, popular belief had regarded the psyche, which got its name from the air or breath, as closely akin to the winds, the mobile air and its spirits. It would not be difficult for the idea to arise that the soul, as soon as it was free to decide for itself what should become of it, should go to join the elemental spirits that are its kinsfolk. Perhaps this, too, is what Epicharmos means when on another occasion he says that in death when the united are parted asunder each returns whence it came, the body to earth, but the soul up to the heights its name, in which allusion is made to its perpetual mobility. Being now after the example of Xenophanes derived from the breath of the wind, the moving air, nu equals moth, a usage which became very common in later times. But perhaps the use of such a name is an indication that this poet also regards the soul as standing in a close relation and kinship with the ether that is destined to receive it after its release from the body. So that from this side, too, in addition to the more popular conception just mentioned, Euripides may have received a hint for his peculiar version of the physiological theory of Diogenes. In his view, the soul participates in the nature of the ether. But it is more important to notice that the ether participates in the nature and true reality of the soul. It possesses life, consciousness, and power of thought. They both belong to one family. The ether, according to the poet, and here the speculations of Anaximenes as revived by Diogenes, are unmistakable as a true vital atmosphere, an all-embracing psychic element, so that it becomes not a mere vehicle of mind, but the all-mind itself. The concept is even condensed and half-personified. It is called by the name of the highest divine power, Zeus, and the poet, as though speaking of a personal god, calls it immortal. The human mind, too, as akin to the universal God and the all-mind, appears, as it had been in the teaching of Diogenes, as a part of this God, this universal mind. God is the mind, and the mind and understanding in us is God, so the poet clearly asserts. In death, when 438, the separation of the mind from its earthly elements takes place, the pneuma of man will not indeed live, as it had done in the separate existence of the individual man, but it will preserve an immortal consciousness, entering into the immortal ether and fusing itself with the all-living and the all-thinking. None of the physiologists who conceived the same idea of an immortality, excluding the personal immortality of the individual, of the universal spirit of life in mankind, has expressed his meaning with such distinctness as this philosophically layman. The poet may have wished to remain permanently upon the sublime heights of this pantheistic vision, but he must, in his peculiar all-embracing spirit that never held fast to any one view with enduring persistence, have experienced too often the truth of the saying of Protagoras that every statement calls forth its equally legitimate opposite, to have become an unswerving adherent of any single opinion. Death, and whatever may reveal itself after death, is beyond the experience of any man. It may be that complete disappearance into nothingness follows death, that the dead man becomes simply nothing. It may be that in the permanence of the human race the great name and the renown of glorious deeds lives on undying. Whether there may remain besides a vestige of life in a spirit world, who can tell? Perhaps such a thing is hardly even to be wished. It is just what makes death such a comforting thing, that it puts an end to all feeling and therefore to all pain and every care. We should not lament over our fate if, like the harvests that follow each other in the course of the years, one generation of men after another flowers, fades, and is carried off. So it is ordered in the course of nature, and we ought not to be dismayed by anything that is rendered inevitable by her laws. Notes to Chapter 12. 1/12. The learned, and more particularly, the philosophers of later ages, paid special attention to utterances of the older poetry that gave expression to belief of a spiritualist tendency. Just as they selected and preserved passages from Pindar, and from Melanipides in the case soon to be mentioned, which bore witness to an advanced view of the soul, so they must also have given us similar passages from other melic or from iambic and elegiac poets if such passages had existed. They must, for example, have been absent from the Thrare equals Noi of Simonides, which were famous as the models of this kind of poetry. And so with all the rest. 2/12. Hades puts an end to all pleasure for every man, hence the warning that man should enjoy his youth upon earth. THGN 973 FF, cf. 877 F 1191 FF, 1009 F, Sol 24, THGN 719 FF. 3/12. Thana/to/entes aphalos/methian ancient saying often repeated. Cf. Berg on Simon. 122, 2, knock on Soph L. 1173. 4/12. Hades himself plays the part of Thanatos and carries off the souls to the lower world. Thus as early as Semen. I, 13F, 2/SD, /ray deaderm /news p/mp meli /ners, I/dares hupo /ch thono /s. In metaphorical language, ha/iders for tha/natos is quite regular from the time of Pindar onwards. This, in turn, lent support to the use of the name of ha/iders instead of the personified tha/natos. So esp. In Pi O Roman 9:33-5, cf. Besides Epigur gr. 89:34 to /nde, ma/arsaz ha/iders hoiskodias amp/balin t/rugas, cf. 201-252-12. And therefore in your, alc. 261, we should not alter the taroto /s ha-idas, who is named instead of Thanatos not, even in favor of the otherwise ingenious blee/pawn. Ha/dan. 5/12. Darrow /ne/nerthanger equals sol/sasucher /nk/samai ho/steli/thos a/thagos thgn. 567. F. The condition of things in Hades is regarded exactly as in the Homeric pictures. THGN. 70410. 7/12. Mim. Roman 2:13. A/los d. How equals pi/don epidu/edi. Ho equals nt ma/lista hyme /ron kata /ger equals se/archedi eyes I/dern. Without children, there can be no assurance that the cult of the soul will be carried on. But we may well believe that the attaching of so much importance to offspring was assisted by the natural human belief that the man who left children behind him on earth did not completely perish in death. Hence eogene/ssd chi /atha/natin hos th nerdo equals herg/anerces, as in Plato, SMP. 206e. This alone gives a meaning and a reason for the widespread belief among the Greeks that the wicked man who is punished after his death in his children and children's children himself feels that punishment. 8/12. Semen, 1-3, Mim, 2 Sol 1363 ff. 14, THGN, 167 f. 425 ff. We may also add here the expressions of resignation, HDT, Romans 7:46, I/31. FR 8:2. 10/12. On the story of Midas and Silenos C. Greich. Roman p. 204 f. As to the ancient and often repeated maxim archicircumflex /n or pa/enton Myanmar /fu equals niepich/thoni/oisin a/riston ktl. See BGK, Opusk. Roman 2 214, PLG 4. Roman 2 p. 155 f. Nietzsche RH. Muse, Roman 28 212 ff. Whose view that the 440 beginning archicircumflex /n is old and original, but not his involved explanation of this has been fully confirmed by the finding of the primitive form of the ago/n. Mahaffy, on the Flinders Petrie Papyri, I. p. 70. 12/12. Fr. 137. Usener, Gotternamen, 229:13, says of Sappho that she was possessed by the belief that as a poetess she would live again after her death among the gods, and would therefore become a heroine. See FRR. 68 and 136. But from these fragments of Sappho, no such belief can be extracted without first reading into them a good deal that they do not say. 13/12. Of the man who has fallen in glory on the battlefield, Tieteo says, 12:31f. Aud/pot /oss lo /enipo/ludi aud, o nam o/2 equals, all hupo /ger equals s per engi/neti atha/natos, i.e. in renown upon earth. THGN. Says to his Kianos, 243 ff. In your lifetime my songs will make you famous chi /ho/tandino for equals, as hupo /q/thesigai/e circumflex, bear equals as polycocu/2s isai/daudu/mus, aud/pot, aud /thano /enapoli equals s cli/os ala /meller/ seza/fitten anthro/poia /any/chononoma. Cf. Ish, Epigur. Roman 3 241 BGK equals 449d. Zu backslash enda backslash thime slash non p slash ledi cli slash os. 14 backslash 12. Even in Hades the dead perceive ch thoni slash a phreni if they themselves or the eratai slash of their descendants upon earth are praised. Pi PV 98 cf. O Roman 8 81 ff. Roman 14 20 ff. Anth. Pal, Roman 7 43 3 to Europe. I slash s thigh d. Hupo backslash ch thono backslash so circumflex slash n, ho slash tai soi cli slash os a slash thitten e slash sty ktl, in the expressions collected by Muse Job. F. Philol. 1889, p. 812 f. From the 4th century orators there only remains a very faint recollection of such a belief. 15 backslash 12. Semen. 2 equals me backslash enthano slash entos auka backslash en enthumi slash metha. I slash typhrani equals men, play equals on harem slash rares mir equals s stes. 51, adel slash stata gar kai backslash ama slash chana 2 backslash s thano slash entas klai slash ein. 52, thano slash entos andro backslash s pa equals s oppose slash ludai pot anthro slash pon cha slash ris. 16 backslash 12. This emerges at once if we review the material collected by H. Muse upon the conceptions appearing in the Attic orators of existence after death. Job, F. Philol. 1889, pp. 800-115. For the cult of the soul and all that attaches to it, the orators are our most authoritative witnesses, and as such are frequently examined in the sections of this book that deal with the subject. 17 backslash 12. I slash tines to equals and tetaluterco slash ton la slash boyantro slash potini 2 equals new equals and gignum slash new pro slash gmatos ai slash s therson and frequently in this style. Cf. The passages quoted by Westermann on D. Lept. 2087. Cf. Also Lears, Pop. Offs. 329 ff. The question is always whether the dead are capable in any way of apprehending what goes on in this world. The continued life of the dead is never doubtful, but rather implied throughout, for without such implication no possibility whatever would be left for that eye. 19 backslash 12. This is well brought out by Lears, Pop. Offs. 331. But the statement holds good in an even more precise and exclusive sense than he there gives it. The words of Hyper, Epit, Roman 13, section 39, deal simply with the existence in Hades of those who have died for their country, with some traditional embellishments. See above, chapter Roman 7 and 5. This much can hardly ever have been expressly doubted or denied by any orator. But it is wrong to say, as Lears does, p. 331 that hip expresses, though in other words, what was afterwards laid down by Rhett. Roman 6:5 as proper for such funeral speeches, no, only for private funerals, which is quite another matter. It is true that the advice there given is to say that the soul is atha slash nados and now dwells, 441, with the gods, but it never enters into the head of hip to say any such thing, nor in the frag. Of the speech preserved by Staub, FL, 124:36. In fact, the precept of this sophistic writer, still more the advice given by men. Rhett, Dueng Com, 414:16 ff, 421:16 ff, sb. Rather reveals the enormous contrast between the style of the sophistic funeral oratory of a later period and the real characteristics of the old Attic funeral orations. A difference founded upon the difference of sentiment manifested by the public that listened to such speeches in two different ages. Even the statements of Epit. 60:34, pa slash redroy toy equals s ka slash to thea equals s together with the agathoi backslash, a slash endres of earlier times, enmaka slash ron nair slash soys, betray sophistic coloring, though falling far short of the excesses of PS, D, H, and men. Rhett. 20 backslash 12. The only thing agar slash rantos about those who have fallen in the wars of freedom is their eulogy slash e circumflex Simon. 104, cf. 106, 4, with BGK, snote. 99, 34 out backslash tethna equals cthano slash entes epe slash sbh. Eriter backslash kathu slash perthan qdi slash news. Ana slash jdo slash mottos xa slash do, which is imitated in the epitaph of Thrasymachos the cretin out backslash thano backslash and erita equals so num ol slash sas. Ala backslash sifa slash macude slash news. Ana slash jdo slash mottos xa slash da, bch. 1889, p. 60. 21 \12. Clue equals thigh slash moi, pater, thou equals ma brodo equals n, ta equals s iezo slash umid slash on sucha equals s melanip. 6. The words thou equals ma brodo equals n, modeled on the thou equals ma brodo equals c of Homer, can refer only to Dionysos of the gods who enter into the question here. Dio slash nusos, cha slash arima brode equals sin, x 325. Further, it is natural to think of Dionysos in the work of a dithyrambic poet. 22 \12. The dead man amph ake slash ronti neata slash on, pi n Roman 485. This is the general assumption, e.g. Pisi 1922, O Roman 933.5i, Roman 859f, fr. 207 bgk. 23 \12. E slash stida backslash chi slash t thano slash entessin me slash rose ka backslash and no slash mon erdo slash menon. Katakru slash te d, oko slash nisugo slash non kedna backslash encha slash rin, o Roman 8, 77 ff. 24 \12. Something of the kind is adopted for the moment, e.g. in o. Roman 14, 20 ff. Roman 8, 81 ff. A real belief in such a possibility appears perhaps most clearly in PV 98 ff. 25 \12. For him who dies fighting for his country there is in store not blessedness, but only fame, I Roman 7, 26 ff. He who comes kala backslash e slash arzais ida equals sater izai slash dostathmoen has little reward for his pains. His reward would, in fact, have been just the praise given in the ida slash ox 91 ff. cf. N Roman 7, 32. 26 \12. A strange expression is the di slash mon gene slash th leos of O Roman 13, 105. In the same poem we also have xenopho equals entos di slash mon 28, which in this case at least is something more than destiny. Otherwise the normal meaning of di slash mon in Pindar, cf. PV 123, I Roman 7, 43. It almost seems as if it were intended to describe the ancestor spirit that brings good luck to the house like the genius generis or hair/rose suganeas. See above, chapter V, N, 132. 27 \12. Amphiaraus O Roman 6, 14, N Roman 9, 24 ff. X 8 f amph, from his underground cavern sees the fighting in the war of the Epigon, P Roman 8, 3956. There is no suggestion that the epi/gon inquire at his oracle as descend supposes. With this the ho equals d, ip marnim / non 43 is inconsistent. Ganymedes translated to eternal life, o. I 44, x 104 f. Apart from this there are temporary translations to the gods or from one place on earth to another, o I 36 ff. Roman 9, 59, p Roman 9, 5 ff. I Roman 8, 20 f. 29 \12. Ala /t prosp / Roman e /mpan e circumflex / migan no on e circumflex / toy foo / sin athana / toys n Roman 6, 4 f. 30 \12. Skia equals so / nara / anthropos p Roman 8, 95. Hien andro equals he / theo equals ng / nos. Ekmia equals s to /pne / omen matro / s ampho / terry. D / rj to / pa equals sa kekrem nedu / namis. 442, hos to /me / naud / n. Ho to /chakios asfil / s ea / and he does me / ni orano / s. N Roman 6, 1 ff. 32 \12. Pindar in these lines speaks only of the ao equals nos I / dalan, but that by this he means the sucher / is obvious in itself and is stated by Plutarch, who preserves the lines cons. Adipol. 35 p. 120d peri / sucher equals s / gon, cf. Rom. 28. Sucher / in Pindar sometimes stands for what is otherwise called cardi / a or frere / n. Heart or disposition, e.g. pi 48, Roman 4, 122. N Roman 9, 39, I Roman 4, 53b and O Roman 2, 77 and prob. Also P Roman 3, 41, disposition, N Roman 9, 32. The word is sometimes, as in Homer, equivalent to Zyre / P Roman 3, 101, such a / n lipoen it simultaneously equals life, and the alter ego dwelling within the living man, O Roman 8, such a / sba / lon, cf. Ni 47. But the poet knows also the full meaning of such a / in the older idiom and belief. Entirely in the manner of Homeric usage, such a / denotes the spiritual double of mankind, which survives the man himself, in those instances where the sucher / of the dead is said to be still in existence. Such a / and komi / xi, p Roman 4, 159, n Roman 8, 44f. Su / enagame noni / a such a equals, is Cassandra sent into Hades, p Roman 11, 20f Persephone anidid, equals such a / spa / lin out of Hades, fr. 133, 3 bgk. II, 68, such a / ni / datelis / on in death. Such a / is also used in the old idiomatic sense in fr. 132, 1, which is, however, spurious. Such a / in Pindar never denotes the psychical powers of the living man inclusive of the intellect, much less the intellect, nu equals s, alone. 33 / 12. Chi / so equals mamien pa / enton, he / pedithana / to peristhene equals, zo equals on d, et lay / pediao equals nas I / dalan. To / gar estimo / nonic theo equals n, fr. 131-96 boke. 34 / 12. Oi equals c to / versepho / na poina / n palu equals p / entheos de / zi fr. 133. What is meant is undoubtedly the ancient guilt of the soul for which Perseph receives satisfaction. This guilt can only be called a p / enthos if she who accepts the satisfaction is regarded as herself grief-stricken by the guilty dead, if, in fact, the deed has been the occasion of mourning for Persephone. That this can apply to the goddess of the underworld is startling, but it cannot be got rid of by artificial interpretation, as Dessen would like to get rid of it. Pindar follows throughout the analogy of the ancient procedure of expiation in the case of blood guiltiness. But this procedure seems to be familiar with the idea that, apart from the agkistei of the murdered man, the underworld gods themselves, as guardians of the souls, are immediately injured by the deed and stricken by grief, and must receive satisfaction on their own account. Hence, in certain legends, typificatory of ritual, the murderer not only has to fly from the land, but to undergo servitude to the ch-tho/neoi. Apollo, especially after the slaying of Python, has to serve a /d merdos, i.e. Hades for an Anaiateris, more on this subject below, n40. Thus, the guilty soul banished from its proper home serves a great year under Persephone, and this is the poina / that it pays. 35 / 12. O Roman 2, 63-5. Everything here refers to judgment and compensation in Hades. In the words thano / entonmi / and enthidi, audi / k, apas / lamna, free / nes poina / se / tissen the entha / de cannot possibly belong to the poina / se / tissen, as Aristarchus supposed, so that the words should refer to the punishment in the course of a new birth upon earth of crimes committed in Hades, in itself a remarkable conception. Thano / entes alone would not be put for thano / entes chi / anabioko / tes, and we can only understand by the word those who after a lifetime upon earth have died and are now spending their time below in the underworld. Moreover, it is hardly likely, as Tai Mommsen reminds us it not. Crit, ad Olymp. 24, that the exposition of the knowledge of the future. 62, on the part of 443, a man still living upon earth would begin with what may happen to man, not after his death, but in a second appearance upon earth that is to fall to his lot later on. We must first of all be told what happens after the conclusion of the present condition of life, viz., that upon earth. Finally, the use of audi / ka is quite satisfactory if it refers to the judgment in Hades that follows immediately after death, while it is meaningless in Aristarchus' interpretation. Hence Rochenstein writes O equals tis a mere conjecture and a superfluous one. The view that the me / and a / of 63-4 necessitates Aristarchus' explanation is not convincing, as Lubbert thinks, Ind. Skal. Bon. Hib. 1887, p. Roman 18. Incidentally, he quite unjustifiably introduces specifically Platonic fancies into Pindar, p. Roman 19. The thono slash enton mi n of 63 is not answered till ho slash soy d ito slash el masin. 75, just as the audi slash ka of 63 does not receive its contrast, till we come to what happens much later after, the life on earth has been thrice repeated described in 75 ff. The d slash of 64 and 67 are subordinate, not adversative, to what is introduced by the mi n of 63, and they continue the thought. The nth slash d of 63 might indeed, in accordance with an otherwise correct usage, be connected with a pas slash lamnoi free slash ness, as it is by one of the scholiasts. The free slash ness which have committed crimes here upon earth. But a pas slash lamnos does not mean celeratus, impious, nor does it in the passages adduced for this meaning by Zasher dis. Halens, Roman 3, 237, THGN, 281, Sim, v. 3. The pas slash lamnoi free slash ness are simply equivalent to the amenerna backslash ka slash rarna of Homer, and are a very suitable expression for the Psyche slash of the dead, though not indeed for the Psyche slash of the reborn as Aristarchos would have it. No alternative remains save to connect thono slash enton and entha slash de. Simulac mordui sunt hic, s desedunt hinc, desen. The sentence ta backslash d, en ta equals do, must then either be a more exact description of what has been stated generally just before in poina backslash se slash tissen, and this is Mommsen's view supported by one schol, or else be subordinated together with its contrasted I slash size de backslash. 67 ff, to poina backslash se slash tissen. Poina slash in Pindar means regularly compensation, whether expiation for evil deeds or reward for good, cf. Pi 59, Ni 70b. If we might suppose that by a brachyllogy not beyond possibility in Pindar poina, backslash se slash tissen is put for poina backslash se slash tissen chi backslash ed slash xanto, then the sense might be: after death the souls receive at once recompense for their actions, and then follows the division of the bad 64 ff. and the good 67 ff. But we may perhaps rest content with Mommsen's explanation. 37 backslash 12, plu, delat. Vive. 7, p 1130c after citing the lines of Pindar fr. 130-95 adds, the rivers of Erebos, dicho slash men a chi backslash apocru slash taunts agno slash a chi backslash lair slash there 2 backslash s cosome slash news. This might possibly be an addition made by Plu. On his own account he had frequently spoken of eyes a slash noyen, auto backslash and embale equals n, etc., in his war against the Epicurean la the bio slash sas, and here the same thing appears again from Erebos. But the words are more probably a paraphrase from Pindar. At any rate, what is said in Plu about the emner equals my chi backslash lo slash goy of the Eusibe equals s in clear contrast with the lair slash there of the Asibe equals s, comes from Pindar. This is shown by the allusions of Aristide. P 146, 1 dind. From this parallel it is also clearly proved that the lair slash there does not refer, as lairs, pop, offs. 313 thinks, to the forgetfulness of the Colazo slash men in the minds of the living, but forgetfulness of their previous life by the Colazo slash mene themselves. Accordingly, we are to suppose that Pindar assigns retention of memory and complete consciousness only to the good in Hades, as their special privilege, cf. the position of Teresias in K 494, while the punishment, 444 of the wicked is enhanced by lair slash there, cf. Above, chapter Roman 7 n. 21, not to have fallen a victim to lair slash there in Hades, not to have drunk the waters of Letheas occasionally alluded to in poetico-religious utterances of later times as a special privilege of the good, e.g. Epigur. Gr. 204, 11 1st century BC, 414-10. Lair slash theirs and emner masu slash ners per slash ger in Hades, as in the sanctuary of Trophonios at Lebadia, Paus. 939-8, Epigur, 1037 cf. Above chapter Roman 7 n21, chapter Xi n96, and see also below. 38 backslash 12. Toy equals sila slash mp mi en mi nos ali slash uta backslash en entha slash denu slash kta ka slash to fr. 129. In this naive conception, what Helios only threatens to do in Homer, do slash samai isai slash daukai backslash en neku slash se slash no, he does in reality and regularly during the earthly night. The same idea must be referred to in O Roman 2, 61 ff. I/sun de /nu/ k tessin I sun and haim /rise ha lion chance. So boke. The esthle live in the cho equals rose usibo equals and in Hades. They have by night and day the same sun, as we. The apone /steron of 62 also implies this. That is to say, just as much of the sun as we have on earth, only in reverse order of time. The sun only shines upon the usibe equals s below. Mo/noise gar hermi equals and hair/leos chi /fi /gigos hilero /and st, sing the initiated in Hades in R. Ran, 454 f, but it is the same sun which shines upon them as shines on us. Fo equals scos /listen ho /spur entha to 155. Solemn suum sua sidera norant is a subtlety of later excogitation. Helios shining by night in Hades occurs again in the late Greek hymn Hair/lion, Orph, p. 291 ob. v. 11, e circumflex and guy /e circumflex, cuthmo equals namo /lair s neku on t, epi /cho equals ron. Epiger. Gr. 228b, 78, lairdogene /s, su de pi equals dasen hero /se fula /s sois. Useb on e /cho equals ron epercho /minos. 40 /12, fr, 133 ina /to e /te. What is meant is beyond all question, after the expiration of an anateris. Period of 99 months, i.e. 8 years and 3 intercalary months. A period which besides being familiar as a cycle of religious festivals, Apolline specially, but not exclusively, also occurs in the ancient procedure of atonement for murder as the period of self-banishment and servitude in a foreign land undergone by the murderer. Apollo after slaying Python serves me /gan is eniato /n, i.e. an anateris, in the house of Admetos, i.e. the god of the lower world, and then returns purified, Muller, Dorian's, I. 338. In the same way Heracles serves Eurystheus. At least a trace of this is found in 2, 5, 11, 1. See Muller, Dorian's, I. 445. After the murder of Iphitos, Heracles has to serve as bondsman to Omphale. Peculiar in this case is the combination of this species of atonement for murder with the buying off of the relatives of the murdered man 2, 6, 2, 5, DS4, 31, 5. At the end of this period of service, he is once more pure. Hagno /se circumflex equals ns track. 258. Cadmos after slaying the dragon and the Sparte / serves Ares, the Chthonic. For an eniato /s of 8 years 3, 4, 2, 1, Muller, Orchomen. 213. Hippotes after the murder of Mantis has to fly the country de /ka e /ter 2, 8, 3, 3 on the analogy of this custom the gods, too, who have broken an oath sworn by the Styx are banished 9 years from the rest of the Olympians, and confined to Hades, since menial service of the chtho /neoi is the essential idea of all such apeniatismo /s. He's, th. 793 ff. Orph. Fr. 157. With a reminiscence of this expiatory banishment, Pindar makes the souls at the conclusion of their earthly pilgrimage, which is itself a banishment, undergo a final period of penance in Hades for an anateris, at the end of which the poignard / for the ancient crime is regarded as completely paid off the life on earth, and the period in Hades which follows is regarded as an exile of the souls, on account of serious crime. Such an idea was most natural if the real home of the soul was thought of as being 445, a divine, not earthly country. The idea occurs quite clearly in Empedocles, certainly uninfluenced by the brief allusions of Pindar. See above, chapter Xi, N75. 41 /12. Fr. 133. The similarity to the promises made by Empt, Fr. 146, 457 f, is immediately apparent, but is not to be explained by imitation of Pindar by Empt, but simply by the similarity of imaginative outlook which led to similar results in the 2 cases. Elevation to the rank of hero is the reward which next awaits the man who is born a king, according to this view. Very remarkable is the manner in which Pindar, O Roman 2, 5862, effects the transition to his eschatological statement. the man who possesses plu equals tas eritai equals s dededalmi slash nos knows the future, viz., what we are then told about the fate of the soul hereafter. This assertion, which seems to attribute to the virtuous great man at once a higher and a profounder knowledge, is perhaps best explained by the illusions of Fr. 133. He who has reached this highest stage of earthly happiness must deduce from that very circumstance that for him now it is fated after another death to become a hero. He therefore knows that everything, indeed, happens that is related in LL. 6374, but that before him in particular lies that which follows in LL. 75 FF. And this is to be regarded as the real import of what the man in question knows, 62, while the rest, 6374, is only added for the sake of completeness. Thuron, therefore, for it is he who is alluded to throughout, may be assured beforehand that after death he will be gathered to the heroes. This is what Pindar means to say here, or at least to give the sonatoi slash to understand 91 FF. As a matter of historical fact, Thuron was worshipped with Herikai / Timai / after his death, DSI 53-2. 42 / 12, FR 133. There is according to Descent a contradiction between FR 133 and O Roman 2 75 FF. In the latter 3 periods of life on earth are necessary before the final departure, in Fr. 133 only 2. This variation would be got rid of if we could adopt the interpretation given by Tai Mommsen, Adnot, Crit, Olymp. 30, and assert that in O Roman 2 also Pindar only speaks of 2 earthly lives with a single residence in Hades intervening. But the words ease tri s hecate / rothai may / nance, 75-6, can hardly bear any other interpretation than 3 times on each of the 2 sides. Not on both sides, once on that side, twice on this side, total 3 times. At the same time, there is nothing in Fr. 133 to prevent us taking the same number of lives, 3 as a minimum, to be implied there too. We are not there told that the birth as kings, etc., must always be the one to follow the first birth. In this case, also 2 earlier lives may have gone before. 44 / 12. E / tailin dio / s hodo / and para / crow / nu 2 / arsin, O Roman 2, 77. What exactly is to be understood by the way of Zeus was presumably clearer to the sonatoi / versed in the mythology of mysticism for whom Pindar is here writing, than it is to us. It must mean, as Boke supposes, the way which Zeus treads in order to reach that island, far to the west in Ocanos, inaccessible as the land of the Hyperboreans to ship or traveler on foot. It is a special Athana / Ton Hodo / S like that which leads to Homer's Grotto of the Nymphs, N112. Ac. To Berg Opusk, Roman 2, 708, it is cert that Pindar means the Milky Way. Along this the gods travel to the house of Zeus, Ovid, Mi 168, and Orpheus in the same way. Fr. 123, 17 Ob speaks of the Theo equals Nhade / Oranio / Non in the heavens. But the souls could only be made to travel along the Milky Way if their habitation was placed in the sky, as it often was later. So, as Burke points out following Lob, Agel. 935, 446, the Impeditimos of Heracled. Pont calls the Milky Way Hodo / Sucho equals Ento equals Nha equals Darntuen NRS / no diaporom / non-ap. Philip. In Arist, Meet, p. 117, 10 Hade. See above, chapter Roman 9, N111. But Pindar situates his Maka / Ron Nair equals sauce in the ocean, 78. It is difficult to see how the souls could arrive there on the Milky Way from the place where they find themselves after death. We may surely acquit Pindar of the later fancies about an Ocanos in the heavens. QS Roman 3, 761 FF. Cited by Tafel, knows of a special way belonging to the gods which leads from heaven down to the Erlu / Sion Pedi / on. But the way by which the souls reach the Maka / Ron Nair equals sauce does not, like that way, begin in heaven. We should rather think of some way only passable for gods and spirits, leading from the inhabited world over the pathless ocean to the latter's sources, far in the west. 45 / 12. In O Roman 2, 84-5, it is certainly Kronos who is meant, as Didymos took it, though he gave an absurd interpretation of the passage, and not Zeus as Aristarchus imagined. The exceedingly corrupt and owing to the intrusion of glosses, unmetrical lines are beyond certain restoration. The emendations of the Byzantine scholars give the required sense what happened to the incorrigibly wicked. In accordance with the theory of the soul's transmigration, two alternative views as to their fate were possible. They might be regarded as passing from body to body unceasingly, empedical, or as doing penance by suffering eternal punishment in hell, as with Plato and others. The circumstances in which he alludes to these matters do not give Pindar any special occasion to declare himself for either view. He has only to speak of the final condition of the just. The fate of the asabe equals S is left in semi-obscurity. Something about the matter is, however, said in Fr. 132. Such a /aseb/ on hover under the vault of heaven that covers the earth, guy / a either corrupt or grammatically bad Greek, while the pious above the vault of heaven, epira / neoi, sing to the great blessed one. Everything in this is unpindaric. The inadequacy and even incorrectness of the language, malpai equals sn who / m noise, the unconcealed monotheism of the phrase ma / kara me / gan, the conception of the souls as having nothing else to do than sing to the one God, the whole idea that these blessed ones dwell in heaven. This last is an idea familiar to Greeks of a later period, nor is the division of souls into hupera / neoi and epira / neoi unknown to them. Cf. Epiger, gr. 659 ff. But Pindar cannot have written anything of the kind. It is even doubtful whether Clem. Al, who SDR, Roman 4 640p, names as the author of the lines twen melipoio / n meant Pindar by the words Theodoret. Gr. Af. C. Roman 8 599c, who attributes the second half of the frag to Pindar, had no other source but the same Clem. Al. But it may be doubted whether the whole is to be attributed to any Greek of the older faith. It has quite the appearance, as Zeller, Soccer, and Socratics, p. 24 n3 strikingly suggests, of one of those Jewish forgeries in which Jewish monotheism and the ideas connected with it were to be fathered upon Greek antiquity. Welker, K.L., Schur, v. 252 ff. Gotterl, I. 741f defends the Fr. and most unconvincingly connects the such a / hupera / neoi and epira / neoi of the Fr. with the quite different die / moans, epichthos / neoi and hupachthos / neoi of his. Op. 123 and 141. He thinks he can defend the genuineness of the lines, which had already been declared spurious by Decen, by pointing to the words of Horace about Pindar's threr equals noi, O Roman 4, 2, 21. Flebili sponsi euvenum raptum ploret, et vires animumque moresque orios educit in astra nigroque invidit orco. Even supposing that this referred to the transport of the souls, to the stars the witness of Horace thus given would only 447 remove a single difficulty from a passage that has other overwhelming difficulties in profusion. But Horace says nothing of the transport of the soul to the heavenly regions, vires, animus, mores. All these together refer not at all to the sucher / but to the e circumflex equals those and the eritai / of the dead. Pindar, Horace means, rescues the memory of the nature and merits of the youth from decay. Only the fame which the poet secures for him is under discussion. Educit in astra and invidit orco mean nothing more than, he rescues the memory of the dead from oblivion, exactly as in the epitaph quoted above, N20. Haud thano / and erita equals esonum, o circumflex / lesses, ala / sifa / macudai / news, ana / jdo / mottos xa / da. Thus, it is least of all to be concluded from Horace's words that Pindar transported the souls of the Eusebae equals S into the heavens, rather that in the threr equals noi as much as anywhere else see above, N25 Pindar sometimes only recognizes the immortality of fame. Of that alone does Horace speak. 46 / 12. O Roman 2 celebrates the victory which Thuron had won at Olympia in all, 76, but was probably written some time after that victory. Thuron died all, 77, 1 or 76, 4. 47 / 12. Sicily was rich in cults of Chthos / neoi, in which Gelon, Hieron and their ancestors were hierophants, hdt. Roman 7 153. Pi o, Roman 6 95. So too, Acragas the city of Thuron, and the home of impedolds, which also is not without its importance, was Persephone/Nas Hedus, pi p Roman 12, 2, having been given by Zeus to Persephone on her marriage. Pi o Roman 2, 16, as also had, in addition to other cities, Pindar's native city Thebes, Euphorion fr. 48, cf. Eur. Phone, 684 ff. Thuron's family traced its descent from Eteocles, the son of Oedipus. It is very possible that the hopes of a blessed immortality of the soul, such as were fostered in many ways in the cult of the Chthos/Neoi, and particularly in that of Persephone, should have been familiar to Thuron from such a cult and attractive to him. 48/12. The theological character of much of Pindar's work makes knowledge of mystic doctrine not surprising in him. In Fr. 137 he speaks of the Eleusinia, to which he otherwise owes nothing. In Fr. 131, though the words are unfortunately most corrupt and probably contain lacuna as they have been transmitted, he speaks of the releasing initiations. All by /ad ha pants ai equals sa lucy /panantellito, and this is the form of the words required by the meter, dactyloepitritic, and thus, not teleuta/n they appear in plu. Cons. Apol. 35 p 120d and also in cod. Vatic. 139, which I have collated. 49/12. Ig, Roman 14 equals ig. Sic, edit, 641, 123. Harrison Murray Prolgum, 661 ff. Vors, 66b, 1819. The inscription of the oldest of these poems belongs to the 4th century BC. The verses can, however, be cited here because the original, or rather the two originals, upon which the poems are modeled were older than the oldest of the 3 surviving inscr, which itself shows serious corruption of the primitive text, and nothing prevents us from supposing that the original forms of these verses go to the 5th century. The common ancestor of versions 2 and 3 is not derived from version 1, even in the parts in which it agrees with that version, but from a still older original, Ac. To Dioderich, Nicaea 128f, 135f, the lines are taken from a poem of Orpheus' descent to Hades, but of this they themselves offer not the slightest suggestion. 50/12. The feminine e/r chamai et cathero equals n cathera/ and also nu equals nd, haik tes herco, though this indeed is metrically impossible. Ig. Roman 14, 641, 2, L6 refers probably to the sucher/ and not to the sex of the dead person, as though a woman were speaking in all 3 cases. Moreover, in 448, number 1, 9, Persephone speaks as though to a man o/l by chi /makar res/ theo /sd, e/ser anti /brodoi equals o. 51/12. L1, e/r chamai et cathero equals n cathera/ ch thoni/ on basi/ leia. This is certainly the right punctuation, and is given by the editors, and not Hoffman's et cathero equals n cathera /chth. B. Pure and born of the pure, referring to the immediate parents of the dead. More distant ancestry would be expressed by a po/. Cf. Cos/kistos kak kako equals n, etc. knock on sof ot. 1397, ph 874. Agathoi /x agatho equals no/n tes andoc, m 109. 52/12. The parents are katheroi/, the soul of the dead kathera/, simply as being purified, sanctified, intellitai/ of the Chthos/Neoi. In the same way elsewhere, the mistai are ho/sioi, the pure. See above, chapter Roman 6, n 18. 53/12. Chi /gar ego / and humo equals ng/nas o/elbian eu/chamai I equals menso in all 3 versions. 54/12. Ala/me moi equals r, eta/mas chi /asteroper equals ta carano equals n, particip. So in the original to which the readings of 3 versions point, as restored by O. Hoffman in GDI. 1654. Asterobler equals ta is in number 1, this might simply equals asteropobler equals ta, but it may only have been substituted by mistake for asteroper equals ta, equals asteroperter/s of Homer. The line in this form occurs in number 1, 4. Versions 2 and 3 have I/t me moi equals r, eta/mas, I/T astropair equals ta Carano equals n. But the dead had no choice between natural death. For this is what moi equals ra must mean as contrasted with death by the thunderbolt and death by being struck by lightning. One or other of the two or more forms of death must in actual fact have occurred. In this embarrassment for death by lightning is not a very frequent occurrence. The ancient verse was altered in such a way that it might refer also to one who had died a natural death. The attempt was indeed not a great success. Originally, death by lightning can alone have been mentioned, as in number 1, and the original form of the lines must have referred to someone who had actually perished in this way. The dead person was then immediately regarded as sanctified simply on account of the method of his death. He became a hiero /s necro /s, translated to a higher and continued life. See above, chapter Roman 9, N 127, and Appendix I. This is the only interpretation of the lines, which gives any point to the introduction here of this peculiar manner of death. One, who has been thus translated out of life, will certainly now be theo /s anti /brodoi equals o. 55 /12. Ku /close tear equals s gene /cos, rhoda fatty, etc. lob, aggle. 798 ff. 56 /12. Heimer2 equals d, ep /ban stefa new posi /carpali moisi, dispoi /nasd, hupo /co elpon edun ch thoni as basileas, number 16-7. The sti /phanos will probably be the sacred precinct, the enclosure that surrounds the realm of Persephone, as Dieterich de him. Orf. 35 very plausibly suggests. 58 /12. Ho /esmi pro /fran pm ser, he draws ease uage on. The he dry uage on correspond to the cho equals, rose usibo equals, n of other poets and mythologists. But the strange phrase does also contain an allusion to the fact that this paradise of the pure is specially reserved for the initiates of the mysteries. The uager /s, the man untouched by any agos, is ho/seos, ho/seos e sto chi uager /s law app, and M96, uaj equals n equals hosiu equals n in an ins. From Iolissos in Rhodes, I'm, Eg, I, 677. Ordinary non-religious language also preserves the original meaning of the word. It frequently means, in contrast to skodo/ders and the like, bright, pure, clean, and in places, too, where it is customary to insert without good reason uager/s, following the x of hemster. On your, supple. 662. 59 /12. The similarity with the stages of the reward given to the good in Pindar is obvious. Cho equals rose usibo equals n in Hades. Then, and not till then, 449, escape from the underworld and from human life as well. The only difference is that in pi, the soul's final end is to become a hare/rose, while here it becomes theo/s. 61 /12. Id 641, 1 v 10, e/rifos es gael, e/pedin. 642, 4 theo /s edge /new x anthro /pu, e/rifos es gala e/peats. The conjunction of the two phrases in 642 shows that, as a kid I fell into the milk, is a condition of I became a god. We may certainly recognize in the phrase a su/entherma or su/embalon of the mysti like those usual in other secret initiatory rightsec tumpa /new effegen ktl. Lob. 23 ff, which refer to performance of symbolical actions in the initiation ceremonies. The precise sense of this su/entherma cannot be made out. Dieterich's efforts, H. Orf. p. 35, have not succeeded in clearing up the matter. 62 /12. Worth remarking is the instruction all, hopo/tam, such /proli/perfa/os ali/oyo. Dexio /nic/ nipefulagmi/nas eu equals ma/la/pa/nta. This, or something like it, may have been the original form of the lines, which have been thrown into confusion by the intrusion of the explanatory words de equals tina. Then at the conclusion, o circumflex equals, chi equals re, dexia /n hadoporo equals, n lamo equals na/st hieru /s chi /a/lc fursophonas. Chi/, This and nothing else is probably concealed by the cat of the inscription chi / long before a vowel in third thesis is even in Homer not unheard of. Here at a comparatively early date, we meet with the legend of the two ways at the entrance to the underworld, of which that to the right leads to the cho equals rose eusibo equals n, the left to the place of punishment of the / dicca. It may derive from the fancies of South Italian mystic sects. Dexio / n and Aristero / n in the Pythagorean table of opposites end in Oionistike, for a long time before that mean the same as Agatho / n and Kako / n Arist. Metaph. 15 p 986a 24 cf. Iamb vp 156. The U Pythagoreum denoted the parting of the ways of life to the right to virtue and to the left vice, serve, A Romans 6 136 cf. O. John Pers, p 155 f. Plato transferred the two ways to the underworld probably following Pythagorean example rp. 614 c. cf. To / hodo / gorg. 524, a divorso itiner cato ap. Sol c. 52:13 in a Platonist passage. To the right the fountain of Mnemosyne, to the left that of Lethgrave tablet from Petelia, Epiger. Gr. 1037 equals ig. Roman 14, 638. The two ways in the underworld, of which that to the right hand regularly leads to salvation, are also spoken of by the Parter /s whose lines are quoted by Hippol. Rh. 58 p 164 80 ds. Perhaps Orpheus as Dieterich neck, 193 thinks. Cf. Also Verg, A Roman 6 540 ff. Hegesip, App, Roman 7 545 and the Jewish forgery under the name of Philem. Main, 467 6f. Roman 2 p 539 k. Three ways in the world of the spirits which he takes as being in the sky are seen by the impeditimos of Heracled. Pont, see above, chapter Roman 9 n 111, serve, gi 34. Plutarch also alludes to three ways in the underworld lat. Vive, Roman 7 p 1130, for in giving his quotation from Pindar's Thrair equals nos fr. 129:30, he suddenly, without having previously said anything about the other two ways, speaks of the tri/ter to equals enanosi / bibioko / ton chi / para / nomen hodo / s, which leads into erebos. We should suppose that he found these three ways in Pindar, whom he is making use of throughout the passage. Three ways would seem natural to one who knew of three classes of souls, the Eusibe equals s, and the Asibe equals s, having in between them those who have not strayed seriously from either side of the middle way of ordinary morality and deserve neither reward nor severe punishment. To these then was probably allotted, instead of the bliss or sorrow of the two other classes, the indifferent state of the Homeric I/dola kamo /enton. So at least it appears from Lucian, Luct. 7:9. A similar triple, 450, division occurs in a popular form app. Dh Roman 8 52 ad fin. 1. A place of punishment, a kind of Tartaros. 2. To / lair / there's pedion, which is here the indifferent state. 3. The aether / r, which is the dwelling place of the blessed. Verg. 2 has three classes, but he places the middling characters in the limbus infantium, beyond which the road first divides towards Elysium and Tartarus. Did Pindar then anticipate these, and incidentally he need not have been logically consistent about it introduce such a triple division of the souls? 63/12. Plato's violent attacks on poets and poetryan, which nevertheless act. To his own account, aud / n spouter equals s chari / n, alla / padia equals se / neca pa / nta draw equals taisho, once more clearly enough that in his time, the old Greek view of the poets as the true teachers of their age was by no means a thing of the past. It was precisely as teachers, whether rightly or wrongly so regarded, that they seemed to him dangerous and worth opposing. 64/12. Aristophanes is only formulating popular opinion and in unusually naive language when he says ran. 1030 tau equals ta gar a / endras, crer / puerta / s aske equals n. Ski / sigar app, archicircumflex equals s hose off / limito equals n pierdo equals n hoi geni equals oigid / nerntai ktl. And again 1053 ff. Where he is referring particularly to tragic dramatists, apocru / tain crer / to / panero / n to ng poierter / n, Kai /mer /per /jane, merd /dita /skane. Toy equals smien gar, pedari /oisin e /sty dita /skalos ho /sties fra /xi. Toy equals herbo equals sin de /poiertai /. 65 /12. This idea is alluded to as early as D160 ff. Then he's op. 282 ff. It is established for HDT. Cf. I-91 Roman 6 86. Further examples collected by Nagelsbach Nachum, Thial, 34 FTHGN, 205 ff. 731 ff. is particularly definite. Among Attic authors, cf. Saul, fr. 1329, Anni/Tuoi e/RGA Tai/Nausen, e. Hip, 831 ff. 1378 ff. Where note to n out /no/and t epi/tion fr. 98620 Lykurg, 79. It is briefly alluded to as a commonly held opinion by Isaac, 1125 cf. Lies, fr. 53 th. The case of Diagoras of Milos the /Theos may also be remembered, cf. Above chapter Roman 7, N16. This idea of the punishment of the son for the deeds of the father receives its justification ac. Tu plu, Sir, nu, Romans 6. 16, 559d, quite in accordance with primitive ideas, in the unity that belongs to all the members of the same G/na, so that in the person of the Son it is the Father himself, though he may be dead, who is also punished. The idea arises from the deeply ingrained feeling of the unity, solidarity, and continuity of the ancient family cult circle, presupposed by the cult of souls. This is primitive and meets us, e.g. in India as well. Release us from the wrongs that our fathers have done, take away the sins of that we ourselves have committed, is the prayer to Varuna in the Rigveda, 786, 5 ta /ek prot /rana plakir /mata are transferred also to the next generation, like a pestilence-breeding substance, Oldenburg Rel. DV 289. Elsewhere the conception emerges that the guilty ancestor lives again in the descendant and is punished in his person. Robinson, Cycle, D. Naderv, 47. 66 /12. It is precisely on this point, namely, that evil does not befall men without their own fault, that the chorus, i.e. the poet of the Agamemnon, 757, acknowledges d/cha-d, a /lon mono /fron imi/. 67 /12. In this way, too, the Stoics saved the responsibility of men for their own deeds in spite of the unavoidable imarm/ner. The deeds would not have come to fruition if the personal sugkata/thesis of the man had not been added to the original necessary cause conditioning the acts. The sug, though not itself free, yet always remains f hermi equals n and makes us responsible. Sick, fat, 18, neems, nat, home, p 291 math. 451. 69 /12. Ta /gar ek prot /ranaplakir /mata /ninpro /esta /sd. Ta /s erinu /as apes j, eum, 934. 70 /12. Only when Ediocles and Polynaces have fallen in single combat e/lerx die /mon, sept 956. 71 /12. This idea is quite common in Homer Nagelsbach Hom Thial, 70f 320f, and in later times reappears frequently in the case of such authors as always or on occasion express popular ideas, THGN, HDT, ESP, Ur, CF, FR, Traj, ADESP, 455N, and the Orators, see Nagelsbach Nachum, TH, 54FF, 332F, 378. 72 /12. A pass /ter sticki as aukapostate equals theo /s fr. 301s. This, too, must be the meaning of other expressions in which the poet refers less plainly to the righteous purpose of divine deception. Pers. 93 ff. 742 frr. 156 302 cf. Also supple. 403 f. Aristoph. Makes his clouds speak quite in accordance with the Aeschylean ideas, nub. 1458 ff. This grim idea must, in fact, have had considerable success and spread beyond the stage. Falsehood and deception for a good end presented no difficulty to the mind of the Greeks, even as applied to their gods. Hence Socrates in Zen, Plato and certain Stoics could quite openly approve of and recommend such falsehoods, and the author of the Dial/Says, C3 in defending the same theory also appeals to the lines of Ish. 73/12. Ag. 1497-1508. Here there is a clear opposition between the popular view which attributed all guilt to an Alas/store tempting to crime, a reminiscence of which appears in Soph. L. 197 ff. And the more elevated conception of the poet who holds fast to the view that though the Alas/store may contribute to the result, the agent of the evil deed is not Ani/Teos. 74/12. The dead man stands in need of the cult paid by his surviving kinsfolk, Cho. 484, his grave Abomo/S, Cho. 106, Choi/Gamer/Leoi for him, 486 f. As an appeasement of his easily aroused wrath, Choi/Nert/Ron Maley/Gmata, Cho. 15. The dead man is still conscious of events both past and present upon earth. Fro/Nerma2 equals Thano/Entos, Odama/Zai Puro / Malera /No/those, Cho. 324 f. In the Song of Awakening, addressed to the departed, and the invocations sung by Electra and the chorus in Cho. The soul of Agamemnon is similarly regarded as fully alive and accessible to the callers, though, indeed, ex amora equals S Freno/S157, and addressed accordingly, cf. 139, 147 f, 156 f, 479 ff. Pers. 636. It is even expected that his soul, invisibly present in the upper world, will take an active share in the work of vengeance. A/kusin is fa/os molo/n, suen de /genu equals pro/s et through/s, Cho, 459, cf. 489. So too, Orestes, Eam. 598, hopes in his extremity of need that aroga /s ecta/fu p/mse pater/r. More especially, the murdered man has a right to be avenged by his agkiste equals s ud ap a/lon, Cho, 472, and Apollo himself has commanded Orestes to take such vengeance, Cho, 269 ff. Etc. Dread results of neglecting this duty, Cho. 278-96, possibly an interpolated passage, but still an extension of the words of A himself, 271 ff. In a sense thoroughly in consonance with popular belief. 75/12. The Aaronais only avenge the murder of a blood relation, and not therefore when one of a married pair is murdered by the other, Eam. 210-12, 604 ff. But the opinion emerges that they are particularly charged with the vengeance of a mother who has been murdered by her son, rather than a father who has suffered the same fate, 658 ff. 736 ff. Reminiscences of such a view in S.L. 341 ff. 352 ff. E. Orst, 552 ff. fr. 1064. This may possibly be an old popular belief, not fully understood by A. himself, which need not, however, as is often 452 supposed, depend upon an ancient system of matriarchy for which there is no other evidence in Greece. It is simply explained by the fact that the father has plenty of men still living among his kinsfolk who will avenge him, even against his own son. Whereas the mother who is separated from her own family can expect no avenger from that side, while in the family of her husband there will be nobody yet old enough to take vengeance on her own son. For this reason it is for her most particularly and necessarily that the daimonic avengers of murder must intervene, and they are the Aaronais, who are always thought of as only active where no earthly avenger is available. Of course, it could never be denied that there exists also patro /s uktai/ and Aranu/n, sep. 783. 76/12. Di/mon, Theo/s, d equals os ana/Kator, Isidai/mon Basilu/s are titles given only to the dead Persian king, Pers. 620, 633, 644, 651. They are, however, probably intended to characterize Persian and not Greek beliefs. The Greek king, too, is still a king in Hades, but not a Di/mon, Cho. 355-62. 77/12. Kake equals dika/zytamplicaire/math, hos logos, zu /s/los cf. Zer equals nato equals nkek merko slash ton 158, n camo equals sin husta slash taz d slash cas supple. 230 f, cf. 414 ff. Me slash gasgar ha slash iders st backslash neu slash thunos brodo equals ne slash nerd ch tho slash nos, deltagra slash fo de backslash pa slash nt apopa equals freni slash, eum. 273 ff. Not even in Hades do the Aaronites let the murderer go, eum. 340. The punishment in Hades seems to be regarded as merely supplementary to the perhaps delayed punishment of crime on earth d. Episcopi equals d slash castashe equals a2 backslash esmianen fa slash I ta backslash d, and medich me slash o circumflex sco 2 me slash necroni slash zontas a slash chair, 2 backslash sd a slash kratos e slash che nu x, cho. 61 ff. 78 backslash 12. 2 backslash esthano slash entaz, I the lays urgete equals ni slash t, u equals n caquij equals n, amphigc slash z slash cheto equals mer slash t chi rain mer slash t lupe equals esti necru slash s, fr 266. This does not, however, agree with Cho. 324 f, or with the frequently occurring expressions which presuppose consciousness and feeling, and so also chi rain and lupe equals esti in the dead. Consistency in such matters must not, in fact, be looked for in a non-theological poet. The sucher slash of the dead man a shadow without the sap of life, fr. 229. Death a refuge from earthly suffering, fr. 255. The speedy death which the chorus wish for themselves, ag. 1449 ff. Brings with it twen e backslash 8 slash lutin who slash pinon, and therefore a condition of unconsciousness, if not of complete nothingness. The shadow of Darius takes his leave of the Persian nobles in the fall. Words, hume equals s to slash, pre slash as bays, chi slash ret, n kaki equals s ho slash ma sucher backslash, and dido slash entes herdener equals kath herm slash ran, hos toy equals s thanu equals c plu equals toss out backslash n ophile equals, pers. 840 ff. This view of life is perhaps intended to have an oriental coloring, like the epitaph of Sardanapalus, which is rightly quoted in illustration of this passage. The reason given hos toi equals s thanu equals c ktl is perhaps to be similarly explained. 79 backslash 12. E slash endicus fage slash 37. Orestes is to his father's house d slash care catharter backslash s pro backslash s theo equals n hormerm knows 70. 80 backslash 12. One reason why no Erinnys pursues Orestes after he has murdered his mother is, indeed, the fact that Sophocles is treating the Electra in isolation as an independent drama and could not therefore introduce a fresh thread of interest at the end if he was to bring it to a satisfactory conclusion. But the mere fact that he could so arrange matters shows that for him, in contrast with Aeschylus, the belief in the veritable reality of the Erinnys and the necessary perpetuation of the idea of vengeance in the family was already obscured and almost obsolete. The ancient family blood feud is less important to him than the rights of the separate and independent individual. 81 backslash 12, Casual Allusions L, 504 ff. Oc. 965, Ant. 856, and cf. 584 ff, 594 ff. 453. 82 backslash 12. Oga backslash ri slash dois a backslash anathro equals n brodo backslash n ho slash sties a backslash n, itheo backslash s a slash goy, ekfuge equals n do slash nade, oc 252. Hotanda slash t's theo equals n blah slash ter, do slash nate a backslash enuda backslash n ho s the slash non fuge equals n, l. 696 f. ai slash share me n, o circumflex equals gunna equals kes, ood a backslash n high equals s fu slash goy brodo equals n poth ho equals chi backslash zu backslash s, as the one who rules and ordains everything, cf. l. 175. oc 1085, ephemer slash ser kaka, no sus d, ana slash g care taes thereless slash twos fee slash rain, fr. 619n. 84 backslash 12. It is fixed long before by an oracle, 821 ff. 1159 ff. It is not exactly overpowering violence or heaven-sent madness that drives Deianira to carry out the prophecy. It is rather an obscure force that transforms her purest intentions to an evil result. She herself is completely innocent. Hair/mart crersta /mom/nair. 85/12. The reason for this will of the gods is not revealed to us, either in Aut, or in the subsequent treatment given in Ak. The only thing that is made quite clear there is the complete innocence of Oedipus. As to the meaning of the divine purpose that has plunged him into such deeds of horror, the sufferer can only say thea equals s gaar e circumflex equals nhu/to phi/lon ta/ch ant merni/ausen isg/nos pa/li 964f. This is a passage in which modern interpretation of the ancients finds the upholding of the moral order in the world, clearly expressed as a motive of divine will. 87/12. Fr. 226n, Sappho /sgar aude /s player /n hoen a /ntima equals theo/s. Always theo/ns horo equals ta, ka /ne/zodi /cares equals nkelu/e circumflex, k equals s hod pore equals n creo/n. Ashro /n gar aud /n ho equals n huffergu equals n tai thea/. 88/12. Aias has angered the goddess because he has boasted that he could do without her help. Thus he has drawn upon himself asterger equals thea equals s orger/n, 776. The goddess makes him insane that he may recognize n theo equals n isku /n ho/ser, 118. Thus, her superior power is shown, and the folly of men who despise that power. But as for showing that the revengeful act of the goddess has any sort of moral purpose or meaning behind it, the pious poet makes no such attempt. The interpolation of ideas more familiar in modern times does not make it any easier to understand the peculiar character of such antique use/bea and Decidemoni/a. The same kind of fearful awe of the gods which we find here runs through the whole of Herodoto's historical writing. HDT was not without reason a friend of Sophocles, and meets us again in the character of Nicias, and to a large extent in Xenophon, too, Thuc, and on the whole Europe. For he varies, calmly ignore it or else violently reject it. Its nature is shown, better than in the more usual use/bea, by the phrase hair pro /s2 /s theau /s eula/bea, which also occurs, 59 near. 74. 89/12, track, 1266f, 1272, where however there remains a suspicion that the traditional text may be unsound, fr. 103n, parallels occur also in Phil. 90/12, there exists a region of divine mystery that is not to be fathomed. O gar a /n ta /the equals a crypto/n ton the equals n ma/thois a n aud, ipa/nt epic/l thois scopo equals n, fr. 833, cf. Ot. 280f, and pala /chi /lethi equals n kalo/n, fr. 80n. 91/12. The behavior of Athene in the prologue of the Aias is an exception. 92/12. Odysseus beholding the insane Aias. Epicti/rhoda/nin/du/sternan/o/nta, chi/pero/nta dusmaner equals, hathu/nek, a/ter/sugkate/zukti-kakir equals, aud /n to /2/2 ma equals lani circumflex /taumo /n scopo equals n. Horo equals gar herma equals s aud /no/entas a/low player and I/dol/ho/soiper zo equals men. E circumflex /ku/fern skia/n, ai. 121 ff. 93/12, eo /genii /brodo equals nktl, ot. 1186 ff. Ho/sties 2 equals please/onosme/ruse crer/psi, Ak. 121138, cf. FRR. 12 535, 536, 588, 859, 860. 94/12. Nor is Antigone affected by such motives as might appear from a casual or isolated study of such lines as Ant. 73 ff. The whole play, 454, shows that Antig. Throughout follows the a slash grapta casfalaire equals theo equals and no slash mima and the instincts of her own nature, without paying any attention to what may happen to her on earth, and without a side glance at what may be the result in the world below of her pious crime. 95/12. We often have nha slash idu kekutho slash ton ant. 911 muchu backslash skiche equals n2 equals ka slash to theo equals ai. 571 and other phrases be dead, cf. To be an oiker slash tor of erebos, ai. 395 ff. Hades seems to be called pando slash kos xeno slash stasis fr. 252. The confusion of the idea of a kingdom of Hades with that of the grave is shown in the not infrequent expression nha slash idu. Par ha slash ider k equals esti l. 463. 972. ph. 861. Phi slash lair met. Autou equals k slash sami phi slash lumita ant. 73. cf. fr. 518. 97/12. The dead man is a skia slash ai. 1231. Spodo /ski /skia /anafeller /sl. 1159a, Maird /nl. 1166, ai. 1231. In spite of this, in the Homeric manner, a definite shape and a measure of semi-conscious existence is presumed in the shades in Hades. 1371 ff doubt. I slash t's e slash sint eke equals cha slash ris l. 356. 98/12. Thano slash enton out backslash and a slash elgos a slash tere. 955. Toy equals esga backslash arthanu equals simo slash ch those oproski slash nete tr. 1173. 2 backslash esga backslash arthano slash entas ouch horo equals lupom slash news l. 1170. All 3 lines are denied to Soph by the latest criticism. 99/12. ph. 797 f. ai. 854 1220 ff. fr. 631 cf. afr 255 fr. tr. adesp. 360. Limir backslash and kako equals and hotha slash nados a commonplace of later moralists, see Wittenb. Plu, Moore, Roman 6 p. 720 was taken over from tragedy, the converse fr. 64, 275. 100/12. Collectively hoini slash arter the slash 1661, ant. 602. Hades in particular is often mentioned and also plu slash ton, ha slash ider stenigmoi equals eskai backslash goes ploudy slash zete, 30 fr. 251. Ho para backslash tuenake slash ronta, ta backslash enake slash rontos acta slash en ant. 812. Acta backslash en hesp slash ru theo equals, 177 theo backslash s ana slash s son l. 184. Persephone and Adonis, 1556 ff. Aranais Thanatos Kerberos, 1568 ff. Pompai equals os Hermer equals sch tho slash neos ai. 832, and cl. 110b, etc. ha slash iders, here as often equals tha slash nados desires to devour men. Die slash sasti l. 542, f, a popular conception or at least popular language. See above, chapter Roman 7, n25. 101/12. Hades ho s u slash t2 backslash piak backslash su slash t ter backslash encho slash rin oi equals den moner backslash nd, e slash sturks ter backslash and haplos d slash cairn, fr. 703, i.e. the justice of absolute equality, for all earthly distinctions have passed away. Hoji ha slash iders 2 backslash s no slash mus isus pathe equals, ant. 519. 102/12. Hair ga backslash are you slash bea somethner slash ske brode equals s. It dies when the man dies to whom it belonged, i.e. it follows him, or his sucher slash, into the lower world. No textual corruption need be assumed here. Ka backslash and zo equals c ka backslash and tha slash nasin auk apo slash ludai, ph. 1443 f. 103/12. Without ritual burial, the dead man is to equals n ka slash ta theo equals ena slash moiros act slash ristos ano slash ceos ni slash cus ant. 1070 f. 104/12. ta slash via hoi equals a toy equals sk slash to nomi slash zil. 326. K Terry slash smata 434 931 Lautra slash 84 434 cf. Above chapter V NN 106 107 E slash Empura 405. Choi slash 440 L. 452. Prayer is made to the dead that he shall help us, and Orestes. Ho slash pos to backslash lipo backslash and auto backslash enifneot slash rise chursi backslash ensti slash fomen e circumflex backslash ta backslash new equals and doru slash metha. At present only a lock of hair and a girdle. 448 ff. Offerings to the dead made by foes, and even the approach of such persons to the neighborhood of the grave is displeasing and hateful to the departed who lies therein. L. 431 ff. 442 ff. AI. 1394 f. cf. Above, chapter V, N 109. In this case, as in the cult of the soul generally, the presence of the dead man in the grave, or else in its immediate neighborhood, is presupposed not his departure into an inaccessible land of the dead. The latter view, retained from Homeric 455 poetry, is generally allowed to remain incongruously side by side with the former. 106/12. The god of the underworld is auk aperi slash tropos of the murdered man. L. 182 f. Hence all the gods and spirits of the lower world are summoned to take vengeance for the murder of Agamemnon. L. 110/16. We hear of d slash care hair zu slash noikos to equals n ka slash to theo equals n as the patron of the dead in their claim to justice. Ant. 451. 107/12. Heracles, in giving his last commands to Hyllos, finally threatens the latter. I de backslash mer slash mino equals s ego backslash chi backslash ni slash r then o circumflex slash n era equals osis e backslash baru slash str. 1201 f. cf. fr. 367. See above chapter V N 148. 108/12. Electra thinks that Agamemnon himself may have sent the Duspro slash Sopt, 1e slash Rada to Clytemnestra. L. 459 f. There is no reason for altering the traditional text here with Nocta make the gods the senders of the dreams instead of the dead man. Hair slash rose, too, can send nocturnal visions of terror. See above, chapter Roman 9, N 102. Here Electra supposes that by sending such harbingers of his wrath, the unavenged victim of murder has signified his readiness to assist in the taking of vengeance. This makes perfectly good sense and is the only interpretation that suits the context of Electra's admonitions to her sister. 109/12. Arogo slash SL, 454. Zo equals sin hoiga equals sk slash to k slash men. Poly slash aruten gar hi equals ma hupixero equals sito equals nk tano slash enton hoipa slash lithano slash entes L. 1419 f. The dead man brings death to the living. Knock on tr. 1163. 112/12. Oedipus does not die but vanishes, is seen no more. 1649. The depths of the earth open and receive him. 1661 f. 1681. What is meant is translation without death, as in the case of Amphiaraus, etc. The poet only hints at the miracle in intentionally vague words, but they cannot refer to anything but translation. O circumflex slash lido 1656, and ethane are therefore only inaccurate expressions to describe his departure. See also above, chapter Roman 3, N2. The messenger of 1583 f refuses, however, to give a distinct answer to the question of the chorus o slash lol ga backslash r do slash sternos. He will only hint that Oedipus has indeed o slash lol, 1580, but has not simply died. He has instead been translated out of earthly life. The corrupt hos leloipo slash take equals non to backslash and e backslash. This was already what the Alexandrians read. By slash otten exepi slash staso may not therefore be altered simply into to backslash and ano slash n, to backslash and a slash bien by slash otten. It may perhaps have originally been something like tuen e slash n tha, tuen n ger equals, to backslash n andro equals n by slash otten, cf. Medea to her children e's a slash low share equals m, aposta slash n test by o, e med, 1039. A dead woman hupaksho slash rark afni slash dion 2 equals kath herma equals s by o. Ins, from Amorgos BCH. 1891, p. 576, ll. 910. 113 / 12, a distinct act of precaution against disbelief in such a miracle. Ock. 1665 f. cf. E slash ra de / ta / they equals a ot 906 ff, which refers esp. to the belief in the oracle of Loxias, a matter of great importance to Soph. 114 / 12. The innocence of Oedipus and the fact that the awful crimes committed by him have been done in ignorance and against his will Theo equals n ago / n ton, is stressed in order that his elevation to the position of heroes may not seem to be an honor done to a guilt-stained criminal. But the poet does not attribute positive virtues to him even in Ock, far less in fact than in Ot. 115 / 12. One has only to read the play without preconceived ideas to see that this passionate and savage old man, pitilessly heaping dreadful curses on his sons, gloating vindictively over the coming misfortunes, 456 of his own country, is quite ignorant of the deep peace from the gods or the illumination of the pious sufferer, which conventional literary interpretation has been anxious to ascribe to him. The poet is not one to gloss over the harsh realities of life with trite phrases of vapid consolation, and he has clearly perceived that the usual effect of unhappiness and misery upon men is not to illuminate, but to enfeeble and vulgarize them. His Oedipus is pious, he was that from the beginning in Ot, as well, but he is made savage, ergri / Odi, exactly like Philoctetes in his misery, ph. 1321. 117 / 12. It is emphasized over and over again that the settlement of Oedipus on Attic soil is meant to bring about the salvation of the Athenians and the discomfiture of the Thebans. Apollo's oracle has thus decreed it. 92 f, 287 f, 402, 409 ff, 576 ff, 621 ff. The whereabouts of the valuable possession must therefore be kept secret, as frequently with the graves of heroes. See above, chapter Roman 4, n. 38, 1520 ff. This elevation of Oedipus to be the Satyr / R of Attica, 459 f, is evidently what makes the interest and importance for the poet of the whole mystery, which he relates. 118 / 12. Nu equals n gar thea / s, orthu equals c, pro / s d, o circumflex / lucen, 394. The gods now feel o circumflex / ran tina for Oedipus, 386. After many pair / mata pa / lin svi di / mondi / chios o / zoi, an, 1565 f. It is, in fact, an act of kindness after a long period of ill usage. There is a reversal of fortune, but there is no reward or indemnification given in recognition of a just claim. It is all grace. 119 / 12. In this, too, hos ant's high equals esto equals n crersto equals n athernai / on, ion app. Ath. 13, 604d. 120 / 12. Predicos is ac, to Welker, kl, sure, Roman 2, 497 ff. Responsible for most of the theories propounded in the PS. Platonic axiachus on the subject of the Athanasi / ater equals s sucher equals s ax. 370 bff. The tendency of the soul to the heavenly aether / r, 366a, and even of the platonizing fantasy at the end about the fate of the departed, 371 2. Predicos, if we adopted this attribution, would become less the forerunner of Socrates, as Welker calls him, than the forerunner of Plato. There is, however, no real reason to attribute to him any more share in that document than is asserted distinctly in it. A brief and carelessly composed pamphlet consists of a medley of the conventional ingredients of the usual low / goi paramathertic, / loosely strung together. To prod is assigned the disquisition on the troubles of life in all its stages, 336d 367e, and the saying hoti hotha / nados u / t peri / 2 / as zo equals nta / s estin u / t peri / 2 / s meter lacho / tas ktl. 369b, cf. Buresh Lape. Stud, Roman 989. These two passages put together would establish as the opinion of Perdicos just the opposite of what Welker wishes to ascribe to him. He would show himself as a true Pasitha/Natos, ex eke nu thanata equals muher sucher 366c, who would make death a mere exit into a state of unconsciousness after the troubles of life, and thus seem an absolute nonentity. But the piece is in reality quite without authority. It apparently puts forward the name of Perdicos, who is so often stated in Plato to have been the teacher of Socrates, merely in order to have a definite authority, like the fabulous Gabrais later on, for what the author does not wish to represent Socrates as saying on his own account. One of the sayings attributed to the imaginary Perdicos, ho/tai ho tha/natos, is, however, only too clearly a simple appropriation of Epicurus' aphorism, ho tha/natos aud \n pro \s herma equals sktl. P 61, 6 usen. Cf. P 227, 30, 391. Hines also points this out. Burr, Sachs, Jess, D. Wiss, 1884, p. 332. The other passage, 366 DFF. Agrees suspiciously, 457, with what Tell is, p. 38 Hens. Has to say on the same subject apparently an entire dependence on Crates the Cynic. It seems extremely probable that the author of the Axiachus also had Crates before him or even Tellus, as Wittenbach already suggested, Plu. More. Romans 6, p. 41, and that he attributes what he has thus borrowed from extraneous sources to Perdicos, by a fiction that never came amiss to the composers of such dialogues. It follows, then, that what Perdicos really said about the soul and its destiny is unknown to us. Cf. On this recently much discussed subject. Brinkman, R.H. Muse, 51, 444 ff. 121/12. In the prologue, Thanatos at once describes his claims and his office. He has to receive the departed and cut off the lock of hair from the forehead, 75f, probably as a sign that the dead enter into the possession of the underworld deities. In Verg. A. Roman 4, 698 f. Proserpina in the same way dedicates the dead to Orcus. He then leads them to Hades, 871. He comes in person to the grave and enjoys the offerings laid there, 844 ff. 851 f, like the dead man himself on other occasions, see above, chapter V, n 108. Properly speaking, he is only the servant of Hades, but just as the word ha/ders was already common as equals tha/natos, so Thanatos himself is also actually called ha/iders, 268, see above, n4. Only as identical with Hades can he be called a /nax necro equals n, 843. Cf. Demo/non-koi/ranos, 1140 in the underworld are Karen ho suchapampo/s, 361, 254 ff, 458 f, and Kerberos, 360. Hades and Hermes ch though/neos receive the dead. Ida/t, kake equals ple/ on e/sin agathoi equals s alcestes will have the seat of honor next to Persephone, 744 ff. By the living who survive she is regarded on account of her incomparable virtue as ma/kyra di/mon, and her grave is not the abode of a dead woman, but a place of worship, 995-1005. Such facile elevation to the rank of heroine was supposed to be characteristic of Thessaly and Europe. May in this also have intended to give his poem a touch of Thessalian local color. Di/mon as an intermediate stage between the a/ and a /anthrop, so frequently in your, e.g. Tro, 55-6, Med, 1391, is this the meaning of the me/sun in hell. 1137. Thoroughly in keeping with popular belief, is chai equals recan ha/idu dumois eu equals soiji/noid. 626 f. Such a chai equals re is the last word with which hos nomi/zi1 addresses the dead exiu equals sanhusta/tern hodon, 609 f. Similar also, but really implying the conception of the dead as resting in the grave and not in Hades is ku equals fa/soy ch though and epa/nod p/soy, 463. 122 The funeral dirge, 86 ff. Co/smos buried with the dead, 618 ff. Mourning ceremonies. The manes of the horses are cut short, no sound of flute or lyre is to be heard in the town for 12 months, 428 ff. P/enthos et sion is usual, 336. These extreme observances are probably taken from the mourning customs of the Thessalian dynastic families. 123/12. Burial of the dead in accordance with nomos paleo/s demos/non, supple. 563. No/mima theo equals n 19. A general Hellenic custom. 526 f. Burial of Polynaces in spite of Creon's prohibition. Phone, and probably Antigo/Nair. 124/12. Toi equals s gar thano equals c crer /tuen otethnerco/tatima / s dido/ntach though/nian usabe equals entheo/n, ph. 1320 fn usabe equals gu equals and no/mima mer /cli/tain necro equals n hell. 1277. The honor of the grave more important even than good fortune upon earth, heck. 317 f. Lament over the dishonoring of the grave of Agamemnon, L. 323 ff. Request for the burial of Astyanax, Tro. 1133 ff. Of Orestes, it. 702 ff. Of Macaria, HCLD. 588 ff. The shade of the murdered Polydoros prays especially for burial, heck. 47 ff. 31 f. 796 f. He is an example of the wandering of the a/taf upon the upper earth. He a/thaptos ali/ni, Tro. 1084, see above, p. 163 and append. Romans 7. Funeral ceremony for those who have 458 been drowned at sea, hell. 1057 ff. 1253 ff. Though there the idea is only used as an excuse for the intrigue. 125/12. Choi/ for the dead, e.g. or 112 ff. L. 511 ff. It. 159 ff. 126/12. Choi/ make the dead humaner equals towards the givers of the offering, or 119. The children call upon the soul of the murdered father to help them, L. 676 ff. In the belief that pa/nt acus/ita/depater/r, 684. The soul of the dead man hovers above the living observing everything, or 674 ff. Invocation of the dead, striking both hands on the ground. See above, chapter Roman 3 and 10, Tro. 1305 f. Expectation that the dead thus called on will so equals his friends, or 797, or help them, L. 679. Calling upon the departed in Hades a/Rerxin, Eld /chi/skia /fa/nerthai/moi, hf. 494. Though with the qualification I/ts, phtho/gigos isaku /set nerdo equals n par ha/ider, 490. 127/12. Translation miracles are touched upon by the poet with obvious pleasure. Cf. Transl of Cadmos and Harmonia back, 1330 ff, 1338 ff, of Peleus Ander, 1257 ff, of Helen or 1629 ff, of Heracles HCLD, 910, of Menelaus in unmistakable sarcasm, Hell, 1676 ff. So too, in the spurious conclusion to the Aya, there is a translation of Iphigenia, 1583 ff. Pro /s theou /s tato, 1608. 128/12. Eurystheus buried in the temple of Athene Palanes will bring safety to Athens and evil to her enemies. HCLD. 1026 ff. Eurys. Says soy /mien eu/news, chi /pole solder /riosmi /toikos e /k /samikata /ch thono/s, 1032 f. i.e. he will become a hair/rose solder/r of the land, just as Oedip was to become Soderar for Attica. S. Oc. 460 and Brasida's heroes Soder/r of the Amphipolitans, Thuc. 511 1. Heroic cult of Hippolytos, Hip. 1423 ff. Fr. 446. 129/12. The Aaronies are spoken of apparently with real belief in it. 79 ff. and elsewhere. 131/12. To /therio equals des2 equals to chi /miifo/non, or 524. Orsts, instead of committing murder himself, should have brought his father to justice, or 500f. Agamemnon himself, if he could have been asked, would not have desired this bloody vengeance, or 288 ff. It is only Apollo's unwise counsel that has led Orestes to the murder of his mother, L. 971 ff. 1296 f. or 276 ff. 416, 591. After the deed, Orestes does indeed feel remorse, but no religious terrors, L. 1177, in spite of which there is much about the pursuing Erinnyes of his mother. How completely this whole series of ideas, the duty of vengeance, etc., has lost its meaning for the poet, is to be felt more especially in the sophistical frigidity with which the subject is treated in an ago/n between Tyndareus and Orestes, or 491-604, and in the hair-splitting of the speech of Orestes himself, 932 ff. 132-12. Doko equals de / equals esthanu equals cdif / rain braco / I plausi / antes 2 / zik terisma / ton. Kino / and de gau / ram, st / to equals enzo / enton to / de tro. 1248 ff. 134-12. Aud / ne / sth, hocathano / n alk. 381. The dead are hoi auk / t, o / entes 322. Toi equals s the dead, miengar aud / n a / elgos a / seti / pot. Paulo equals and de / mo / ch thon euclear / s epo / soto, 937 f, but even fame is nothing to the dead. Admetos says to his father in the scurrilous dialogue Thane, equals gmi / entoi dusklier / s, ho / tantha / nair s. To which the old man unconcernedly replies kako equals s aku / ein omi lei thanoentii moi, 725 f. 135-12. It might seem simpler to regard all the utterances of persons in the plays, which correspond to conventional beliefs, as being merely dramatic expressions of the character's own orthodox view, and in no sense put forward by the poet as his own opinion. And certainly, the separate and independently acting persons of the drama can only 459 speak and act in accordance with their own proper conceptions and springs of action, not in accordance with the poet's. But in the antique drama, this complete detachment of the creatures of the dramatic imagination from their creator, the poet of the drama, only holds good in a limited sense. The ancient dramatists exercised their office of judge much more vigorously than the greatest of the moderns. The course of his play showed clearly what acts and characters the poet disapproved of, but also which opinions he sanctioned and which he did not. We have only to remember the attacks of Oedipus and Iacaste upon the judgments of the gods in Aut, or the story of Sen, Ep. 115-14, Ur, Fr. 324. Accordingly, we may take it that such utterances of dramatic characters as are not supplied with practical or spoken corrective are among those of which the poet did not disapprove. Euripides so very frequently puts words into the mouth of his characters, which can only express his own moods or opinions, that we may also assume that when their language harmonizes with traditional belief, then too, the most subjective of the tragedians is for the moment expressing his own view. Thus, for example, we cannot doubt that the strain of piety running through the whole of the Hectides, subjection of Fro/Nerses to God's wisdom, 216 ff. Submission to the guidance of the gods, 592 ff. And to Zeus, government of the world, 734 ff. And especially the wholehearted elaboration of the picture of Theseus as a model of use/Bea represent the actual opinion of the poet at that particular period. He clearly speaks of himself, 183. At other times, too, apart from the Bacchae, though generally for a short time only, he shows vague aspirations towards orthodoxy. 136-12. Alk, 968 ff. Hip, 952 ff. Asceticism of the Mystae of Zeus and Zagreus of the Mountain Mother and the Curites, Crer equals Tess, Fr. 472. 137-12. Polyid, Fr. 638, Phrixos, Fr. 833, It is usual cf. Berg gr. Lit. 3 475-33 to see here a reminiscence of Heracleitos. But the latter's atha slash nata, th nary slash, th nary backslash atha slash nata, zo equals n test to backslash n eke slash non-tha slash natin, to backslash n to backslash eke slash non by slash on tethneo equals tes, fr. 67 bio. 62d is clearly intended to express the view that death and life are purely relative concepts, that death of the one, i.e. fire, and life of the other, i.e. water or earth, are simultaneously present in the same object, see also FRR. 78 equals 36, 88. According to this view, it would be strictly true that life on earth is not more life than it is death, but that is certainly not what Europe means to say. Philo and Sext. Emp. Are mistaken in attributing to Heracle the Orphic doctrine of the death of the soul, which takes place when it is enclosed in the so equals ma, as its ser equals ma, see above, chapter Xi N19. But it is precisely this Orphic doctrine that is present to the mind of Europe. And Plato, Gorg. 492 e. 493, brings it into immediate connection with the verses of e. He is speaking of the true death of the soul in the life of the body and of its release to a real, and not a merely relative, life after death, and thinks that life has no claim to the distinguishing name, cf. Ho backslash dare backslash by slash otten kale slash ausi empt, 117 mul, fr. 15d. 138 backslash 12. Palingenesia is alluded to once only and in jest as a desirable reward for the virtuous, hf. 655-68, cf. M. Ant, Roman 12:5. 139 backslash 12. Honu equals esgar hermo equals n estin n heka slash sto theo slash s, fr. 1018. 140 backslash 12. Fr. 839 Chrysip. Fully physical in fr. 898 7 ff, fr. 1023 eighth slash rakai backslash guy equals and pa slash enton gene slash terran e slash do, cf. fr. 1004. 141 backslash 12. Fr. 484 melon. Hair sofer slash, hose arano slash st guy equals a slash t e circumflex equals n morpher backslash mia ktl. Here, too, the poet is speaking of a mere initial association of the elements afterwards to be parted, but thought of as always from the 460, beginning independent there, is no derivation of both from a single common original element, or of one out of the other. Europe may really have been thinking here of the ho slash mu pa slash nta crer slash mata e circumflex equals n of Anaxagoras, as the ancient authorities supposed, esp, as with annex. Also, out of the general conglomeration two masses, air slash r and aether slash r, first emerge, though in this case nu equals s is not included in the aether slash r as it is with Europe. Here, too, then the usual dualism of the Euripidean cosmogony is preserved. For the rest, this fr. 484 allows us to perceive that, in spite of all his physiological tendencies, Europe can never quite get rid of the mythical element in his cosmogonical events. The reason why Uranus and Gaia in particular recommend themselves to him as elemental forces, and koine backslash hapa slash enton gane equals s, fr. 1004, was that these figures had long been set at the beginning of the world, and of the gods by cosmogonical poetry. Aether slash r is simply the more physiological term for what is half personified as Urano slash s. This probably explains why matter, or at least the more solid forms of matter as distinguished from the aether slash, are the lepto slash tatin pa slash enton krerma slash ton, is for him included in the description earth. In this he is not following the old physiologists, none of whom had called earth the original matter, at least not earth alone, see Ilberg, Quist, Pseudo-Hippocrat, p16ff, 1883. Earth, as describing the merely material, matter deserted by spirit, may have come to him from popular usage. As early as O circumflex 54, the body deserted by soul and life is called kafir backslash guy equals a cf. Your, FRR. 532, 757, 5. Thus for the poet, the contrast between ger equals and aether slash r almost amounts to that between matter and mind, except that he either could not or would not think of a mind without any material substratum, and that for this reason his ether/r still preserves a remnant of matter. 142/12. This is esp, clear in fr. 839, 8 ff. In the disruption of the elements out of which pa/and ta are composed, each of the two, ger equals and ether/r, preserves itself undiminished and unmixed. Th ner/skd, oud ento equals and gignomnon diacrino /menon d. A/lo pro s a/lu morpher and id and ape daksin, restores itself in its independent being. Whereupon we feel ourselves irresistibly reminded of the saying of Anaxagoras oud engoar crer equals muggy/neti oud /apos/ludai. All ap, eo/enton crermeton, summi/as geti/t, chi diacri/neti. Chi /who/toss a and ortho equals escali equals entitigi/nestai, summi/as gestai, chi to /opos/lustai diacri/nestai, fr. 17 mul. 143/12, that it was not Anaxagoras, or at least not he alone, who gave the decided direction to the philosophically ideas of Europe, has rightly come to be held of late. We do not find a trace in Europe of the separation of nu equals s from matter, at least not in the form in which Anaxagoras understood it. For the mind is bound to one of the two primal elements and quite foreign to the other, the earth. Thus he arrives at a dualism indeed, but in quite a different sense from that of Anaxag. Dummler, Proleg. Zu Platten Stadt Prager, Basel, 1891, p. 48, points out reminiscences in Europe. Of Diogenes of Apollonia, but it is not true to say that the poet's views show the closest kinship with the monistic system of Diog, or with any monism. 144/12, Tro. 884 ff. The air, called by the name of Zeus, and identical with the nu equals s brodo equals n, can only be taken from the doctrine of Diog. Dials R.H. Muse. 42/12. 145/12. Diog. Apol. FRR. 345 mul. Equals 834d. The soul is air /r therma/tiros 2 equals e/zo, and ho equals esmen, though it is colder than the air which is para /to equals hairly/o circumflex fr. 6. The soul is therefore more akin to the aether/r than to the air/r. Aether/r and air/r were at that time often confused, e.g. in fr. 944, aether/r instead of air/r. 461. 146/12. Supple. 1140 aether /re/che nin e circumflex /der ktl. Electra expects to find her dead father in the aether l. 59. Of a dying man, nu equals m, a fe /si's eighth/ra, fr 971, differently, or 1086 f. cf. Also supple. 531/6, imitated from Epicharm. Where again the aether/r is only spoken of as the abode, and not as the original and consubstantial element of the soul. 149/12. CIA. 442, aether /army n such a as hupid/zato, so /mata de ch though / to equals nd. 150/12. Sunacre /there chi decre /there, capper equals l then ho then e circumflex equals l then pa lin, ga equals mi n e's ga equals n, nu equals m a no, t to equals nd cha lipo n, u de he n epich, ap, plu, cons, adipol. 15 110 a epich, fr. 8. Nu equals ma is a general name for the sucher / occurs also in epich, fr. 7. No earlier authority is to be found for this usage that became so common later under Stoic influence than Xenophanes, who pro equals tos apifair / nato ho t hair sucher / nu equals ma dl Roman 9 19. Epicharm may have been actually following Xenophanes, whose writings he knew. Arist, Meta, Roman 3 5 10 10 a6 in this use of the word. Europe then did the same, supple. 533. Nu equals ma is the name given to the air/r insofar as it is in motion. Hupelerp /on, I equals niso equals ma to and I ruggy /neti to nu equals ma kinerthe s. Out he engar he tiro and st nu equals my circumflex kinu minos air/r. Hero Merchan. Su slash Saint, P 121 ed. Dials equals IP 6. Ed. Schmidt, after Stratton. The soul is called a nu equals ma just because the soul is that which has continual movement from its very nature, and is the principle of movement. As such, it had already been regarded by Alcmaeon and later by Plato. And even before that by Pythagoras, see above, chapters I, N40, in a different way by Heracleitos and Democritos also. The universal air/r and the soul nu equals ma, if we give the terms their proper meaning, are to be thought of as being of the same nature, so that the air/r, too still more the aether/r as a higher air/r, is psychical and animated by soul. That at least was how Diogenes of Apollonia regarded it. Air/r equals the outer air, nu equals ma the air which is inside men's bodies. Deflatib. 3. A section taken from Diog. App. 151/12, numerous references in Europe to verses of Epicharm are pointed out by Wilamowitz, Europe, Heracles I 29. The fact that Europe knew the poems of Epich and valued them for their philosophic contents is clearly made out by Wilamowitz's study, but he goes on to assert that all the allusions of Europe refer only to the or one of the forgeries in the name of Epicharm, of which many were known in antiquity. The reason alleged for this statement Euripides never quotes comedies is merely a petitio principii. It may be that Europe does not quote contemporary Attic comedy, but whether he maintained the same attitude to the brilliantly original comic poet of Sicily, whom Aristotle and even Plato gorg. 505 E and Esp. THT. 152 E we're not ashamed to notice, is the very point at issue. Nothing is gained by unproved denial of this main premise. Moreover, it would be a most unusual species of forger that preferred to publish gems like na equals phi chi / imitated by Europe, or no os horror equals under another man's name. The fragments of the politi/a, which is really a forgery fathered on Epicharmo's app. Clem. Al. SDR. V. P 719 P equals P 297, are of a very different character. 152/12. Archelaus makes a less satisfactory model for Europe. Here, Arch, in his reconciliation of the doctrines of Anaxagoras and Diogenes, did not separate nu equals s from the mixture of the material elements or from the air/r, but he distinguished between them, while for the poet aether/r and mind are the same. 462. 153/12. Aether/r equals Zeus fr. 941, aether/r. Zu /s hoes anthro/poanoma/zi fr. 877. Hence the aether/r is corifer /theo equals n fr. 919 in the same way for Diog. App. The air is God sick. Nd. I 29 and Zeus philod. Piet. C6b P 70 Gomp. Docs. 536. In E fr. 941. To /n hupsu equals to /nd, a /peron /rakai /ger equals np/rix e/chonth. Hugrai equals sn agka /lies the aether/r is not put instead of air/r, for to /n hupsu equals only suits aether/r in its proper sense. But the two are combined under the one word. Hugrai equals sn agka /lies could not be said of the aether/r in the strict sense. Just as the air/r of Diogenes includes the aether/r, for the hot air /r para /to equals hairly/o circumflex, fr. 6 is, in fact, the aether/r, and so, too, essentially, is the warm air/r in our bodies. 155/12. Hoento /sr, which alone ace the /nete not the senses, micro /n mo/rion o circumflex /n2 equals theou equals diog. App. Thphr. Sens 42. 156/12. The living air, or Zeus, is nu equals s broad o equals n tro. 886, and vice versa, the nu equals s in each one of us is no other than God fr. 1018. 157/12. Ho nu equals s to equals enket/enton zer equals me /no, no /mern de/che atha/natin, eyes atha/natin a/r, impiso/n, hell. 1013 ff. Ambiguity attaches to the passages in which a dying person is said to depart eyes /low share equals ma by o med. 1039, ease /laws by o /2 morpha /s ion 1068, to e /teron ao equals na chi /moi equals ran ia. 1508. It is possible that in each case a personal existence continued in a land of the dead is understood but if they mean no more than that they are remarkably pregnant in form. In reading them, Esp. Med. 1039, one is reminded of the remarkable lines of Filiskos, pupil of Isaker. App. Vit. X or. P 243, 60 West. To equals gar ease a /low share equals ma metharmost /nti, chi / a lois and co smoisi, by o so equals ma labo /nt8. He Teron said of the dead Lysias. But here the idea of metempsychosis seems really to be involved, which it can hardly be in the case of Europe. 158 /12. Ur adopts it for himself, fr. 189 Antiope, and confirms it by so many low /gon ha /milli, in which he allows the most contradictory opinions about a single subject to be given equally plausible expression. 159 /12. Apirasu /nera /lu bio /2, etc. hip. 191 to zer equals n gar I smen, 2 equals thane equals nd aperi apa equals st's phobi equals tai pho equals s lipi equals n to d, hairly u fr. 816, 10 f phoenix. 160 /12. The dead man is ger equals chi skia to merd and eyes out and re pay, fr. 532, cf. 533, 534. To mer gene esti to equals thane equals and I sun. Ho spur auk idu equals sa fo equals s. The dead woman knows nothing of herself or her sufferings, tro. 630-640 for a locus often initiated in consolations. Axioch. 365d plu, cons, adipol. 15 p. 110a. 161 /12. Fair mer twin s low and can muchi equals s day nusi ger equals s, fr. 865. Eriter to con tha ner ts aukapo ludai, zer equals d aukit, o n ta so mottos fr. 734, cf. Ander. 772. At the sacrifice of Macaria, the chorus in HCLD. 621, ff. Can only offer as consolation the fame which awaits Herud, Aclier s nin du zapro s anthro pon hupod seti. 162 /12. Macaria voluntarily going to meet her death I t dare kata ch thono s. I e circumflex Jimmy n toy merd n. I gar he zomen kake equals Mary emnas hoithano many brodo equals enauk oi equals d, hopoites tree seti, to ga r thane equals and me gistin fa aramakin no me seti, HCLD. 592 ff, cf, fr, 916. 163 /12. Fr. 757, the metaphor of ll. 5 ff. is employed for homiletic purposes by Epictet, Roman 2, 6, 11, 14, Ander. 1270 ff. 463. Chapter 13. Play. The belief in human immortality, construed in a theological or philosophical sense, had at this time hardly penetrated to circles of ordinary lay folk. Socrates himself, when it came to such inquiries into the unknowable, never claimed to provide an answer that differed from that which would be given by the majority of his fellow citizens out of the accumulated wisdom of their ancestors. Where in the pages of Plato he is allowed to give undisguised expression to his natural and homely vigor in the Apology, he shows little anticipation of an immortal life of the soul. Death, he thinks, either brings complete unconsciousness to men, like a dreamless sleep, or else it means the transition of the soul to another life in the realm of the soul's realm, which, to judge by his allusions, has much more resemblance to the Homeric Hades than to any of the visionary countries imagined by theologians or theologically minded poets. Both possibilities he accepts with complete equanimity, trusting in the righteousness of the controlling gods and he looks no further. How should he know with certainty where everyone was ignorant? With a like absence of concern, it is possible that the majority of the cultured, who were just beginning to separate themselves from the rest of the community, left unsettled the problem of the unknown. Plato assures us that it was in his time a widespread belief of the populace that the outgoing soul breath of the dying was caught up by the winds, especially if its exit took place in stormy weather and was dispersed, blown away, into nothing. In other ways, too, we may suppose that the Orthodox Greek, when death approached, allowed his fancy to picture what might await his soul on the other side of death's threshold. But it is certain that the belief in an unending life of the soul, a life with no end, because it had no beginning, was not among these thoughts. Plato himself lets us see how strange such a conception was even to those who were capable of following and understanding a philosophical discussion. Towards the end of the long dialogue upon the best kind of state, his Socrates asks Glaucon with apparent irrelevance, "Are you not aware that 464 our soul is immortal and never perishes?" Whereupon, we are told, Glaucon looked at him in astonishment and said, "No, in truth, of that I was not aware. Can you then assert any such thing?" The idea that the soul of man may be everlasting and imperishable seemed thus a paradoxical freak to one who was no adept in the theological doctrine of the soul. If in later times the case was altered, no one contributed more effectually or more permanently to bring that change about than the great thinker and poet who established the theological conception of personal immortality in the very heart of philosophy, and then gave back the idea strengthened and made more profound to its parent theology, while he himself extended the influence of that idea far beyond the bounds of school or sect by the far-reaching power of his own unaging writings, which belong not to the schoolroom, but to the greatest achievements of literature, whether of Greece or of mankind. It is beyond calculation what power has been wielded since their first appearance by the Platonic dialogues in the Confirmation dissemination, and precise definition of the belief in immortality, a power that, with all its alteration in the passage of the centuries, has maintained itself unbroken into our own times. Section 2. Plato had not always given his assent to the belief in immortality. At any rate, it must have remained very much in the background of his thoughts and his belief in the days when he still regarded the world from the point of view of a slightly more developed Socraticism. Not only at that period, in the Apology, does he make his Socrates go to his death without the most distant approach to a belief in the undying vitality of his soul, but also in the first sketch of his ideal stata sketch made, while the influence of the Socratic view of life still prevailed with him, the belief in immortality is omitted and even excluded. It seems as if Plato did not reach the higher conception of the nature and value of the soul, its origin and destiny reaching out beyond all temporal limitation, until the great change which came over his philosophy had been completed. The world of ever-changing appearance manifesting itself to the senses in perpetual flux and efflux, this, in its inessential, unseizable unreality, he abandoned to the criticisms of Heracleitos. But above it, in accordance with his own deepest longings, and, as it seemed, implied as its real object by the Socratic search itself, after 465 conceptual knowledge, stood a world of unchangeable being without beginning or end, to which all the appearances of this lower world owed such reality as they possessed. Being itself, the totality of the ideas, remained uncontaminated with becoming and passing away, remained the highest goal and supreme aim, standing high above all that aspired to it, or felt a longing for its complete and unlimited fullness. This everlasting reality holds itself aloof from the stream of appearance and is not to be grasped within that stream. It is not manifested in the deceitful, ever-changing perception of the senses, nor yet in the opinion that is based upon them. It can only be apprehended, without any assistance from the senses, by the pure intuition of the reason. This world of everlasting self-identical being exists outside the thought and knowledge of man, but it first reveals itself to man in the activity of his own thinking. And at the same time, there is revealed to him a higher power than the mere capacity to abstract the unsubstantial general conceptions from the multiplicity of experience, a power that is the highest capacity of the soul, enabling it to voyage out beyond all experience and with infallible knowledge to soar of its own independent power upwards to a transcendental world of permanent and essential reality. The highest capacity that belongs to man, the soul of his soul, is not enclosed within this world that surrounds his senses in its restless flood. Like the objects that are the last goal of its study, the soul itself is raised to where it can for the first time find a form of activity worthy of its natural powers. It achieves a new distinction, a priest-like dignity, as an intermediary between the two worlds to both of which it belongs. The soul is a pure spiritual essence. It contains nothing within it that is material, nothing of the place where becoming is shaped into a distant resemblance to being. It is incorporeal and belongs to the realm of the invisible, which in this immaterialist doctrine counts as the most real of all, more real than the most solid matter. It is not one of the ideas. On the contrary, it seems to partake in one of the ideas that of life only as other appearances share in their ideas. But it stands nearer to the whole world of the everlasting ideas than anything else that is not itself an idea. Of all the things in the world it is most like to the idea. But it has also a share in becoming. It cannot simply remain with the ideas in unaltered other-world transcendence. It has its origin indeed in that other world beyond appearance. It was from the beginning, uncreated like the ideas, and like 466, the soul of the world to which it is akin. It is older than the body, to which it must link itself. It does not come into being at the same time as the body, but is only drawn down from its spiritual state of being into the realm of matter and becoming. In the Phaedrus this, fall into birth, appears as the necessary result of an intellectual fall which takes place within the soul itself. In the Timaeus, however, with its study of the general life of the whole world organism, the animation of the living creature has now to be explained as arising out of the plan not from a failure of the plan of the Creator. The soul thus seems to be destined from the beginning to give life to a body. It is not only the knowing and thinking element in a world of inanimate things, it is also the source of all movement. Itself in motion from the beginning, it bestows the power of movement upon the body with which it is associated. Without it, there would be no movement in the world, and no life either. But though enclosed within the body, it remains a stranger to the body. On its side, it has no need of the body and is not conditioned by it. It remains independently associated with it as its mistress and leader. Even in their united existence, there is a great gulf fixed between the soul and all that is not soul. Body and soul never fuse into one, however closely they may be bound up with each other. And yet the body and its impulses have the power to influence profoundly the immortal being that dwells within it. By its union with the body, the soul can be made unclean. Diseases, such as folly and unrestrained passion, come to it from the body. It is not beyond the reach of change like the ideas, to which it is akin without being of their nature. On the contrary, it can degenerate entirely. The evil influences of the body penetrate to its inmost being. Even in its everlasting, immaterial, spiritual nature, it can derive something corporeal from such a sinister partnership. It is bound to the body by influences of a lower kind, which attach themselves to the pure power of knowledge that alone is proper to it. At the outset of his speculations, Plato, like other thinkers before him, had thought of the different capacities of the soul, alternately in conflict or alliance with each other, as parts of unequal rank and value, bound up together within the soul of man. Even in the previous life of the soul, in the other world, the reasoning power of the soul is, according to the Phaedrus, already coupled with temper and desire. It is these, in fact, which drag down the soul into the realm of the material. And the three parts still, 467, remain indissolubly united in the everlasting life which awaits the soul after its release from the body. But in proportion as the philosopher extends and elevates his conception of the soul, and as he becomes more convinced of its eternal destiny and vocation to a life of unending blessedness in a realm of unchangeable being, the more impossible does it seem to him that this candidate for immortality in the realm of the everlasting forms can be a composite amalgam of elements capable of being resolved again by division and analysis, that the reasoning faculty can be forever united with effort and desire, which perpetually threaten to drag it downwards into materiality. The soul in its true and original nature is now for him simple and indivisible. Only with its enclosure in the body does the everlasting, thinking soul, whose tendency is towards the eternal, acquire impulses and desires that have their origin in the body and belong to the body, that only adhere to the soul during the period of its earthly life, that with their separation from their immortal associate will pass away, since they are themselves mortal and such as perish with the body. The soul, to which sense perception, feeling, emotion, and desire are only added from outside, is in its own imperishable nature nothing but pure capacity of thought and knowledge, with which, indeed, the power to will that which is conceived in thought seems to be directly associated. It is destined for the other world, for the intuition and undistorted reflection in its consciousness of the immaterial essences. Banished to this earth amid the restless change and alteration of all being, and not uninfluenced by the forces of bodily life, it must endure a brief exile here. Not unscathed does it leave behind it, in death, its ill-assorted companion, the body. Then it goes into an intermediate region of bodiless existence in which it must do penance for the misdeeds of its life on earth and free itself from their effects. After that it is driven away once more into a body and transported to a fresh life upon earth, the character of which it chooses for itself in accordance with the special nature that it had evolved in its earlier incarnation upon earth. Though no organic connection exists between them, yet there is a certain symmetry between the individual soul and the body that is lent to it. Thus, the soul lives through a series of earthly lives of the most varied character. It may even sink so low as the animals in the course of its incarnations. Its own merits, the success or failure of its conflict with the passions and desires of the 468 body, decide whether or not its lives shall lead it upwards to a nobler type of existence. Its task is plain. It must free itself from its impure companions, sensual lust, and the darkening of the powers of reason. If it can succeed in this, it will find once more the way upwards, which at last leads it into complete immunity from renewed incarnation and brings it home again into the kingdom of everlasting, untroubled being. Section 3. It is evident that in what he thus, clothing philosophy in the language of poetry, says of the origin, destiny, and character of the soul, which though beyond time is yet placed within time, and though beyond space is yet the cause of all movement within space, that, in all this Plato, is following in the track of the theologians of earlier times. Only in the poetry and speculative thought of theology, not in any physiologist's doctrine, did he find the conception, imaginatively expressed and pointing in the direction which he also followed, of a multiplicity of independent souls whose existence had been from all time and was not first begun in the material world with the creation of a living organism. Of souls enclosed in the corporeal as though in a foreign, hostile element, which survive their association with the body, passing through many such bodies, and yet preserving themselves intact after the destruction of each of those bodies, immortal, endless, for they are without beginning, and alive from the very beginning of time. The souls, moreover, have life as distinct, complete, and indivisible personalities, not as mere dependent emanations of a simple common source of all life. The theory of the eternity and indestructibility of the individual souls, of the personal immortality of the souls, is difficult to reconcile with more specifically Platonic doctrine, with the doctrine of the ideas. And yet, it is undeniable that from the moment that he first adopted this theory and adopted it, too, precisely in connection with the philosophy of the ideas, he adhered to it steadfastly, and without deviating from its essential meaning. The process by which he arrived at it is not to be found in the proofs, by which he attempts in the Phaedo to establish the truth of the soul's immortality in which he himself already believed. Those proofs in reality do not prove what they are intended to prove, and what considered as a fact of experience is unproved, and as an axiom necessary to thought is beyond proof. They cannot therefore be the reasons that led the philosopher to 469 hold his conviction. He has in fact borrowed this article of his faith from the creeds which already contained it. He himself scarcely conceals the fact. As authority for the main outlines of the soul's history, as given by himself, he refers us almost apologetically, and as though excusing himself for not providing a philosophical proof, to the theologi and priests of the mysteries. And he himself becomes the philosophical poet, completely and without concealment. when in imitation of the poetry of edification he, too, gives a picture of the soul's sojourn in an intermediate station of its pilgrimage, or describes the stages of its earthly existence that lead the soul down even to the animal. For such mythological expressions of the inexpressible, the philosopher himself claims no more than symbolical truth. He is fully in earnest, however, with the fundamental conception of the soul as an independent substance that enters from beyond space and time into the material and perceptible world, and into external conjunction with the body, not into organic union with it. That maintains itself as a being of spiritual essence in the midst of the flux and decay of the material world, though at the same time its pure brightness is overshadowed through this conjunction and must purify itself from the effects. That can disentangle itself, even to the extent of complete severance from the embrace of the material and the perceptible. All that is essential in this conception he derives from the theologians, but he brings it into close relationship with his own philosophy, which depends upon a conviction of the absolute opposition between being and becoming, and upon the dualistic division of the world into matter and minded dualism that applies also to the relations of soul and body and throughout the whole realm of appearance. The soul, which stands halfway between the unity and unchangeability of being and the ever-varying multiplicity of matter, has in this realm of fragmentary and subordinate validity, into which it is temporarily exiled, the power to reflect the ideas and represent them in its own consciousness clear and unfalsified. The soul, in its complete independence of sense perception and of concepts derived from the senses, is alone able to pursue the quest of reality. In this pursuit, the body with which it is associated is nothing but a hindrance, and a serious one. The soul has a hard struggle against the tendencies of the body in spite of its independence and aloofness. Just as in the creation of the universe, matter, though not a cause, is at least a subordinate cause which by its influence and exigencies gives 470 various hindrances to the mind, that shapes and orders the world, so, too, the soul finds in this ephemeral and inconstant matter, with its stirring and tumultuous unrest, a serious obstacle to its own proper activity. This is the evil, or the cause of evil, which must be overthrown in order that the mind may win its way to freedom and final rest and security in the realm of pure being. Plato often speaks of the catharsis, the purification, after which man must strive. He takes both the word and the idea from the theologians, but he gives it a higher meaning while yet preserving unmistakably the analogy with the catharsis of the theologi and mystery priests. It is not the pollution which comes from contact with sinister daimons and from all that belongs to them that is to be avoided, but rather the dulling of the power of knowledge and of willing what is known, regarded as a simultaneously created power, due to the world of the senses and its fierce impulses. Man's effort must be directed not so much to ritual purity, as to the preservation of his knowledge of the eternal from eclipse through the deceptive illusions of the senses, towards the concentration and gathering together of the soul within itself, its withdrawal from contact with the ephemeral as the source of pollution and debasement. Thus, even in this philosophically reinterpretation of ritual abstinence in terms of a spiritual release and emancipation, the effort after purity retains its religious sense. The world of the ideas, the world of pure being, to which only the pure soul can attain, is a world of divinity. The good as the highest of the ideas, the loftiest pattern, the supreme aim to which all being and becoming tend, which is at the same time more than all the ideas the first cause of all being and all knowledges also God. The soul for which, in its desire and longing for the full being of the idea, the knowledge of the good is the supreme science, enters hereby into the closest communion with God. The turning away of the soul from the many-colored image to the sun of the highest idea is itself a turning towards the divine, towards the luminous source of all being and knowing. Thus exalted, philosophically inquiry turns to enthousiasmos. The way which leads upwards from the lower levels of becoming to being is discovered by means of dialectic, which in its comprehensive view is able to unite the distracted ever-moving flood of multifarious appearance into the ever-enduring unity of the idea which is reflected in appearance. Dialectic travels through the whole range of the ideas, graduated one above the other, till it reaches the last and 471 most universal of the ideas. In its upward course, it passes by an effort of sheer logic through the whole edifice of the highest concepts. Plato is the most subtle of dialecticians. He almost carries subtlety to excess in his eager pursuit of every intricacy of logicand of paralogism. But he combined to a remarkable degree the cold exactitude of the logician with the enthusiastic intensity of the seer. And his dialectic, after its patient upward march step by step from concept to concept, at last soars to its final goal in a single tremendous flight, in which the longed-for realm of the ideas reveals itself in a moment of immediate vision. So the Bacchant in his ecstasy saw divinity suddenly plain, and so too in the nights consecrated by the mysteries, the epipteres beheld the vision of the goddesses in the torchlit glare of Eleusis. To this loftiest height whence a view is obtained of colorless, formless being, beyond the reach of every contact, inaccessible to sense perception, it is dialectic that shows the way. And dialectic now becomes a way of salvation in which the soul finds once more its own divine nature and its divine home. The soul is closely akin to Godhead, and like it is itself something divine. The reason in the soul is divine and comprehends everlasting being immediately by its power of thought. If the eye were not sun-like, it could never see the sun. If the mind were not akin by nature to the good, the highest of the ideas, it could never comprehend the good, the beautiful, and all that is perfect and eternal. In its power of recognizing the eternal, the soul bears within itself the surest proof that it is itself eternal. The purification, by means of which the soul gets rid of the defacement that has overtaken it during its earthly life, reveals again the divine in man. Even on earth, the philosopher is thus rendered immortal and godlike. As long as he can continue in a state of pure intellectual knowledge and comprehension of the everlasting, for so long is he living, already in this life, in the islands of the blessed. By expelling all traces of the corruptible and the mortal in and about himself, he is more and more to become like God, so that when it is at last set free from this earthly existence, his soul may enter into the divine, the invisible, the pure, the eternally self-identical, and as a disembodied mind remain forever with that which is its kin. At this point, language that can only make use of physical imagery becomes totally inadequate. A goal is set before the soul that lies outside all physical nature, beyond time and space, without past or future, and ever-present now. 472. The soul can escape out of time and space, and find its home in eternity, without at the same time losing its own self in the general and universal that stands above time and space. We must not inquire what sort of personality and individual distinctness can yet remain with the soul when it has cast off all effort, desire, sense perception, and everything related to the world of change and multiplicity, to become once more a pure mirror of the eternal. Nor must we ask how it is possible to think of a spirit removed above space and time and all the multiplicity of matter, and yet personal and separate in its personality. For Plato, the souls live on as they had been in the beginning individual beings, conscious of themselves, in a time that has no end and is beyond all time. He teaches a personal immortality. Section 4. There is an otherworldly tone in this philosophy, and its doctrine of the soul. Far beyond the world in which life has placed man lies the realm of pure being, the good, the perfect, and the unspoilt. To reach that realm at last, to free the mind from the unrest and illusion of the senses, to be rid of the desires and emotions that would nail it down here below, to sever its connection with the body and bodily things, that is the soul's highest duty. The only reason why it is banished into this world is that it may all the more completely separate itself from the world. To die to be dead inwardly to all that is visible, material, physical, that is the goal and the fruit of philosophy. To be ready and fit to die is the hallmark of the complete philosopher. For such, philosophy is the deliverer that frees him for all time from the body, from its desires, its restlessness, its wild passions, and gives him back again to the eternal and its silence. To be pure, to be free from evil, to die already in this temporal world, these are the oft-repeated exhortations which the philosopher addresses to the immortal soul. Ascetic morality here again demands from man what is essentially a quite negative proceeding. But this denial of the world is only a step leading on to the most supremely positive behavior. Catharsis is only the gateway to philosophy, and it is philosophy which teaches man how to reach what alone is positive, the only true and unconditional being, instructs him how to reach the clear and perfect understanding of the only permanent good, and how to merge himself utterly in that good. The soul of the thinker yearns after reality. 473. Death is for it not merely the annihilation of the chains of the body that impede it, but a very positive acquisition of intellectual knowledge, to which it is urged on by its proper nature, which is therefore also a fulfillment of its proper task. So the turning aside from the physical and the ephemeral is at the same time, and without transition, a turning towards the eternal and the divine. The flight from the things of this world is in itself an entry into that other world, and a becoming like to the divine. But the true realities are not to be found in this world. To grasp them plainly in its thought, to recover the untroubled vision of its spiritual, the soul must divest itself entirely of all the stress and distraction of the earthly. For this mundane world, the mirage that encompasses the senses, the philosopher has nothing but denial. Because it gives no foothold for true knowledge, the whole world of becoming has no independent value for his science. The apprehension of that which is never more than relative, which simultaneously manifests contrary qualities in itself, can only serve as stimulus and invitation to the search for what is absolute. In this realm of doubtful shadows, the soul finds nothing but obscure reminders of that which it had once beheld plainly. The beauty of the physical world, which is apprehended by the noblest of the senses, the eye, serves indeed to recall to the soul's memory the beautiful in itself, of which that other is but a pale copy, and to disclose to the soul what is really its own property, what it had brought with it ready-made from an earlier existence beyond the bounds of all matter. But the observation of beauty here below must lead beyond itself at once and conduct the mind out of the world of mere appearance to the pure forms of the ideal world. The process of becoming tells us nothing about the nature of being. The thinker learns nothing from this source. In fact, he learns no new knowledge or wisdom of any kind in this world. He only recovers what he had before and always possessed in latent form. The treasure, however, lies beyond the limits of this world. He must turn away his gaze from the shadow figures upon the wall of the cave of this world, and direct it towards the sun of eternity. He is placed in this world of perpetual change. To it, his senses and his understanding are directly referred, and yet he must disdain and rise superior to, and flee from, all that this world offers, giving himself up immediately and entirely to the unseen, and taking flight from this world to that where he will become like God, and be purified and justified by the power and might of his knowledge. 474. Earthly life as it actually is will remain strange to him, and he a stranger in earthly life, despised as a fool for his inaptitude in earthly affairs by the great majority of those who are so versed in such things. He has something higher to think about the salvation of his own soul. He will not live for the community, but for himself and his real task. Human interests seem to him hardly worth troubling about, the state itself hopelessly corrupt, founded as it is upon deception and passion and injustice. At the same time, he himself, of course, would be the real statesman, the leader who could guide his fellow citizens to their true salvation, acting not as the servant of their lusts, but as a doctor who gives help to the sick. It is not ships and harbors and walls and taxes and such trivialities that he would give the city, but justice and health and everything else which after this life can stand before the stern judgment of the other world. This would be the best mode of life, and he could show them the way to it. No worldly power or greatness can do as much. None of the great statesmen of the past, Themistocles, Cimon, and Pericles, understood anything of all this. All their efforts were nothing but blind error and wandering. At the climax of his life and of his philosophical development, Plato completed an ideal picture of the state, drawn in accordance with the principles and the requirements of his own philosophy. It rests upon a broad foundation, the multitude of its inhabitants divided strictly into classes that in themselves and their manner of life are to display, like a beacon that can be seen afar, the virtue of justice. At one period, this had seemed to include all that was necessary for the completion of the ideal state. But now, far above that level, pointing upwards into the lofty ether above the earth, A final consummation reveals itself to him, to which all mere mundane things serve but as support and furtherance. A small minority of the citizens, the philosophers, form this last pinnacle of the building. Here on earth and in this state that is organized in conformity with justice, they will serve the state, as in duty bound and not for their own satisfaction, and take part in government. As soon as duty is fulfilled, they will return to the supramundane contemplation, which is the aim and content of their whole life's activity. To provide a place where these contemplatives may live, where they may be educated for their vocation, the highest there is. To allow dialectic as a form of living to take its place in the activity of worldly civilization, as an object of men's effort to bring about all this, the ideal state is built up step by step. 475. Bourgeois social virtues and their firm establishment and interconnection, which had once seemed the real and sufficient reason for the erection of the whole edifice of the state seen from this elevation, these no longer retain their independent importance. The so-called virtues all pale before the highest capacity of the soul, which is the mystic beholding of the eternal. The chief mission of the perfect wise man is no longer to fulfill his obligations to the others that stand without. To make his own inner life fit and ready for self-emancipation is now his real and immediate task. Mysticism aims at a personal salvation, such as the individual can only obtain for himself. Good works are no longer necessary when the mind has no further connection with earthly life and conduct. When it comes to dealing with practical earthly affairs, he who possesses the highest virtue will have all these others added unto him. Virtue belongs to him, it is his real condition of being, but the particular virtues he will rarely need to use. This lofty pinnacle is accessible to but a few. God alone and a small company of mortals are able to approach in pure thought to the everlasting reality, the sole object of certain, plain, and unchanging knowledge. The majority of men can never become philosophers, and yet, according to this philosophy, the crown of all life belongs to the philosopher. This is no religion for the poor in spirit. Science, the supreme knowledge of the highest being, is a precondition of salvation. To know God is to become like God. It is easy to see why such a message of salvation could not attract a wider community of believers. It could not have done so without being false to its own nature. To a few lofty spirits among mankind, it offers a reward that beckons from eternity. Freedom from life in the corruptible body is the prize it offers. That, and a never-ending union with true reality, a return to what is everlasting and divine. A symbol of what the philosopher has achieved after his death will be provided by the community by whom the departed will be honored as a daimon. Such then is the ideal vision of a civilization in which the belief in the soul's immortality and its vocation to an everlasting life in the kingdom of the gods was held with profound and serious conviction. The belief in immortality here becomes the cornerstone of a building, the architect of which regards all earthly things as only valid for the moment, and therefore of profound unimportance. For him, only the heaven of the spiritual world with its everlasting laws, and 476, patterns seriously matters. He discards without a regret the whole of Greek culture as it had expressed itself in state and society, custom and art that will last as long as humanity itself. He demands an aristocracy measured by a standard of what is the best, that was quite beyond the reach of any possible human society, even though it were as deeply impregnated with aristocratic ideas as Greek society always was. And the final aim and ideal sought by this organization of life on earth was to be the superseding of all earthly life. The mind of Plato, equally ready to receive as to give, was not likely to become immobilized forever in a mystic rapture of vision. Even when he had finished the Republic, he did not cease to reshape his system at many points and in many directions, while some special problems were taken up again for further and repeated study. Even a second sketch of a political system was left behind by him, in which he sought to lay down rules for the guidance of life among the multitude, who are still regarded as completely shut out from the realm of the everlasting forms. To this end, the highest aims of human endeavor are almost left out of sight, and practical rules for reaching the attainable better are supplied for the benefit of the majority. He had learnt resignation at many points. Nevertheless, the profound conviction of all his thoughts remained unchanged. The claims that he put before the world and mankind remained essentially the same. For this reason, after generations have not been mistaken in seeing in him the priestly man of wisdom, who with warning finger points the immortal spirit of man on its way from this feeble world upwards to the everlasting life. Notes to Chapter 13. 4/13, Zen. Sirop. 8:7-17 makes the dying Kairos justify his faith that the soul survives the body rather on the lines of popular belief and the cult of souls than from would-be philosophical considerations. Section 20. See above, Chapter V, N 178. In spite of this, he allows the question to remain undecided as though of little importance whether. In fact, the soul then leaves the body and lives on, or whether me/nausa hair sucher /ento equals so/matty sunapothner/ske. Section 21. In either eventuality, he will after death married /net kako /n pathy equals n. Section 27 Arist. C. Roman 17, p. 176b, 16. Po/teron /e circumflex /atha/nados hair sucher /toe equals enzo/on. Udio/ristai toi equals s poly equals s. In this question they amphidoxu equals c. 5/13, pl, phd. 70/77b, 80d. This belief of the poly/ and pi equals des looks indeed much more like a piece of superstition than a denial of the continued life of the sucher / in which light pl represents it. We have already met with the soul as a wind spirit more than once. When it leaves the body, the other wind spirits carry it off and away with themselves, cf. Above, Chapter I, N10, Esp. When a high wind is blowing, cf. The German popular belief that when a man hangs himself a storm arises, Grimm, p. 635, cf. Manhart Germ, myth. 270n. In other words, the furious host, the personified storm spirits. Grimm, p. 632, cf. Append, Romans 7 come and carry away with them the poor unquiet soul. 6/13, cf. PL, RP. 330d. There is more about these matters in the speech against Aristogiton, 25:52-3. In spite of the popular form in which it is put, such an opinion is not to be claimed at once as a popular and generally held belief. The author of this speech is a follower of Orpheus, a fact which he himself betrays in section 11. 8/13. It is probable that in the Politeia 2 essentially distinct stages of Platonic doctrine are found side by side with only an external bond of union, and that in particular what is said in BK. V. 471 CFF, to the end of BK. Romans 7 about the philo/soph, their education and position in the state and outside politics, is an extraneous addition to the completed picture of the Kali/polis which is given in BKS. Roman 2v, 471c. An afterthought not originally included in the plan of the whole book and not anticipated in the beginning of it. This seems to me to emerge unmistakably from a careful and unprejudiced study of the whole work and to have been completely demonstrated by Crone and P. Flaterer. That Plato himself regarded the first sketch of an ideal state as a separate work, which may even have been actually published separately. Gellius 14:3-3 is shown by the beginning of the Timaeus. Here with the implication of quite a different staging of the dialogue and a different introduction from what we now read in RP. BK. IC 1 Roman 2, C9 we have an exact recapitulation of the subject of the inquiry in the Politeia/A from Roman 2, 10, 367e to V 460c, with the definite statement, 19 ob, that thus far and no farther had the discussion gone, yesterday. The stages in which the whole work was composed seem then to be divisible as follows. 1. Sketch of the state of the 478 Foo/lakes in brief, embodied in a dialogue between Socrates, Criton, Timaeus, Hermocrates, and another companion, in subject matter agreeing apart from the introduction, substantially with RP. Roman 2, 10, 367e to V 460c2, continuation of this sketch in the story of ancient Athens and the people of Atlantis. Its completion is transferred elsewhere because in the meantime the Politeia itself has been extended, and into the empty framework of the TM, thus left available the account of the creation of the world given by Timaeus is very loosely inserted. The frame narratives of the Tai/Maos and Critias never being completed. 3. Continuation of the first sketch, still virtually along the lines originally laid down in RP. V. 460d 471c, in which 466 EFF is a brief account of the behavior of the state in time of war, a substitute for the longer and more detailed statement on the same subject in Tim. 20 BF, and in Roman 8, Roman 9 the greater part, and X, second half, 608 CFF. 4. Finally, the whole work receives its crown and completion in a section that was, however, not foreseen in the older parts of the design, for it disturbs part of that original design's independence and validity, and does more than merely supplement it, the introduction of the philo/soph and their special type of virtue. V. 471 C. Roman 7 fin. Roman 9, 580d 588 X, Part 1 to 608b. Then came the final editing of the whole. Insertion of the new introduction, I1 Roman 2, 9 not necessarily left until the completion of the whole. Necessary bringing into harmony of the divergent elements by a few excisions, qualifications, etc. And probably a literary revision and polishing of the whole book. The whole, thus finally produced, reveals its origin clearly enough in the outgrowing of a first plan and its replacement by a second that has naturally suggested itself in the course of the author's own continued development. At the same time, Plato could claim that the whole edifice, in spite of much extension and rebuilding in a different style of architecture, should be considered as a unity in the form in which he finally left it, as a noteworthy monument, too, of his own alteration of view. He himself, in the sublimest moments of his mystic flight in BKS. Roman 6 and Roman 7 in no sense rejects the groundwork of the Calli/Polis of Roman 2v, though not, indeed, designed originally as such, but merely reduces it to the position of a substructure, which remains a necessary and sole foundation even for the mystic pinnacle, and preserves its absolute validity for the great majority of the citizens who inhabit the Calli/Polis. For the philo/soph are still regarded as very few in number, for whom it is a school for the exhibition of political virtue in the first sketch. Then, there is no trace of a doctrine of immortality that can be properly so called. And the popular belief in a continued life of the soul after death has for Plato, at this stage at least, no serious weight or importance. The foo/lakes are not to trouble about what may follow death, Roman 3, 1 ff. The main purpose in view is to show that dikaiosune is its own reward, and the rewards which are anticipated for it after death are only ironically alluded to Roman 2, 363 CD. Cf. 366 ob. Socrates means to do without such hopes, 366 EFF. The Athanasi/A sucher equals S is only introduced as a paradox in X, 608d, in the continuation of the first sketch, for which proof is sought, whereupon the importance of the question as to what may await the soul after death emerges, 614 AFF. As well as the necessity of taking thought not for this short life, but Hupe /R2 equals ha pantos crow/non 608c, of which nothing had been said or could have been said in Roman 3v. Finally, in Roman 6 Roman 7, the indestructibility of the soul is implied in its sublimest form. It is evident that Plato's own views on these matters had undergone changes in the course of time, and that these 479 changes are reflected in the various strata of the Politeia even after its final editing. Cf. Crone Platon, Stott p. 265, P. Fladerer Platon, Frege p. 23f 35 ff, 1888. 9/13. The appearance bu/ledi or/gedi, prothume equals tai I equals ni what its idea is. Ph.D. 74d, 75 ob. The ideas are thus teleological causes like the divine nu equals S of Aristotle, which unmoved itself, kaina equals hos ero/menon, just as matter has a desire for form, potentiality for actuality. Plato, it is true, did not keep to this method of illustrating, rather than explaining the relation between the appearance and the unmoved idea. 10/13. Nire/se meta/lo/gu paralerpto/n tim. 27d who equals u/pot, a backslash and a slash low epilis slash boyo, e circumflex backslash toe equals ter equals estañas legisimo equals, PhD. 79 a otter backslash d hotter equals as hair sucher backslash ta backslash coina backslash phi slash neti peri backslash pa slash enton episcopi equals n, THT. 185d. 11 backslash 13. The prius in the case of man is really the perception of his own mental activity in no slash erses meta backslash low slash gu as being a process essentially different from do slash zamet ace there slash cos a low slash gu. It is inference from the former alone that leads to the conclusion that the new slash mina exist. Tim. 51b 52a. It is the ideas that we grasp in abstract thought. Otter backslash hair ausi slash a hair equals s low slash gandhi slash domen chi backslash erodo equals entes chi backslash apocrino slash mena, PhD. 78d. 12 backslash 13. The epister slash mare which dialectic slash alone can give RP. 533 do is anama slash arterdos, RP. 477e. 13 backslash 13. Of the three I slash dare or G slash near the ON, the jigno slash menon and the N ho equals G slash neti, the cho slash ra of Tim 48 EF. 52 abd, the third at any rate is quite foreign to the soul. Like the world soul Tim. 35 along with which it is mixed. 41d, the individual soul also is a middle term between the mirrors of the idea and the kata backslash ta backslash so slash mot amiristo slash n, having a share in both. 14 backslash 13, true, unalterable being belongs only to the eid slash s and therefore also to the soul, PhD. 79 af. 16 backslash 13. Homeo slash teran sucher backslash so slash motto slash st toe equals eidi equals, and that equals toe equals e backslash hasau slash tas e slash chanti, PhD. 79 b toe equals they slash o circumflex, chi backslash athana slash toe, chi backslash neerdo equals, chi backslash monoide equals, chi backslash adialu slash toe, chi backslash hasau, slash tas kata backslash tata backslash e slash chanti hudo equals homeo slash tatin sucher slash 80 ab. 17 backslash 13, age slash nerton PHDR. C24 245di slash dio simply RP 611b. The creation of the souls in Tim is only intended to represent the origin of the spiritual from the dermirgo slash s, not the coming into being of the soul in time. See Seebeck Jess. D cycle. I 1 275 ff. Still, it remains impossible to say whether Plato, whenever he speaks of the pre-existence of the soul, always means that the soul existed without beginning. 18 backslash 13. As to the relation of the individual soul to the soul of the universe, neither the mythical account in Timaeus nor the briefer allusion in Phileb. 30 allows us to conclude that the soul of our body is taken from the soul of the so equals ma2 equals panto s. In reality, the fiction of a world soul is intended to serve quite other purposes than the derivation of the individual soul from a single common source. 20 backslash 13. Ac. To the account in PHDR. 246c, the soul suffers its downfall into the earthly existence if ho ter equals ska slash cares high slash pipos, i.e., the epithumi slash a in the soul tends towards the earth 247b. It must, therefore, be the result of the preponderance of the appetitive impulses. This, however, can only happen if the logistico slash n of the soul has become too weak to drive the soul chariot any longer as its duty was. Hence the supporting wings, i.e., the no slash erses of the soul horse fall off. It is thus a weakening of the cognitive part of the soul that causes its downfall into materiality, just as it is the measure of their capacity for knowledge that determines, 480, the character of the ensoma slash tosis of the souls, and their return to the topos huperura slash neos is equally determined by their recovery of the purer form of knowledge, 248 CFF, 249 AC. Thus it is not, as in Empedocles, a religio-moral transgression that leads to the incarnation of the souls, but a failure of intellect, an intellectual fall in sin. 21 backslash 13, the soul is ac. To the account in Tim, created in order that by animating and governing a body, it may complete the sum of creation. Without the zo equals a the orano slash s, the universe would be 8 slash s Tim, 41b ff. Ac. To this teleological motivation of the being and the ensoma slash tosis of the soul, this latter, the ensoma slash tosis, would have belonged to the original plan of the Dermirgo slash s, and there would be no purpose in the creation of the souls by the Dermirgo slash s and the inferior gods, unless they were destined to the animation of the zo equals a and conjunction with so slash mata. But it is obviously inconsistent with all this that the object of the soul's endeavor should be to separate itself as soon as possible and as completely as possible from the body and everything material in order to get back again to immaterial life without any body 42 BD. This is a relic of the original theological view of the relation between body and soul. In Ph.D. and usually in Plato, it displays itself unconcealed, but it was far too closely bound up with the whole of Plato's ethic and metaphysics not to make its illicit appearance even when as in Tim. He wished to keep the physiological side to the fore. 22/13. PHDR. 245 C246. A the soul is to /hodo/kinu equals n, and indeed continually, iaki/nertin, it is toy equals s/lois ho/sa equals tai perger /chi archie circumflex /kinair/cos. The body only seems to move itself, but it is really the soul within which moves it 246c. If the soul were to perish, pa equals s arano /s pa equals sa/tg/nesis would be at a standstill. The conception of the soul, as the iaki/nertin was already well and long established in Plato's time, see above, chapter Roman 12, n 150. In the form in which he introduces it here, as a proof of the imperishability of the soul, he may have modeled his conception on that of Alcmaeon Arist. N. 405a 29. See Herzl Hermes Zi 244. But Plato here and throughout PHDR is speaking of the individual soul, sucher/collective singular. So too in LG. 894 EFF, 896 EFF. Lo goes of the soul, Herr Duname/Nair Otter /Hotter/ n Kainai equals n Kai/Nerces. It is the 80/A and the issue of all movement in the world, the source of life. For life belongs to that which Otto Hodo /Kaina equals 895 C as, distinguished from the sucher / Inoiku equals, Sa ha/Passi toy equals S kinam/noise. We do not hear of the double world soul until 896 E. There is in fact Kai/Nerces in plenty in the world besides that of the animated organisms. 24/13. Sucher/ on the one side, pa equals n to /a/suchan on the other. PHDR. 246b and so generally. 25/13. Tim. 86bff. C41. In brief, Kako /s hiko /n aude/s, dia /de /ponera /any /zintina /2 equals so /mottos chi /api /duten trofer n education of the soul, ho kako /esgi /neti kako /s, 86e. 26/13. To /somatoid s ho /ter equals sucher equals hair homilia t chi /zanosia 2 equals so /mottos. Enipoi/airs zu /mfuten ktl. PhD. 81c, 83d. 27/13. Pythagoreans, see above chapters I n 55. Hardly Democritos Docs, p. 390, 14. The trichotomy can exist very well side by side with the dichotomy, which also appears into logistico/n and a lo/gisticon, the last being simply divided again into thumo/s and epithumi/a. 28/13. In the first sketch of the Republic, Roman 2v. Here it is admittedly bound up with the three classes or castes of the state, but it has not been invented for the benefit of these classes. On the contrary, the 481 trichotomy of the soul is original, and the division of the citizen body into three parts is derived and explained from it. Cf. 435, the view that Plato was never quite serious about the threefold division of the soul, but always spoke of it as something semi-mythical or as a temporarily adopted hypothesis, will not appear plausible on an unprejudiced study of the passages in the Platonic writings that deal with the threefold division of the soul. 29-13, RP. X 611 AE, C11, shows clearly that the reason which made Plato abandon his conception, given in the first sketch of the Rep, and still maintained in the Phaedrus, of the natural trichotomy of the soul into parts or divisions, was the consideration of its immortality and vocation to intercourse with the Thay equals on chi / atha / natin chi / e / on the emotions and passions by which the soul is fettered. Hupo / 2 equals so / mottos. Explain its tendency to clothe itself in another body after death, PhD. 83c FF. If the emotions and passions were indissolubly linked to the soul, the latter could never escape from the cycle of rebirths. On the other hand, if only the logistico / n, as the only independently existing side of the soul, goes into the place of judgment in the other world, there would seem to be no reason that should tempt this simple, uncompounded soul to renewed ensoma / ptosis, a process which implies materiality and desire. This difficulty troubled Plotinos too. Plato takes into view the possibility of an inner corruption of the pure and undivided intellectual soul, which makes a future state of punishment and purgatory possible and intelligible, and explains the existence, until a complete return to purity is achieved, of a tendency or constraint to renewed ensoma / ptosis, even without a permanent association with the thumoid / s and the epithumertico / n. 30-13, ter equals alerthista / ter fuse, the soul is monoid / s rep. X, C11, 611b, 612 a. Hence it is to / para pan adia / ludos e circumflex / egu / st2 / 2, PhD. 80b. 31-13. The intellect soul atha / natin archicircumflex / nth nerdu equals zo / u is the creation of the dermirgo / s. The other faculties of the soul, thumo / s, epithumy / a, and ai / s therces therewith, sucher equals s ho / sun th nerdo / n tim. 61c, are all added to the soul at the moment of its union with the body by the subordinate deities. Tim 41d 44d, 69a 70d, c14, 15, 31. The same idea appears in RP. X 611 BC. To / eogene / esme / rose ter equals s sucher equals s is distinguished from the zugene / s. Pollet. 309c. 32-13. To / so equals makai / high equals 2 / 2 epithumy / ai, PhD. 66c. The soul moved by passion suffers hupo / so / mottos, 83 CD. In death the soul is cathara / pa / entanto equals en peri / to / so equals ma kako equals en kai / epithumio equals n, crat. 404a. 33-13. Tim. 43c. It is only as a result of this violent and contradictory excitement through the physical perception of becoming that the soul becomes a nous, which is * originally foreign to it. Ho tan I so equals ma in death equals th nerdo / n, 44a, it will in time become e / m fran once more and can become wise, 44 BC. In the case of the animals, which can be inhabited by the same soul, it will remain always a / fran one may suppose. 34-13, smicro / n crow / non, aud / n mien u equals n pro / s to / n ha / panta, crow / non. RP. 498d. 35-13. In accordance with popular thought, but obviously also in perfect seriousness, and without any special concession, death is regarded as ter equals s sucher equals s apo / 2 equals so / mottos a palagare / PhD. 64c. Gorg. 524b. Hence, it usually happens that the soul married / pot eyes ha / idu cathero equals s afike / esti. All e / 2 equals so / mottos anipal / or exi / ni, PhD. 83de i.e. with the exception of the few complete philo / soph that do not need further purification in Hades, and this is in fact the doctrine of the PhD. itself, cf. 114c, 80e, 81e. 36/13, Purgatory, Punishment and Rewards in the Other World, Gorg. 482, 523 ff. RP. X, C13 ff. 614 ff. Vision of son of Armenios in the continuation of the first version of the Politi/A, PhD. 110 B114c, we must not here go into the details of the individual myths, in which it is still perhaps possible to distinguish what parts Plato has taken out of ancient poetry and popular legend, and what comes from theological and particularly Orphic doctrinal poetry or even RP. X, from Oriental fables and how much he has added independently on his own account. A few remarks will be found in G. Edig, Acrunt, Lapes, Stud. Roman 13, 305 ff. Cf. Also Doring, Arch, Jess. Phil 1393, p. 475 ff. Dieterich, Nicaea 112 ff. He usually distinguishes 3 classes among the souls, only apparently 2 in PhDR. 249 those who are affected with curable faults, the hopelessly and incurable guilty, who are condemned to eternal punishment in Tartaros without rebirth. Gorg. 525 CFF. RP. 615D, PhD. 113E, and thirdly the Hosi/Sbibioko/Tes d/Kai/Ho/Sioi. This is the system of Gorg. 525 BC, 526 C, RP, 615 BC. With these come also the /Ori, 615 C, who neither deserve punishment nor reward of them set a /law, auka/zia emner/mers. Perhaps older theologians had already concerned themselves with these, not being satisfied with the fate assigned by popular mythology to the /Ori C append. Roman 7 it would have been a natural subject for the professional attention of these schoolmen of popular superstition. In PhD. 113 DFF. The question is even more minutely dealt with. Here we have 1 hoimi/sos bibioko/tes, chi visser sense infamia e senza load. 2 hoi ania/tos e/chance. 3 hoi ia/sima hermarterko/tes. 4 hoi diaphero/entos hosis bibioko/tes. And 5 the elite of these ho/sioi, the real philosophers, hoi philosophy/a equals s cathara/ many of these are not born again. To the other classes are assigned their appropriate purgation, reward, or punishment. Here classes 2, 3, and 4 correspond to the 3 classes of RP and Gorg, which may perhaps be modeled on the divisions popularized by older theological poetry. See above, chapter Roman 12, N62. Novelties are the me/sos bibioko/tes and the true philosophers. For these last, the abode upon the Maka/Ron Ner equals soy Gorg. 526c, or what comes to the same thing, upon the surface of the earth, PhD. 114 BC, is no longer sufficient. They go ease Maka/Ron Tina/s eudaimonias, 115d, which means that they are really freed entirely from temporal existence and enter into the unchanging now of eternity. As far as the complete escape of the philo/soph is concerned, the account in RP. X, C13 does not contradict that of PhD. The only reason why this is not mentioned in RP is that these absolutely enfranchised souls could not appear upon the lamos/ and they're mentioned. 614e. Of these various accounts, that of PhD seems to be the latest. In LG, there is yet another indefinite allusion to the necessity of undergoing a judgment after death, 904c ff. 37/13, choice of their new state of life by the souls in the other world, RP. 617 EFF. PhDR. 249b. The purpose of this arrangement is made clear by RP. 617e, 80/a helom/nu, theo/s ani/tios cf. Tim, 42d. It is, in fact, a theodicy and at the same time secures the complete responsibility of every man for his own character and deeds, cf. 619c. There is no idea of founding a determinist theory upon it. The choice is guided by the special character of the soul, which it has developed in its previous life, and its tendencies, cf. PhD. 81e, LG, 904 BC. For the same reason, there is no choice on the occasion of the soul's first and soma/tosis, Tim. 41e. After that, in later births, a definite descent in well-marked stages in paius can be observed, each conditioned by the degree of corruption attaching to the soul, Tim. 42 BFF. 483, all of which can very well coexist with a choice of its own fate by the soul conditioned by its own nature. 39/13. At least 3 as in pi o Roman 2 75 ff. Ac. To PHDR, 249a between each two births there is an intervening period of 1000 years RP. 615, a PHDR, 249 ob. This cuts away the ground from such myths as that of the various lives of Pythagoras, see append. X. 40/13, incarnation in animals PHDR, 249b, RP, 618 a 620 ff, PhD, 81e, Tim, 42 BC. That this part was any less seriously meant than any other part of his doctrine of metempsychosis is not in the least suggested by Plato himself. Ac. To Tim, 91d92b, all the animals have souls that had once inhabited the bodies of men, see Procol. In RP. Roman 2, 332 Kroll, he is trying to harmonize Tim, and PHDR. In fact, the idea that a man's soul might inhabit an animal was precisely the great difficulty in Plato's doctrine of the soul. If, as is said in PHDR. 249 BC, a real animal soul cannot enter into a human body because it does not possess no/erses or the power of dialectic, which constitutes the essential part of the human soul's activity. How can a real human soul enter into an animal's body when it is obvious that as an animal it can make no use of its no/erses? For this very reason, many Platonists those who were not satisfied with ingenious or artificial interpretations. Cf. Sallust de Dis 20, Procol, in Tim, 329 denied the entrance of the human soul into animals, cf. Og, cd, x 30 and Pardic, Nemes, p 116 Math. Luker, Roman 3, 760 already seems to have such Platonists in mind. The logistico/n of the soul seems to be absent from animals or to be present but undeveloped as in children, RP. Roman 4, 441 a b, or does it remain permanently bound in aphrosu/ner? See above this chapter n. 33. Just such a theory put forward by exponents of metempsu/chosis who would make the sucher/ always the same but not always equally active is attacked by Alex. Affer, Duen p. 27 br. But ac. To the later doctrine of Plato, the logistico/n comprises the whole contents of the soul before it enters a body. If the animals do not possess it, then they do not strictly speaking possess a soul. Thumo/s and epithumia in themselves are not the soul. They are only added to the soul when it first enters into a body. It seems certain that Plato adopted the view that the soul migrates into the bodies of animals from the theologians and Pythagoreans, while he still believed that the soul was not pure power of thought, but also, as still in PHDR, included thumo/s and epithumi/a in itself. Later, because it was difficult to do without the migration theory of the soul on account of its ethical importance, he allowed the idea to remain side by side with his reorganized and sublimated doctrine of the soul. On the other hand, metempsychoses into plant switch are certainly also zo equals a, though they only have to /epithumertico/n Tim. 77b was never adopted by him from Empedocles, cf. Procol, in RP, Roman 2, 333 kr. And for the same reason, this idea was unimportant and indifferent from an ethical point of view. 41/13. N eyes to /n nerdo /n to /ponter equals s sucher equals s/nadon, RP. 517b. 42/13. Epider /de /nerdo/n chi /adia/thoron auto /anagcare I equals ni, PHDR. 245d. The ancient argument from the fact that the individual soul, and of this Plato is speaking, has no beginning to the conclusion that its life can have no end. 43/13. This much may be conceded to Teichmüller's observations. The individual and the individual soul is not an independent principle, but only a resultant of the compounding of the idea and the principle of becoming, though this is not how Plato regards the 484 matter. Hence, in Plato, the individual is not eternal i.e., not necessarily, and the eternal principles are not individual, stud. Z. Jess. D. Beaker. p. 115, 142, 1874. But all that Teichmuller has to say under this head is in reality only a criticism of the Platonic doctrine of the soul and does not help us to determine what exactly that doctrine was. Plato speaks always of the immortality, i.e., the eternity, of the individual soul. Nowhere does he confine indestructibility to the common nature of the soul. And this fact is not even remotely explained by appealing, as Teichmuller does, to an alleged orthodoxy, to which Plato is supposed to be accommodating his words. If from no other passage, we should be obliged to conclude definitely from RP 611 that Plato believed in the existence of a plurality of souls and in their indestructibility. E backslash a backslash ni equals n hiote slash such a slash. U slash t gar a slash and pu ella slash t2s g slash nointo merdemia equals esapalum slash ners. U slash t how equals play slash us. Here the predicate of the first sentence is indubitably I equals n only. It is affirmed that always the same souls will exist, not that hi autai backslash I equals n. The souls are always the same ones, as Teichmuller supposes, Platon. Frege, 7ff. And it is asserted with all possible plainness that the plurality of individual souls, of which a definite number exist, is indestructible. 44-13. E.g. appeal made to teletai slash, palioi backslash lo slash goi and aporer slash toys lego slash men, and particularly to Orphic doctrine, in those places where he is speaking of the inward difference between the soul and all that is corporeal, of the soul's death in earthly life, of its enclosure in the so equals ma as its ser equals ma and punishment of its misdeeds of punishment and purification after death in ha slash iders, of the migration of the soul, its imperishability. Dwelling of the pure in the neighborhood of the gods, Ph.D. 61 BC, 63 C, 70 C, 81 a 107 DFF. Gorg, 493 a Krat, 400 BC, Men 81 a LG. 870 de, 872 E. This also is the origin of the tendency to compare the highest philosophical activity, or the beholding of the ideas before all time, with the epipte equals AI of the mysteries, PhDr. 250b, cf. Lob, Agel, 128. 45-13. 9, an ancient sacred number, stages from the philo/sophos downwards to the 2/ranos, PhDr. 248. 46-13, this is frequently stated in individual myths, cf. Also Ph.D. 85 CD. 48-13, N2 equals O/Ntos there/ran, Ph.D. 66C, Hotan otter /cath hotter / and pragmatu/erdai hair sucher /peri /ta /o/nta, THT. 187A, otter equals ter equals sucher equals theaton otta /ta /pra/gmata, Ph.D. 66D. 49-13, zunai/tia tim, 46C-ff. Nu equals as chi /ana/gcare, 47 EFF. Hotheo/s is palo equals and ani/tios, namely to equals and kako equals n, rp. 379 AC. 50-13, the so equals ma with which the soul is bound up is a kako/n, Ph.D. 66b, desmoi/ of the soul, 67d. The kaka in the world are regularly said to come from matter until in LG. Side by side with the *tis sucher/ of the world, there appears an evil world soul that works evil. 51-13, particularly in Ph.D. Catharu/einka/tharsishoi philosophy/ a hikano equals s cathara/men, in contrast with the aka/thardoi suche/. 67 AFF. 69 BC, 80 E, 82 D, 108 B, 114 C. Catharsis of the soul through dialectic soft 230 CFF. Express allusion to the analogous requirement of ka/tharsis by hoitaus telida / s hermi equals n cadaster/sans, Ph.D. 69c. 52-13. Ka/tharsis I equals ni 2 equals 2 zumbai/ni. To backslash Corey slash Zeinho slash Taima slash Lista, apo backslash 2 equals so slash mottos, and sucher backslash, and kai backslash ethai slash psi, otter backslash and cath hotter backslash, and pentacho then ek 2 equals so slash mottos sunajay slash ristai slash t, kai backslash hathri slash zestai. Kai backslash oike equals, and kata backslash to backslash donato backslash, and kai backslash ento equals new equals, and pero slash nti, kai backslash ento equals e slash pedamo slash nairn, cath hotter equals n. Ekliwom slash nairn ho slash spur ek desmo equals, and ek 2 equals so slash mottos, phd. 67 see thus dikiasu slash nair, and 485, andre slash a, and more particularly fro slash nairces, are catharmo slash st's, 69 BC. Lu slash cis t chi backslash catharmo slash s of philosophy slash a, 82d. 53 backslash 13. Philosophy, a teaches the soul eyes hotter backslash and zul slash gestai chi backslash hathri slash zestai, and to anacore equals n from the apas slash tear of the senses ho sun mer backslash on a slash g care, audoi equals s crer equals estai, phd. 83a. E backslash and cathara backslash hair sucher backslash apala slash t terdai. Few slash gausa to backslash so equals makai backslash sunner throws me slash nair, a eyes hotter slash n, 80e, 76c. 54 backslash 13. Catharai backslash apalato slash meniter equals, s2 equals, so slash mottos afrasu slash nairs. No so slash methody hermo equals, n auto equals, n pa equals, n to backslash ilacrine slash s. Mer backslash cathero equals ga backslash r cathru equals f a slash testi mer backslash uthimido backslash any circumflex equals phd. 67 ob. 55 backslash 13. For the agatho slash n, hair 2 equals agathu equals id slash a, 80 slash a both of a lair slash thea and of a pister slash mer, but identical with neither. They are only agathoidaire equals. And et meso slash nos timert slash on cause of the gignosco slash mina, and not only of gigno slash skestai, of both I equals ni and ausi slash a. Auk ausi slash as o slash entos 2 equals agathu equals all et ep slash cana ter equals s ausi slash as presbe slash a kai backslash duna slash me huper slash chontos crp. Roman 6 c. 19 500 eta ff. 517 BC. Here to backslash agatho slash n, as the reason and active cause of all being is itself placed beyond and above being, as it is regularly with the Neoplatonics, and identified with Godhead, the the equals os nu equals s phil. 22c, this last is, however, in tim set side by side with the ideas, of which to backslash agatho slash n is now the highest. 58 backslash 13. The philosopher, exista slash minos to equals n anthropy slash non spoutisma slash ton, chi backslash pro backslash s to equals they slash o circumflex gigno slash minos, in thauja slash zonla slash laird 2 backslash s palu slash s, phdr. 249d. 59 backslash 13. Ho goar sunoptico backslash s dialectico slash s rp. 537 c eyes my slash and id slash, and sonoro equals nta a slash jane ta backslash polychair equals dsparmna, and again cat, I slash dare t slash nane, what is unified? This is the business of the dialectico slash s, phdr. 265 d ek palo equals, and ace there slash, sion eyes hien legisimo equals zunero slash menon I slash ni, phdr. 249b. 60 backslash 13. Gradual ascent of dialectic upwards to auto backslash ho backslash e slash stin agatho slash n, rp. 532 af, 511 BC, 534 b ff. To auto backslash to backslash kalo slash n, smp. C 289 211b. Its aim is epinagager backslash 2 equals belty slash stu, n sucher equals pro backslash, s2 equals re slash stu n toy equals, su equals c therein, rp. 532c. 61 backslash 13. The philosophically eretico slash s at the end of the dialectic ascent, exi slash ph nairs, kato slash seti slash t, thomasto backslash enter backslash, enfu slash sin kalo slash nktl. SMP. 210, e exactly as in the t slash li chi backslash epiptica backslash muster slash ria. 210 a holo slash clara chi backslash hapla equals chi backslash udai slash mona fo slash smata myoman slash t chi backslash epiptu slash aunts and cathara equals phdr. 250c. It is a visionary and a suddenly acquired apprehension of the world order, not one obtained in discursive thought. We may compare the way in which Platinos, with a recollection of such Platonic passages, describes the arrival of e/k stasis ho, tan hair sucher backslash exi slash ph ners, fo equals s slash bear ktl. 5:3:17. Cf. 5:5:17. 62 backslash 13. The soul e/oikto equals they/o circumflex, phd. 80a it is zuganer backslash esto equals t-they slash o circumflex chi backslash athana slash to chi backslash to equals e backslash o slash nti rp. 611 esug slash nia thayer of men, lg. 899d the eternal and immortal is, as such, divine. The real ego of man, the atha slash natin, sucher backslash epinamazo slash menon, after death goes parathiau backslash essa slash lose, lg. 959b. 63 backslash 13. The they equals on, athana slash toys homo slash newman, part of the soul is atha slash natos archi circumflex backslash th nerdu equals zo slash utim. 41c, 42e the fro slash nerces of the soul, its wing, phdr. 246d toe equals they slash o circumflex e slash oikin, alk. 133c and tim. 90 a c this curio slash tatin ter equals s sucher equals si equals das is actually called the die slash mon, which man has zu slash neuken and hotto equals. 64 backslash 13. The I is herlioid slash statin toe equals n peri backslash tadas ace there slash says orga slash non, rp. 508b. Goth is alluding either to these words or to the phrase of Platinos taken from them. 1, 6. Peri backslash 2 equals calu equals 9. 65 backslash 13. Epister slash mer chi backslash alair slash thea are both agathoidaire equals rp. 509 a the soul something theaid slash s phd. 95c 486. 66 backslash 13. From the philosophy slash a of the soul, and from the question ho equals nha slash tedai chi backslash hoi slash on fi slash edi humilio equals, and its real nature can be discerned as one which is zuganer backslash esto equals they slash o circumflex chi backslash athana slash to chi backslash to equals e o slash nti rp. 611 de phd. 79d with the zugin slash s of the soul we achieve contact with the o slash entos on rp. 490b if the ideas are everlasting, so must our soul be, phd. 76 de. By its power of phrona equals n atha slash nada chi backslash they equals a the anthropy slash ner fu slash sis has itself a share cath ho sun end slash ched, i.e. with nu equals s in athanasi slash a tim. 90 bc. This thinking part of the soul pro backslash snn warano equals zug slash nian apo backslash ger equals s herma equals sai slash ray hozo slash entas feudo backslash n auk e slash gj and all or res slash nian tim. 90a. 67 backslash 13. Lu slash einen sucher backslash n from the body and from sense perception phd. 83 ob. 65 a 67 dilu slash cis and catharmo slash s of the soul by philosophy slash a phd. 82 dilu slash cis chi backslash I slash assis to equals n desmo equals n of the body chi backslash ter equals s afrasu slash ners rp. 515c. 68 backslash 13. They equals osis to backslash donato backslash and anthro slash pogi slash net I said of the true philosopher rp. 500d. Atha slash natos, SMP. 212 a the philo slash sophos is perpetually in contact with the o backslash and e backslash, and the they equals on, which last is with difficulty recognizable by the eyes of ter equals, s to equals, n palo equals, n sucher equals s, soph. 254a. Chi slash moidokai equals theo backslash smien, as e.g. Empedocles called himself. Aner backslash r automo equals si equals ni, Thay equals os mer slash n. Pa slash entasgar ego backslash 2 backslash s philoso slash fus toyu slash 2s prosagoru slash o circumflex soph. 216b, where thay equals os is used in quite a different sense from that it has in other passages, where Plato speaks of krersmo doi backslash kai backslash theamas slash entes as thay equals oi men. 99c, and of the insight and virtue of the unphilosophic as coming thay slash a moi slash ra slash nu equals. 69 backslash 13, rp. 519c, 540b, ter equals s2 equals o slash entos theas, hoi slash en herdner backslash ne slash che, adu slash natana slash lo jeju equals esti player backslash ento equals philoso slash fo, rp. 582c, cf. Phileb. 70 backslash 13. The flight and slash nd eke equals c produces homi slash asin theo equals kata backslash to backslash donato backslash n, tht. 176 b homu equals esti theo equals, rp. 613 a to backslash catnuyum slash no to backslash catnu equals n examio equals psi tim, 90d. 70 a backslash 13. The soul that has through philosophy become completely pure is withdrawn from the cycle of rebirth and from the whole material world. Even as early as PHDR. The souls of the philosopher slash sans after a third ensoma slash tosis are exempt for the remainder of the peri slash odos of 10,000 years, while the real and unwavering E slash philosopher remains forever free from the body. That at least must be the meaning of 248c 249. A. The subject is then treated in more detail in PhD. Release of the philosophy slash a hikano equals s cathara slash men, forever from life in the body. A slash nu soma slash tanzo equals c to backslash parapan eyes to backslash ne slash peta crow slash non. 114c entry of the pure soul to its kin, eyes to backslash zugin slash s. 84b, and it's like eyes to backslash ho slash moyen otter equals, to backslash e8 slash s. 81a, and eyes theo equals ng slash nos. 82 bn to the 2 equals thay slash ut kai backslash kathru equals kai backslash monoedu equals s zanosi slash a. 83 e still more mythologically expressed him. 42 bd hoto equals n kako equals n kathero backslash s to slash pos tht. 177 throughout we have the release theory of the theologians re-expressed in a philosophical and more elevated manner orphic. Memaerm slash noi, PhD. 81. 72 backslash 13. To the I slash dios ausi slash a, to backslash e slash sty mo slash non kata backslash tamen alerther equals lo slash gon proser slash k tim. 37e. 73 backslash 13. It is true that not until it becomes associated with the body does the soul, by obtaining ai slash s therses, epithumi slash a, thumo slash s, and all the other faculties that bring it into touch with becoming and changing, obtain what can strictly be called its individual personality. The perfectly adequate comprehension in thought of the ever-unchanging by the bodiless and free soul would have no individualized content. We must not, however, with Tychum, pl. fr. 40, conclude from this that Plato knew nothing of an immortality of the individual and of 487 individuality. He did not distinctly raise the question of the seat and origin of individuality in the soul. He is content to suppose that a plurality of individual souls was living before their entanglement with becoming, and to conclude from this that in eternity, too, after their last escape from G/Nesis, the same number of individual souls will still be living. Numerical distinctness, which affects in a scarcely intelligible manner the spaceless and immaterial, has to do duty with him for qualitative distinctness, which would alone be able to account for the self-consciousness of this plurality. Ac. To the picture given in Tim. C 1441 DFF. The souls created by the Dermurgo/S are evidently all alike, hence also is G/Nesis pro/ter tedegmi /nermiapa equals sin, 41e, and only when they are in the so equals ma, and bound up with mortal portions of soul, do they react in different ways to what affects them from without end, so become different. This is so, however, in the pre-existent period to ac, to PhD. In that account, thumo/s and epithumia are also bound up with the soul in pre-existence. the influence of the lower soul partners and of the trofer /paidu/cios, Tim. 44b, makes the logistica / also of the souls differ among themselves. This acquired individual characterization, the fruit of differing payday / a chi / trofer / something quite the reverse of the common nature of soul, in general, which Teichmuller supposes to be meant here. Stud. 143 is taken with it by the soul to the place of judgment, i.e. Hades, Ph.D. 107d, when, however, by the best trofer /paidu/cios, it has become completely pure and free from all the trammels of the physical and perishable, and departs into bodiless existence in the eid / s, then, in truth, all individual distinctness has been dissolved out of it. Still, it must endure forever as a self-conscious personality, for that this is what Plato meant cannot be doubted. 75 /13. Cori /sein ho tima /lista apo /2 equals so /mottos n sucher /n, Ph.D. 67 c anacore equals n. 83, quite in the manner of genuine mysticism, it is the separateness of the man who is to behold God, of which Eckhart speaks. 79 /13. To equals zugane equals plerja /sas chi /mija / to equals o /nti o /ntos, rp. 490b. 80 /13. The soul eo equals sa chi rain to so equals ma chi kath ho sun do nadai o koinanu equals sa or gedai 2 equals o ntos, Ph.D. 65c. In the same way the appearance yearns after the idea. See above, this chapter, n9. 82 /13. Para equals esti crer equals and /nd eke equals c few /jane ho /tai ta /kista. Fugger /dahami /osis theo equals kata to donato /n, tht. 176 ob. 84 /13. Beyond all other things, it is the ka/los of the world of appearance that awakes the memory of that which has once been seen in the world of ideas. PHDR. 250b, 250d ff. SMP. C28 ff. 210 a ff. Plato gives a peculiar reason for this, but in reality, it is due to a vigorous reemergence of the fundamental artistic the aesthetic element in his philosophically speculation and enthusiasm which the thinker had so violently suppressed in obedience to his theory that the ace there says, and all the arts are merely imitations of deceptive imitations of the only true reality. 85 /13, not ma /therses only on a /mnerses, PHDR, 249 BC, men, C 14 FF, 80 DFF, PhD, C 18 FF, 72 EFF. This theory occurs regularly in Plato in close connection with the theory of the soul's migrations. 488, and it appears that he did as a matter of fact derive it from the anticipations and suggestions of earlier teachers of metempsychosis. See above, chapter Xi, N96. 87 /13. Hami /osis de theo equals d /kyan, chi ho /sion, meta franer /cios gene esti, tht. 176b. 89 /13. THT. 172 c. 177 c. The philosopher is unskilled in the life of the everyday world and its arts, and is quite indifferent towards them. Commonplace people, if he is at any time drawn into the affairs of the marketplace or the law courts, regard him as uer/theirs, ano /erdos, gela equals os. Sometimes do /zanpera /skoint, a /n hoi o /entos philo /sof, hos panta /passin e /chance manico equals s sof. 216d, rp. 517 a passages from the later writing of Plato, even as early as PHDR. 249, d exista minos to equals, and anthropy non spoutisma ton chi pro s to equals, they o circumflexigno minos nauthete equals, tai hupo to equals, n palo equals, n hos perkino equals, nktl. 90 /13. Idiotu ein alla mer dermosiu ein is the injunction made to the philosopher, app. 32 at least, in po lays as they are rp. 520b, after death comes the reward andro backslash s philoso slash futa backslash hodu equals pra slash santos chi backslash o polypragmanaire slash santos ento equals by slash o circumflex, gorg. 526, si ho slash spur eistheria, a slash anthropos, empiso slash, and the true philosopher will her suchi slash, any slash chain, chi backslash ta backslash hodu equals pra slash titane rp. 490-60. 91 backslash 13. Ta backslash to equals an anthro slash pon pra slash gmata mega slash lairs mien spouder equals s auk a slash zia, lg. 803b. 92 backslash 13. Gorg. 521 d ho hos alertho equals s kubernertico slash s rp. 488 ecf. Also men. 99 e 100a. 93 backslash 13. Not dia slash konos chi backslash epithumio equals n periscuster slash s, but rather an atro slash s gorg. 518 c, 521, scf. 464b ff. 94 backslash 13. Gorg. 519 a. All these worldly matters seem to him fluari slash ai, just as all the appearances in the world of becoming are for him but fluari slash ai, rp. 515d. 96 backslash 13. Who equals tas ho tro slash pos a slash ristos 2 equals by o gorg. 527e. This is the real subject of the gorg. Viz. Ho slash entina crer backslash tro slash pon zer equals n, 500c, and not the nature of rare doric slash, and it is this which gives its special emotional tone to the dialogue. 97 backslash 13. Gorg. 515 cff. 519 ff. Summary. Audna herme equals si slash smen a slash endra agatho backslash en jagono slash tata backslash politica backslash enter equals deter equals po slash lay, 517a. 98 backslash 13. Ouch hos kalo slash and t all, hos anakai equals on pra slash titance, rp, 540b. 99 backslash 13. It is now the scopo backslash sento equals by inaccessible to the api slash dudohu equals stachzome slash news day equals ha slash panta pra slash titane, rp. 519c. 100 backslash 13. The a slash li eritai backslash kalu slash mena, even including sophi slash are regarded as practical shrewdness, rp. 428 bff. As egu backslash su equals saito equals n2 equals so slash mottos become of secondary importance compared with the virtue of fro slash nerces, i.e. of dialectic and the contemplation of their ideas, rp. 518 da. This alone is theo slash teron, something may equals zon than those bourgeois virtues, rp. 504 d. Philosophy stands high above dermatiker slash t chi backslash politiker backslash eriter slash x e thous t chi backslash meliter equals s jeganui equals a slash new philosophy as t chi backslash new equals phd. 82 bc. This, too, rightly understood, is the real point of the inquiry in Meno. Explicitly, indeed, the dialogue only concerns itself with that eriter slash which is commonly so regarded, and is based on a lerther backslash s do slash za, coming into existence by instinct, the slash a moi equals ra. Which, however, to the philosopher is not eriter slash in the proper sense of the word. That name he would only give to epister slash mer, the only sort of knowledge that can be learnt and acquired as a permanent possession, depending as it does upon the doctrine of ideas. To epister slash mer he this time only makes distant allusion. 489. 101 backslash 13, rp. Romans 7, c15, 535 of 536d, cf. Romans 6, c2, 5, 485b, 487b, 489d, 490e. 102 backslash 13. Chi backslash 2 equals mien, do slash zers a lerthu equals s, pa slash nta, a slash endra meet slash chain fate slash on, nu equals de backslash theau slash s, anthro slash pon de backslash g slash nos bracu slash t-tim. 51e. 103 backslash 13. Philo slash sophon player equals those adu slash natin I equals ni, RP. 494a. Fu/says of a completely philosophical kind, pa equals s hermi equals and homologer/say oliga/kiss and anthro/poifu/estai chi /oli/gas, RP. 491b. 104/13. That into which I sink myself that becomes one with me, when I think on him, I am as God that is the fount of being, the true mystic note. For the mystics, knowledge of an object is real oneness with the thing known. Knowledge of God is union with God. 490. Chapter 14. The Later Age of the Greek World. Part 1. Philosophy. Plato and the Platonic account of the nature, origin, and destiny of the soul closes a period. It marks the end of that theological and spiritualist movement, to the force and significance of which nothing bears clearer witness than the fact that it could have such a conclusion. After this point, its development ceases, at least it disappears from the surface of Greek life. Like one of those Asiatic torrents with which the ancients were familiar, it buries itself underground for a long stretch of its course, only to reappear eventually, with all the greater effect, far away from the place of its origin. Even Plato's own school, almost immediately after the death of its master and directing spirit, turned its attention in a direction quite other than that which he had given it. To have retained the Platonic outlook would have made his pupils even more isolated in their very different age than Plato himself had been in his own. Greece entered upon a new and final phase of her development. The ominous breakdown of the older political fabric at the end of the 4th century might have seemed likely to put an end to the natural vitality of the Greek peoples. With the conquest of the East by Macedonians and Greeks, however, new tasks were set before that people, and with the new task they acquired new faculties. The polis, indeed, the purest expression of Greek constructive ability, could not be restored to life. Such of the old and narrow city republics as had not perished completely in that stormy period only languished in a stagnant peace. Rare, indeed, are the exceptions in which, as particularly in Rhodos, a more vigorous and independent life asserted itself. The new and swollen cities of the Macedonian Empire, with their motley populations drawn from many nationalities, could not make good the loss. The leagues in which Greece seemed to be making an effort to find a political organization of a wider compass soon broke down under the effects of inward. 491. Corruption and external violence. Even in its deepest and most essential character, the old national spirit of Greece, which had drawn its strength from its clear-cut individuality, seemed to be suffering damage through the unlimited extension eastwards and westwards of Greek life. It did not cease to be an immeasurable advantage to be a Greek, but a Greek now meant anyone who had a share in the one thing that still distinguished and characterized the Greeks, namely, Greek culture, and Greek culture was no longer confined to a single nation. It was no fault of this Greek humanism that not a single one of the vast populations of the East, and in the West at last Rome stood alone, was able to make their own this culture so generously offered to the whole world, so that there, too, all should become Greek who were capable of becoming free human beings. Nevertheless, from all countries and nationalities, uncounted multitudes of individuals entered into the circle of this extended Hellenism. The way was open for all who could live without the need of a way of life and thinking modeled strictly upon national lines. For the culture which now united all Greeks and Greek communities was based upon science, and science knows nothing of national frontiers. The science which could thus present itself as the guiding principle of such a large and heterogeneous mass of cultured people must at any rate have reached a condition of stability, if not of completely rounded finality. After all the stir and controversy of the previous centuries, it had at last arrived at a period of contented enjoyment of its own resources. The long drawn-out struggle, the restless years of search were now held to have borne fruit. In philosophy, at least, there was a distinct slackening of the insatiable zeal and boldness of individual thinkers in posing new questions and wresting answers, or in seeking for fresh solutions to old problems. A few great systems, formulated in accordance with the fixed tenets of the various schools of thought, still offered a refuge to those who demanded fixity and definition in their opinions. For centuries, they kept up their special traditions without serious alteration, until they, too, fell in pieces at last. A greater measure of independence and variety was displayed by the special sciences, which, since they had now been completely released for the first time from the leading strings of philosophy, proceeded to develop freely in accordance with their own principles. Art, too, was by no means devoid as yet of originality and attractiveness, and in spite of the overwhelming achievements of the past, refused to be driven, 492, into a position of subservience and imitation. But it was no longer, in conjunction with the peculiar customs and manners of a people, the mistress and dispenser of wisdom and knowledge of the world. Art becomes a plaything and an incidental diversion. It is science that determines the general character and content of culture. But this scientifically minded culture shares in the natural temper of all science. Science has its feet firmly planted in life itself. It keeps men's minds actively employed in this world. It has small temptation to leave the firm ground of what is knowable and can never be too well known, to voyage out into the region of the intangible, which can never be a subject of scientific inquiry. A cool rationalism, a calm adherence to the intelligible and thinkable, without any leanings to the gloomy terrors of a mysterious world of the unknown, such is the temper that marks the science and culture of the Hellenistic age, and marks it more distinctively than any other period of Greek culture. Such mysticism, as was still vigorous and effective, kept itself timidly in the background at this time. In the everyday world, it is rather the direct contrary of mysticism that we are made aware of. The unlovely results of the prevailing rationalism, a bleak reasonableness, a knowing and prosaic common sense such as stares dully at us from the pages of Polybios's history as the point of view of the narrator himself and of those of whom he writes. It was no age of heroes or of the heroic. A weaker and more delicate generation holds the field. The breakdown of political life and the disappearance of its obligations made it more possible than it had ever been before for the individual to lead his own life in his own way. And he makes the most of his freedom, his culture, the treasures of an inward, private life enriched with all the brilliance and charm of an old and perfected civilization. All the past had thought and labored on his behalf. He is not idle, but he is busy without ever being in a hurry, enjoying his heritage and taking his ease in the cooling sunlight of the long drawn-out autumn of Greek life. And he is little concerned to inquire what may follow when this brilliant, many-colored world that surrounds him shall have vanished from his gaze. This world is all in all to him. The hope or fear of immortality has little effect upon the educated people of the age. Philosophy, to which in one form or another they are all more or less closely attached, teaches them, according to its particular mood, to cherish that hope or calmly to set it to one side. In none of the popular sects, 493, had the doctrine of the eternity or imperishable nature of the soul any serious significance as the central doctrine of a system. Natural science ruled the day, while theology remained in the background and could only obtain a doubtful hearing, if it was even listened to at all, for its proclamation of the divine origin and everlasting life of the souls. Section 2. At the outset of this period, and illuminating a long stretch of it with the light of his genius, stands the figure of Aristotle. In what this masterly color, Chisano had to say of the soul's nature and destiny, two voices are distinctly audible. The soul, he instructs us, is that which in a living and organic physical body brings the potentially existing to actual existence. It is the form to the body's matter, the culmination of the capacities of independent life residing in the particular body. Bodiless and immaterial itself, it is not the outcome of the mixture of the various parts of the body. It is the cause, not the resultant, of the vital functions of its body, which exists for the soul's benefit as its instrument. It dwells within a natural organism, and though it is itself unmoved, it moves that organism as the source of its growth and nourishment, of its desires and locomotion, of its feeling and perceiving, while in the higher organisms it acts as the combination of all these faces. It is as little to be thought of as separate from the body its own body as the power of vision is in separation from the eye or as its shape from the molded waxen image. Theoretically, indeed, it is possible to distinguish between body and soul, but actually, and in the animated organism, they cannot be distinguished. When the living creature dies, the matter of which it was composed loses its special adaptation to a purposeful organism, and this adaptation was its life. Without it, there can be no independent substance, ausi/a. The form, the functional power of the once living organism, its soul, has no longer any independent existence. This is the voice of Aristotle the physicist when he is speaking from the standpoint of a physical doctrine which includes the study of the soul, insofar as it occurs not without matter. Aristotle the metaphysician takes us further. In the soul of man, besides the vital powers of the organized individual, there lives a spiritual being of more than natural character and origin, the mind, that in us which thinks and conceives. This thinking mind is not bound to the body and its life. It does not come into being with the creation of the human organism, which is completed by the addition of mind. It has no beginning and was uncreated from eternity. It enters into man at his creation, from without. Even while it lives within the body, it remains unmingled with the body and its powers and uninfluenced by them. Enclosed within itself, it lives its separate life as something quite other than the soul, of which it is nevertheless called a part, and separated from it by a gulf. Comparable with the God of Aristotle's world, it transcends what might be called its little world, the living human organism. It influences that organism without being influenced in turn. It is akin to God, it is called the divine in man. Its activity is the same as that of God. God pure substance, unlimited highest, everlasting actuality is absolute and perpetually operant thinking. All practical activity, doing and creating, is far removed from God. So too, the mind is entirely occupied in thinking, though here there is some alternation perhaps between the potential and the actual. It grasps, in an intuition of the intellect that is beyond failure and error, the unmediated, first principles, the first and highest concepts, immediately certain and not deducible from still higher concepts, from which all knowledge and philosophy is derived. In its association with the body and its soul, this thinking reason lives as the ruling element over both, not, however, as the realization of this particular individual creature. The mind is indeed said to be that which the individual man is, and without the addition of mind the man could not exist, but the special and personal character belonging to the individual is not to be found in this reasoning mind. Mind is totally devoid of distinguishable qualities and is identical in every case where it appears. It is invariably foreign to the separate and individual character of the man to whom it is added, and hardly seems to be his peculiar property. When death occurs, the thinking mind is not involved in the destruction which overtakes the human organism with which it was associated. Death does not affect it. Like everything that is without beginning, it is indestructible. It returns again to its separate existence. Like the great world mind, God, and in company with it, for it has not sprung from God and does not merge again into God, the individual mind of man continues in unending life. It 495 disappears now into impenetrable darkness. The separate existence of the mind is beyond not merely our perception, but our conceiving as well persisting for itself alone. Mind has no mental activity, no memory, and no consciousness. Indeed, it is impossible to say what special qualities or activity can be attributed to it beyond the simple predicate of existence, of being. In the doctrine of this thinking mind, which is associated with the human soul, from without, and never merges into it, of its pre-existence from eternity, its kinship with God and its imperishable life after its separation from the human organism, in all this Aristotle preserves a mythological element taken from the dogmatic teaching of Plato. There was a time when he had been a complete Platonist precisely in his doctrine of the soul. In his youth, like other members of the Academy, he had yielded to the fascination of clothing in artistic and perfected language brilliant fantasies about the origin, nature, and destiny of the soul, the divine daemon inhabiting the mortal frame of man. Later, however, it seemed inconceivable to him that any soul may inhabit any body. He could only conceive of the soul of the individual man as a realization of the life of this entirely distinct and physical organism, to which it is indissolubly bound as the purpose and form of the particular instrument. All the vital powers, as well as appetite, perception, memory, and reflective thought, appeared to him merely as the modes of activity manifested by the animated body, which is itself unthinkable apart from its soul. And yet he still preserved a relic of the old dualistic opposition between the body and the independent substantial soul, the same conception of the soul. In fact, as that which Plato had himself, in the later period of his philosophical development, alone retained. This was as the contemplative mind, which is occupied in apprehending the highest truths in intellectual intuition. And this mind is, according to Aristotle, not to be included in the soul, but to be separated from it as a special being that has descended from the heights of divinity and has been coupled with the soul from without and for its limited period of life. The origin of this conception of a reduplicated soul is plain. It is derived from memories of Plato, and beyond that from theological doctrine, which was itself in the last resort, but a spiritualized restatement of primeval popular fancies of the psyche that dwells in the living body. But though he took over the doctrine, he did not take over the special sense that, 496, the theologians had given to it. He omitted both the conclusions they drew and the exhortations they based upon it. We hear no more of the purification of the divine mind within mankind. It is nothing impure or evil in it, nor can any breath of pollution affect it from without. The effort towards the other world of purity, the denial and rejection of its earthly partner, the living body, are foreign to the mind of Aristotle. It has no impulse to deliverance or self-emancipation. It knows of no peculiar task that points beyond this world. The presence of this separable mind in the living man is an assured fact and nothing more. No purpose in life is deducible from it. The fact itself seemed to be evident from the power that man possesses of grasping immediately a highest form of knowledge that is beyond demonstration, not as the result of the mental activity of his soul, for the apprehension is prior to the soul, but by means of a higher spiritual faculty, a special intellectual being that seemed to proclaim its presence and existence within man in this way. It is thus by way of a theory of knowledge, not of a theological doctrine, that we arrive at the distinction between mind and soul. But the doctrine thus reasserted was in reality nothing but the old doctrine of the theologians. This mind, too, seems to the thinker to be a being akin to God. The pure contemplative existence, a life consisting in the contemplation of the final objects of intuition, is counted as a privilege of the divine and of all divine beings, as the true purpose of vital energy and of its manifestation. And in the description of this state, the sober reserve of his lecture style seems to be uplifted and almost illuminated with the warmth and brilliance imparted by a genuine glow of personal experience. This pure activity of contemplation, finding its deepest satisfaction in itself, belongs to the divine in man to the mind. Its whole life lies in this. This activity, however, the mind performs and finishes in this life, while it is united with the body and the body's soul. There is nothing left that can be thought of as forming the content of the life and activity of the mind in its separate existence after the completion of its period of life on earth. Mind and the man with whom it is associated can hardly have a very urgent desire for that emancipation in another world, which is thus left blank and without content for our thought. The thought of immortality cast in this form could no longer possess any real value or ethical significance for man. It arises from a logical deduction, from metaphysical considerations, not 497, from a demand of the spirit. It lacks not only the distinctness that might have appealed to the senses and given direction to the imagination, but the power, or the intention, of playing a leading part in the conduct or direction of life on this earth. There is no inspiration in this doctrine, not even for the philosopher, though it was to him and his activity and his efforts that the picture and panegyric of mind, the philosopher in man, had really referred. It was quite possible to abide by the teaching and philosophy of Aristotle, directed as it was to the observation and interpretation of the things of this world, while abandoning the advanced post of the doctrine of mind, that being which has sunk to the level of this world from the other world of divinity, which separates itself, with the death of man, once more to everlasting divine life, though hardly to a continuation of individual existence. On this point in particular, free discussion of the master's teaching maintained itself in his school. Some, and by no means the weakest, of Aristotle's successors denied altogether, and in every form, the doctrine of immortality. Section 3. The dogmatic teaching of the Stoics on the subject of the human soul is closely bound up with the materialistic pantheism, by means of which they explained all the phenomena of life, of being and becoming upon earth. God is all, and divinity is nothing outside this all, which forms the world. The universe is God. God is thus not only the matter but the form, the life, and the power of the world. Divinity is the original matter, the ethereal fire, the fiery breath, which maintains itself or changes, and in innumerable metamorphoses creates the world. God is also what supplies a purpose to this world, and is the purposeful force, the reason, and law of the world. The universal deity, which is thus at once matter, mind, and formative principle, sends out from itself at varying periods the multiplicity of appearance, and then again at another time takes back the multifarious, and the divided into the fiery unity of its own breath of life. Thus, in everything that has shape, in everything that lives and moves, the content and the unifying form is God. He is and works as their state in inorganic things, as nature in plants, as irrational soul in the other living things, as rational and thinking soul in man. 498. The soul of man, thus endowed with reason, is a fragment of the divine, and is itself divine like everything else in the world, but in a purer sense than all other things. It has remained closer to the first and original essence of the divine, conceived as creative fire, pu equals r technico /n, than the earthly fire which has lost much of its original purity and refinement. It is closer than the lower matter that in all its changeful forms degenerates progressively as it gets farther and farther away from the divine fire by gradual loss of the tension, to nose, that had once been living and active in the primeval fire, closer even than the material of its own body in which it dwells and rules. As something essentially distinct from the body, then, the individual soul comes into being among the elements of its body when that body is conceived, and it develops its full nature after the birth of the individual. But even in its individual, separate existence, it remains incompletely detached from the universal life that is present in it. It remains subject to the universal law of the world, which is God and fast bound by fate, the destiny, peprom/ner, heimarm/ni, which decrees the course of their existence for the totality of all life and the individual lives. Nevertheless, the soul has its special gifts and special task. It is capable of self-determination and is responsible for its own decisions and acts. Though it is a pure emanation from the universal reason and bound down to no irrational elements, it has the power of irrational choice and can resolve upon what is evil. Though they have all sprung from one and the same original source, the individual souls are of very different character, intellect, and propensity of will. Unreason in thought, will, and conduct is common in the world. Those who have real insight are few. In fact, the wise man, the man who keeps his own will in complete harmony with the universal and divine direction of the world, is but a picture of imaginary perfection, naturae humani exemplar, never fully and perfectly realized in actual life. Ethical interests demanded the freedom and independence of the moral personality and its will, which can only fulfill the requirements of duty by self-mastery and the overthrow of base impulses. But this independence was in conflict with the essential principles of Stoic metaphysics. The Stoics taught that the world, and the soul included in it, is only the necessary self-development of a single and absolute being that excludes all independent and separate multiplicity. Nor could they recognize any principle of evil, an anti-rational principle answering to the purity of divine power, working 499, evil and suggesting it, and making the individual capable of willful disobedience to the laws of all-embracing divinity. Pure pantheism, uniting God and the world in indissoluble unity, cannot imagine a real conflict between humanity and divinity. It cannot postulate a principle of evil through the overthrow of which a lost unity with God is to be restored. Pantheism makes no claims of an ethical or religious kind. The ingenuity of the Stoic doctors was exercised in vain in the attempt to find a way out of this dilemma. From the very origin of the school, two tendencies were discernible in the teaching of the Stoa, derived as that teaching was from such different sources. On the one hand, the ethical doctrine of the Cynics, to whom the Stoics owed the greater part of their practical teaching, threw the individual back upon his own resources and made everything depend upon the determination of his own will. It thus pointed in the direction of the most self-sufficient individualism to an ethical atomism. The physical doctrine derived from Heracleitos, on the other hand, merged the individual completely into the omnipotence and omnipresence of the All-One, and therefore, as its ethical counterpart, demanded that this relation of the individual to the universal logos of the world should find expression in a life lived completely ex ductu rationis, in unconditional abandonment of the individual will to the universal mind that is the world and God. In actual fact, it was cynicism that had the profounder influence in ethical matters. The universal law and order of the world, embracing both universe and individual in its absolute decrees, threw its net too widely to be able to answer closely enough to the needs of narrow and individual existence. No practical ethics could possibly unite this distant and final aim with the individual man in a single nexus of ordered self-determination. The intermediate link between the universe and its laws, on the one hand, and the individual with his private will, on the other, had formerly been the Greek polis with its law and custom. But it was a cosmopolitan age, and for the Stoics as well as for the Cynics before them, the city-state had lost most of its educative force. The individual saw himself more and more left to his own devices, and forced to depend upon his own strength. His life had to be ordered on self-erected standards and guided by self-found rules. Individualism, which gave its tone to the age more decisively than in any past period of Greek life, began to win a footing even in this pantheistic system. The wise man, who is a law to himself in perfect, 500 self-determination, and feels himself bound only to those like himself, is individualism's fairest flower. But the soul, thus elevated to a height where it was capable of much that was impossible for, or only incompletely within the reach of its weaker sisters, began more and more to seem like something rather different from a mere dependent offshoot of the one divine power that is the same everywhere. It is, in fact, regarded as an independent, divine, and enclosed creature in those passages where in Stoic literature, as in the older literature of the theologians, the soul is called a daemon, the daimon dwelling within the individual man, and given to him as his associate. Death, too, is regarded by this professedly monist system as a separation of soul from body in accordance with what was really a naive or a conscious spiritualism. In death, then, this soul essence whose independence had been so marked even in life does not perish with the body. It does not even lose itself again in the one from which it had taken its origin. An infinitely extended individual life is indeed not attributed to the individual souls. Only God, the one soul of the world, is eternally indestructible. But the souls which have arisen by separation from the one and all-embracing divinity survive the destruction of their bodies. Until the final dissolution, in the conflagration that will make an end of the present period of world history, they persist in their independent life. Either all of them, as was the older teaching of the school, or, as Chrysippos, the master of Stoic orthodoxy, taught the souls of the wise only, while the others have been lost in the general life of the whole some time previously. The stronger ethical personality is held together in itself for a longer time. From the point of view of physical science and materialist doctrine, it was also hard to see why the soul, composed of pure fire breath, which even in life had held the body together and had not been held together by the body, should disappear at once when that body was disintegrated. As it had once held the body together, so it might well and all the more easily hold itself together now. Its lightness carries it upwards into the pure air under the moon, where it is fed by the breath that rises upwards, and where there is nothing that can put an end to it. An underworld, region like that of popular imagination and theological teaching, was expressly denied by the Stoics. Their imagination preferred to exercise itself in an imaginary extension of life in the ether, which was their region of 501 the souls, but as a rule it appears that such flights of fancy were avoided. The life of the souls after death, that of the wise, as well as of the unwise, remained indistinct, and without content in the imagination of those whose life was still upon earth. Thus, the doctrine of the soul personality and its continued existence never simply expanded into personal immortality, which was in reality not required by the metaphysical principles of Stoicism, and could indeed hardly be reconciled with them, had in fact no serious significance for the general intention and substance of Stoicism, least of all for Stoic ethics and conduct of life. The philosophy of Stoicism is directed to the study of life, not of death. In this life on earth, and only here can the purpose of human endeavor the reproduction of divine wisdom and virtue in the human spirit be fulfilled in manful contest with contrary impulses. Fulfilled, that is, in so far as such a thing is possible for lonely and isolated fragments of divinity. But virtue is sufficient in itself for the attainment of happiness, a happiness which loses nothing through the brevity of its duration, and to which nothing would be added by the prolongation of its span. Nothing in the doctrine of Stoicism points man, or the wise man, to another world beyond the life of the body, and outside this earthly theater of conflict and duty, for the fulfillment of his being and his task. Section 4. The limited doctrine of immortality, which, as we have seen, was not an essential part of the teaching of Stoicism, began to be called in question as soon as the rigid dogmatism of the school was subjected to the too-searching criticism of other schools of thought. In the clash of opinions, Stoicism began to be doubtful of the absolute validity of its own teaching. The boundaries of orthodox doctrine once so firmly drawn now became more fluid. Exchange and even compromise became common. Panadios, the first writer among the pedantic professors of Stoicism to achieve a wider popularity for his writings, became the teacher and friend of those aristocratic Romans who found in Greek philosophy the impulse to a humanism that the barren soil of Rome could never have produced unaided. And Panadios differed in more than one point from the strict orthodoxy of the older Stoicism. For him, the soul is formed of two distinct elements. It is no longer simple and undivided, but 502, compounded of nature and soul, in the narrower sense. In death, these two elements separate and change into other forms. The soul, having had its origin at a particular point in past time, now perishes in time. Being capable of grief and subject to the destructive influence of the emotions, it falls a victim at last to its own pains. Panadios, while remaining a Stoic, taught the dissolution of the soul, its death and simultaneous destruction with the death of the body. His pupil Posidonios, who as a writer possessed an even greater influence than Panadios with the great majority of cultivated readers who belonged to no special school of thought, returned to the older Stoic doctrine of the simple and undivided nature of the soul as fiery breath. He distinguished three faculties, but not three separate and independent elements in the human soul, and as a consequence of this view had no further need to believe in the dissolution of the soul into its component parts at death. He also denied the origin of the individual soul in time, from which the doctrine of its destruction in time had seemed to follow by a logical necessity. He returned to the old theological idea of the pre-existence of the soul, its life since the beginning of the created world, and could therefore go on to assert its continued existence after death at least till the time of the next destruction of the world at the hands of omnipotent fire. It was not an inward and private necessity that led to this transformation of the old teaching of the school. Doubts and criticisms leveled at it from outside from the skeptics in particular had necessitated the change. While some gave up the struggle, others sought refuge in a rearrangement of the figures of the dialectical game and by the introduction of fresh characters. Immortality might be abandoned to criticism or reaffirmed in either case with equal indifference. The Platonic and poetic version of Stoicism provided by Posidonios may have found a wider response among the readers of a highly cultivated society who felt the need of a doctrine of immortality more as a satisfaction to the artistic fancy than from any deeper or more temperamental causes. Cicero, the most eloquent representative of the Hellenized Roman culture of the time, may perhaps give us a picture of the refined and aesthetic partiality with which these ideas were taken up. In the Dream of Scipio and the first book of the Tusculans, he gives an account, mainly based on Posidonios, of the belief then held of a continued life of the soul in the divine element of the ether. 503. Section 5. Stoicism had a long and vigorous life. More than ever during the 1st and 2nd centuries of our era did it fulfill its real task of acting as a practical guide to conduct, not as a mere museum of dead erudition. It made good its claim to provide its adherents with the autonomous freedom and independence of a mind at peace with itself, whose virtue was proof against the tribulation and failure of life, and not corrupted by its plenty. It was not always blind imitation of a literary fashion or the love of displaying virtuous paradoxes that attracted the noblest of the higher Roman aristocracy to the doctrines of Stoicism. Not a few of them guided their lives in accordance with its principles and even died for their convictions. Not entirely, without tragic emotion, as the Stoic emperor would prefer it, but at any rate with conscious and deliberate purpose, not in mere unreasoning asterisk. Stubbornness did these Stoic martyrs go to their death. Nor was it the unquestioned certainty of a continued life in a higher existence that made them so ready to give up life upon this earth. Each in the special manner dictated to him by his own temperament and the circumstances of his life, they still speak to us. These leaders of Roman Stoicism: Seneca, the philosophically director of the world's conscience, Marcus Aurelius the emperor, and those instructors and patterns of the aspiring youth of Rome, Musonius and Epictetus. The eager and unswerving effort of these wise men to educate themselves to the attainment of freedom and peace, of purity and goodness of heart, wins our admiration not least in the case of Seneca, in whom the struggle for self-mastery and philosophically calm must have been a continual war with his own too receptive and imaginative nature. But just as they looked for no supernatural helper and redeemer, but trusted to the power of their own spirit for the assurance of success, so they required no promise of a future crowning of their labors in an afterlife of the soul. The whole scope of their endeavor lies within the limits of this world. The old Stoic belief in the continued life of the individual soul, until the annihilation of all separate creation in the world conflagration, is regarded at the best as one possibility among many. It is perhaps but a beautiful dream. But whether death is a transition to another form of being or a complete termination of individual life, to the wise man it is equally welcome. For he measures the value of life not by the number, 504, of its years, but by the richness of its content. At bottom, Seneca is inclined to the view that death is the end of all things for man, after which everlasting peace awaits the restless spirit. The Stoic emperor is uncertain whether death is a dissipation of the elements of the soul, as the atomists teach, or whether the mind survives in a conscious or an unconscious existence that must yet disappear eventually in the life of the whole. All things are in perpetual flux, so the law of the universe has willed it, nor shall the human personality maintain itself untouched and unchanged. But even supposing that death is a putting out of his small individual candle, the wise man is not afraid. To the melancholy that is the prevailing mood of his gentle, pure, and high-strung character, death, the annihilator, seems to beckon like a friend. The tougher spirit of the Phrygian slave and freedman needed no conviction of personal survival to enable him to face the battle of earthly life with courage and intrepidity. What has been made must be unmade. Without hesitation and without regret, the wise man gives himself up to the laws of the rationally ordered universe, in which the present must make way for the future, not indeed to be lost entirely, but to be changed and to merge its individuality, its unimportant self, in new manifestations of the creative stuff of life. The whole does not perish, but its parts change and alter their relations among themselves. The pantheistic principles of the school, which had been taken over from Heraclitus, and which made it permanently inconceivable that the diminutive individual spark of life could achieve a lasting separation from the central fiery mass, had become a settled conviction. The passionate abandonment of the personal, short-lived self to the everlasting whole, and one had become a fixed habit of mind. No longer did it seem intolerable that the individual existence should pass away after a brief span of life. It was possible to remain a Stoic and yet assert expressly, like Cornutus the teacher of Perseus, that with the death of its body there is an end, too, of the individual soul. Section 6. The atomist doctrine, renewed by Epicurus, demanded in the most emphatic manner of its adherents that they should abandon the belief in personal survival. For the atomist the soul is corporeal, a compound made 505 up of the most mobile of the atoms which form the plastic elements of air and fire. It occupies all parts of the body and is held together by the body, while at the same time, and in spite of this, holding itself in essential distinctness from the body. Epicurus also speaks of the soul as a special and enduring substance within the body. a part of the corporeal, not a mere harmony resulting from the association of the parts of the body. He even speaks of two parts or modes of manifestation in the soul: the irrational, which holds the whole body in its sway as its vital force, and the rational, situated in the breast, which exercises will and intelligence and is the last and most essential source of life in living things, without the undivided presence of which death occurs. Anima and animus, as Lucretius calls them, distinct but not separable from one another, come into being in the embryo of man and grow to maturity, old age, and decay together with the body. If death occurs, it means that the atoms belonging to the body are separated and the soul atoms withdrawn even before the final dissolution of the body. The separable soul disappears. No longer held together by the body, it is blown away in the wind, it disappears like smoke in the air. The soul, this soul that had animated the individual man, is no more. The material elements of which it was composed are indestructible. It is quite possible that they may at some future time combine together with the life stuff to produce new life and consciousness of exactly the same kind as had once been joined together in the living man. But if so, it will be a new creature that thus comes into being. The original man has been annihilated by death. There is no bond of continuous consciousness uniting him with the fresh creation. The vital forces of the world are continuous, undiminished, indestructible, but in the formation of the individual living creature, they are only lent temporarily, for this occasion and for a brief period, after which they are withdrawn forever from the particular creature. Vidac mancipionelli datur, omnibus usu. After his death, the individual is unaffected by the fate of his inanimate body, nor should he be troubled by the thought of what may happen to the atoms of his soul. Death does not concern him at all, for he only is when death is not. Where death is, he is no longer there. Sensation and consciousness have left him at the dissolution of body and soul. What he cannot possibly feel affects him no longer. Epicurean maxims are never tired of driving home, 506, this proposition: death is nothing to us. From every possible direction, from abstract principle and practical experience in actual life, Lucretius labors to demonstrate the truth of this view as ardently as other philosophers seek to prove its opposite. Physical science has no more valuable service to render than that of convincing us of its truth. Just as the wisdom of Epicurus has no other purpose than to protect man, of all creatures the one most sensitive to pain, from distress and anguish and even pleasure, is but the removal of pain, so more particularly, in putting an end to the fear of death and the craving after unceasing life. It serves this finite life itself, that is committed to us once and for all and never repeated. If a man has once succeeded in realizing that he will cease to be in the moment of death's coming, he will neither be oppressed with terror at the threatened loss of self-consciousness, nor will the terrors of eternity or the fabulous monsters of the spirit world below the earth darken his existence by casting their dark shadow over all his life. He will devote himself to life without repining, neither fearing death nor seeking it. He alone, the ideal wise man of the Epicurean faith, will know how to live as the true artist of his own life. He will not waste the precious time in vain preparations for the future, but will cram every moment to the full so that his brief span of existence will have all that a long life could give. Long life, in fact, even life without an end, would not make him any happier or any richer. What life has to offer it has already offered. Anything further must only be a repetition of what has gone before. Idem sunt omnia semper. The wise man has no reason even to look for an eternity of life. In his own personality, in this present, now, he possesses all the conditions necessary to happiness. The very transience of this supreme happiness to which mortality can attain makes it seem the more valuable to him. To the development and the enjoyment of this, the only life that belongs to him, he will devote himself exclusively. In ethical matters, too, the atomist doctrine holds good. There is no such thing in nature as an essential community of human beings. Still less of humanity there are only individuals. In associations entered into by free and unforced choice, the individual may attach himself to the individual as one friend to another. But the political societies that men have invented and set up among themselves have no obligations for the wise man. He is himself the center, and indeed the whole circumference of the world surrounding, 507 him. State and society are valuable, and indeed only exist for the protection of the individual, and to make it possible for him, under their enfolding care, to develop his own personality in freedom. The individual, on the other hand, does not exist for the state, but for himself. It is no longer necessary to save the Hellenes or to win crowns of victory from them in contests of wisdom. Such is the decision reached with a sigh of relief by a civilization that has attained the highest point of its development and is now overcome by a lassitude in which it no longer sets itself new tasks, but takes its ease as age may be permitted to do. In its lassitude, it no longer hopes, and in all honesty no longer cares, to extend the period of its existence beyond the limits of this earthly life. Calm and untroubled it sees this life, dear though it may once have been, fade away, taking its leave and sinking into nothingness without a struggle. Notes to Chapter 14. Part 1. 1/14. At first the philosophy of Plato's old age lived on in spirit in the academy. Just as his pupils carried on his Pythagorean speculations about numbers, reduced his imaginative suggestions as to a daimonic nature intermediate between that of God and man to pedantic system, and elaborated the theological strain in his thought to a gloomy and burdensome deisedaimonia, witness Esp. The Epinomis of Philippos of Opos, and in addition all that we know of Xenocrate's speculations. So too they retained and respected for a time the Platonic doctrine of the soul and the ascetic tendency in his ethical teaching. For Philippos of Opos, the aim of all human endeavor is a final and blessed emancipation from this world, which, however, is only possible for a few of those who are, in his special manner, wise 973 CFF, 992 C. He is a mystic for whom this earth and its life fall away into nothing. All serious interest is confined to the contemplation of divine things, such as are revealed in mathematics and astronomy. Again, the Platonic doctrine of the soul, in its mystic and world-renouncing sense, lies at the bottom of the fabulous narratives of Heraclides Ponticos, in the Aslashbaris, Empido/Timos, etc. This, too, accounts for the youthful attempts in this direction of Aristotle himself, in the EU/Dermos, and probably also in the Protriptycho/S. This side of his doctrine was as it seems systematized from the standpoint of the latest stage of Platonism, by Xenocrates in particular. It may be merely accident that we do not hear very reliably of anything indicating an ascetic tendency or an otherworldly effort after ** emancipation of the soul in connection with Xenocrates. Crantor, in his much-read book Peri \p/n thous, was already capable of employing the Platonic doctrine of the soul and the imaginative fancies that could be attached to it simply as a literary adornment. And before him, his teacher Pullman betrays a turning aside from the true Platonic mysticism. With Archesilaus, the last vestige of this whole type of thought disappears completely. 2/14. Toy equals s aluth / roy's hair / kista e / zestin ho t e / touchpoe equals n, alapa / nta e circumflex / ta / play equals sta t / tacti, arist. Meta, 1075a, 19 in maxima fortuna minima licentia est, Sol, c. 51:13. Freedom in this sense indeed was a thing of the past. 3/14. Not that such hopes or fears were entirely absent. The reader will remember the case of Cleombrotos of Ambracia call Ep. 25, who by reading the Phaedo of Plato and completely misunderstanding the meaning of the prophet, as not unfrequently happens, was led to seek an immediate entrance into the life of the other world by a violent break, with this one end committed suicide. This is an isolated example of a mood to which Epictetus bears witness as common in his own much later time, the desire, felt by many young men of ardent temperament, to escape from the distracted life of humanity and return as quickly as possible to the universal life of God by the destruction of their own individual existence. Epict. 1:9-11 ff. But in the earlier period, such violent manifestations of otherworldly fanaticism were of rare occurrence. Hedonism was 509, capable of leading to the same result as we may see from the Apocartero equals n of Hegesias the Cyrenaic, called ho Pasitha / Nados, whom Cicero mentions together with this same Cleombrotos. TD. I. 83-4. 4/14. To backslash so equals ma slash pos ter equals s sucher equals s he slash necken, g slash gane, as ho price slash on ter equals s price slash cos he slash necken not vice versa. Pa 1 5 645 b 19. 5 backslash 14. The E is related to the body as O size is to the I, i.e. as the effective power residing in the O slash arganon, not like ho slash races, the individual act of vision. It is the pro slash tarantel slash chea of its body duen. Roman 2 1 412a 27. There is no su slash emphasis of so equals ma and sucher slash. They are simply together, like the wax and the ball formed out of the wax. Top. 151a 20 ff. Ga 729b 9 ff. Duen 412b 7. 6 backslash 14. Apelthu slash sers gu equals and ter equals s sucher equals s. U slash keti zo equals o slash and estin, out backslash to equals and mori slash on out backslash and to backslash auto backslash lay slash pete. Player backslash and to equals share slash mati mo slash non katha slash per ta backslash muthio slash mina lithu equals esti. Pa 641a 18. 7 backslash 14. Meta. 1026a 5. Peri backslash sucher equals sne as theorer equals psi 2 equals fusiku equals ho slash ser mer backslash a slash nu ter equals s healer equals st slash n out backslash gar pa equals sa sucher backslash fu slash sis ala slash timo slash rion otter equals s pa 641b 9. The subject of to backslash kekorismi slash non of the soul is studied by ho pro equals tas philo slash sophos. Duen 403b 16. 8 backslash 14. La slash go to backslash nu equals n, ho equals dianoi equals tai kai backslash hupalamba slash ni hair sucher slash. Duen 429a 23. 9 backslash 14. The nu equals s and its theoretiker backslash do slash namis, e slash oik sucher equals as genos he slash, teranai equals ni kai backslash 2 equals to mo slash non end slash chedikori slash zestai. Katha slash per to backslash I slash dion 2 equals fthardu equals. Ta backslash to backslash loipa backslash mo ria ter equals as sucher equals s auk e slash sty chorus to slash ktl. Duen 413b 25. 10 backslash 14. There can be no doubt that Aristotle's opinion was that nu equals s was uncreated and existed without beginning from eternity. See Zeller Sitzp. Burl. Ack. 1882, p. 1033 ff. 11 backslash 14. Thur slash rathen epis slash archeti into the man as he is being made, ga. 736b 28, cf. Ho thur slash rathen nu equals s, 744b 21. 12 backslash 14. Nu equals s is apather slash s, amiger slash s, omi slash mictito equals so slash matiot has no physical o slash arganon, duen, Roman 3, 4. Aud backslash n auto u equals, 2 equals nu equals, ter equals energy slash a koinone equals somatiker backslash in slash rj aga. 736b, 28. 13 backslash 14. Mo slash rion ter equals s psycher equals s duen 429a 10 ff. Ouch ho slash lair all hair nirtiker slash 429a 28. Hair sucher backslash. Mer backslash pa equals sa all ho nu equals s meta 1070a 26. 15 backslash 14. Nu equals s theo slash tiro slash and t kai backslash apis slash s duen 408b 29. To backslash and nu equals and they equals on I equals nimo slash non ga. 736b 28 737a 10. I slash t they equals on ho and I slash t to equals n hermi equals n to backslash they slash odatin n 1177a 15. Nu equals s is to backslash sugging slash statin to the gods 1179a 26. To backslash anthro slash ponji slash nos e circumflex backslash mo slash non meet slash che 2 equals they slash uto equals and hermi equals and nori slash monzo slash on e circumflex backslash ma slash lista pa slash enton pa 656a 7. 16 backslash 14. E slash argon 2 equals theota slash 2 to backslash noe equals n chi backslash frona equals n Pa 686a, 28. 19 \14. So 2 epikalu slash tedai ho nu equals esini slash otpa slash they e circumflex backslash no slash so e circumflex backslash who slash pino. Duen. 429a, 7. 20 \14. Thiga slash neen is the term often applied to the activity of nu equals s, i.e. a simple and indivisible act of aperceiving the asu slash and theta. This act not being composite of subject and predicate, like judgment, leaves no room for error. The act simply occurs or does not occur alerth slash s or su equals dos does not enter into the question with it. Meta. 1051b, 1626, thijai equals n, 24.5, 1027b, 21. 21 \15. Ta backslash alerther equals chi backslash pro equals ta chi backslash a mesa chi backslash norimo slash terra chi backslash pro slash terra chi backslash ai slash tia 2 equals sumpera slash smatos. And po. I2 this aim slash son epister slash mer anapo slash dactos. 72b, 19, belong to nu equals s. There is only a nu equals s not an epister slash mer, as being a he slash xis apodictiker slash n. 1139b, 31 to equals n arch equals n, ter equals s archi circumflex equals s2 equals epister 2 equals n Roman 6. Thus also nu equals s is epister slash mers archi circumflex slash and po. 100b 517. To equals n akinner slash ton ho slash ron chi backslash pro slash ton nu equals s esti chi backslash o logos n. 1143b 1 cf. 1197a 20 ff 510. 22 \14. To backslash ku slash rion n. 1178a 3 and frequently. Nu equals s do chi equals arche equals n chi backslash hair j equals esti 1177a 14. It rules esp. Over o slash rixis, as hair sucher slash does over the so equals ma, Paul. 1254b 5 cf. n 1102b 29 ff. 23 \14. A man is called egkrater slash s or akrater slash s. To equals kate equals n to n nu equals any circumflex backslash mer slash. Hos 2 slash 2 heka slash stu o slash entos n. 1168b 35. Du slash zd a n chi backslash I equals nihi slash castos 2 equals to nu equals s. 1178a 2. To equals anthro slash po dare backslash. Cross slash tiston, chi backslash e circumflex slash diston, ho kata backslash twen nu equals n by slash os. I slash per 2 equals to ma slash lista, a slash anthropos. Here only insofar as the possession of nu equals s distinguishes men in general from the other zo equals a. 1178a 6. 24 \14. Cicero makes a distinction of this kind between ratio and animus. Off. I 107. After Panidius, intellegendum est, duobus quaes nosa natura indudos esse personas, quarum una communis est ex eo quad omnes participes summus rationis, altera autem qui propri singulis est tributa. 25 \14. Ha slash panta ta backslash geno slash mina chi backslash phthero slash mina phi slash neti kale. 279b 20. To backslash geno slash menon ana slash gker t slash las labe equals n, ph, 203b 8, but ha pan to backslash e backslash o and haplos a slash thartan. Homui slash de backslash chi backslash age slash nertan, kale. 281b 25. I to backslash age slash nertan, a slash thartan chi backslash to backslash a slash thartan age slash nertan, on a slash gker chi backslash to backslash, I slash dion, hecatero akalautha equals n, chi backslash I slash tt age slash nertan, I slash dion, I slash ttie a slash thartan, I slash dion ktl. Kale. 282a 31 ff. Thus 2 nu equals s, apather slash s, as uncreated is everlasting and imperishable, see Zeller sits. Biak, 1882, p 1044 f. It belongs to the imperishable ausi slash ai, which as such are tai slash mi chi backslash they equals ai, pa. 644b 22 ff. 26 \14. Honu equals s hupom slash ni at the separation meta. 1070a 25-6. More strictly this applies to the nu equals s apather slash s poiertico slash s. While the nu equals s pathertico slash s, whose relation to the nu equals s poiertico slash s remains most obscure, is phthardo slash s, we hear of the nu equals s poiertico s that it is chorus they backslash s mo slash non 2 equals to ho slash per eddy slash. Chi backslash 2 equals to mo slash non atha slash natin chi backslash I slash dion, duen 430a, 1025. 27 backslash 14, duen 408b, 18ff. Nu equals s ofthe slash retai, nor hupo backslash ter equals sn to equals ger slash ramoro slash cios. To backslash noe equals n chi backslash to backslash theore equals and mary slash neti, in old age, a slash lutinos e slash sophtherum slash nu. Nothing perishes within to backslash noe equals n read and ho equals, as in L23, and understand. A slash lutino backslash sn ho equals to backslash noe equals n equals ho nu equals s, e slash nesty, I, e. The whole living man, auto backslash to backslash apathe slash s estin, just as nu equals s is always analoi slash otten, even its no slash erces is no chi slash nerces, and the lair equals size ter equals s epister slash mers makes no alloy slash osis for it. Duen. 407a, 32, ph. 247a, 28, b, 1ff. 20ff. To backslash dianoi equals s die, thinking and judging, chi backslash philae equals any circumflex backslash misai equals n auk e slash stin eke slash nu pa slash there, alla backslash 2 equals to 2 equals e slash chontos eke equals no, hair equals eke equals no e slash che. Dio backslash chi backslash 2 slash 2 therum slash nu u slash t m nermonu slash I u slash t philae equals. Ogar eke slash nui circumflex equals n, alla backslash 2 equals koi slash nu, that which had once been associated with the nu equals s. Ho backslash apo slash lolin. Ho to backslash nu equals si slash sostheo slash tiro slash nt chi backslash apith slash s estin. In its separate existence, nu equals s has no memory. This at least is meant by o m nermonu slash omen. Duen. 430a, 23, however we may be inclined to interpret the rest of the sentence. Probably also in the protriptico slash s. 29 backslash 14, for this must be the meaning of fr. 36 equals 44 eu slash d, the die slash mon is the soul itself, cf. 35. 30 backslash 14. Duen, 407b, 1326, 414a, 1927, and yet it must be admitted that the nu equals s of Aristotle is itself a toucho slash n within another toucho slash n not, indeed as a separate entity with any qualities set in a fortuitous vessel of perhaps discordant qualities that do not fit it, which ac. To the pathego slash rios mu equals those was true of the sucher slash and the so equals ma, but at any rate set within an animated individual with quite definite qualities as a stranger, itself devoid of all definite quality, and therefore not capable of having a character, specially fitting that individual in which it is placed. Thus, after all, the Aristotelian mu equals those about the nu equals s betrays its origin from the mu equals thoi of old theology. 511. 31 backslash 14. It is only as an argumentum ad hominem that the view is suggested on one occasion, that b slash eltion to equals no equals mer backslash meta backslash so slash mottos I equals nigh. Katha slash per I slash a slash t la slash gesti chi backslash poly equals s sundo chi equals. Duen, 407b, 4. 32 backslash 14. N. X, 7-9. Doka equals hair philosophia thomasta backslash s herdona backslash se slash chain catherio slash terity chi backslash to equals babai slash o circumflex. EU slash lagonda backslash toy equals s ido slash cito equals and zerdu slash enton herdio circumflex and diagager backslash ni equals ni, 1177a, 26. The Sappho slash s requires no su slash nerge, as the so slash fran and the andre equals os do, and is autarch slash statos in himself. The activity of nu equals s is the most valuable as being theoretiker slash, and because par, hoder backslash, and aud slash nos fi slash et it slash lose. A sufficiently long life of the theoretic activity of nu equals s is tele slash a eudaimoni slash a anthro slash pu indeed. This is no longer an anthro slash pinos by os, but rather cray slash teton e circumflex backslash kata slash anthropon a the equals os by os as nu equals s the equals o slash and t and anthro slash po hupa slash arche. Therefore man must not anthro slash pina frona equals n, but f, ho sun end slash chedai athenati slash sign, be immortal already in this life. Chi backslash pa slash nta poe equals n pro backslash s to backslash zer equals n kata backslash to backslash cross slash tiston toe equals nn hoto equals 1177b 31ff. This tele slash a eudaimoni slash a, as a theoretiker backslashing slash argeia, brings the thinkers near to the gods whose life does not consist in pra slash tetane, not even virtuous or poi equals n, but in pure theory slash a. And this can be so with the life of man, alone among these o equals af. Ho sun hami slash oma slash t ter equals s toyo slash ters, theoretiker equals s. Energeas hupa slash arche, 1178b, 732. Nowhere do we meet with so much as the shadow of an idea that the eudaimoni slash a of the theoretico backslash s by slash os can only become tele slash a in another world, or is conceivable as existing elsewhere than in the life on earth. The only condition for tele slash a eudaimoni slash a that is made is mer equals cos by ot slash layan, 1177b, 25, nothing lying outside or beyond this life. The theoretico backslash s by os has its complete and final development here upon earth. T slash laos by os is mentioned as necessary for the obtaining of eudaimoni slash a, n, 1100a, 5, 1101a, 16. But eudaimoni slash a is completely confined within the limits of earthly life. To call a dead man eudai slash mona would be pantilo equals s a slash topon, for he lacks the een slash argeia, which is the essence of eudaimoni slash a. Only a mere shadow of sensation can belong to the kekmerko slash tes. Almost the Homeric conception, 1100a, 1129. 1101a 22b, 9. Since it is impossible for the individual to enjoy an unending permanence and share into backslash e backslash chi backslash they equals on, it follows that the continuation of the individual after death consists only in the continuance of the I slash dos not of the auto, which perishes, but only of the hoi equals on auto which persists in the series of creatures propagated on earth. Duen, 415a, 28b, 7. Ga. 731a, 24b, 1 borrowed from the observations of Plato, SMP. 206c 207a, cf. Also LG. 721c, 773e, Philo, Incor. Mund, 8 Roman 2 p 495m, after Cratalos. It was much easier for Aristotle to take this conception seriously than it was for Plato with his particular outlook. Only for the passing requirements of his dialogue does Plato adopt the Heraclitean view and expand it. See above, chapter Roman 11, n16. 33/14. Oi equals mida backslash 2 equals geno slash skein ta backslash o slash nta chi backslash frona equals eneferth slash entos o by on ala backslash crow slash non I equals nyan athanasi slash and plu is etos. I fin p 351 e origin cells. Roman 380 p 359 lam. Draws a clear distinction between the athanasi slash a ter equals s sucher equals s of Platonic doctrine, and the Stoic epidiomoner backslash ter equals s sucher equals s on the one hand and this Aristotelian doctrine of the two equals nu equals athanasi slash a. Hoi pace slash entes peri backslash 2 equals thur slash rather nu equals hos athana slash 2, thana slash 2 ed. Chi backslash mo slash nu, chi nu equals ed. Diagager backslash n equals by on e slash zontos. This is how the passage should be read. 34/14. Theophrastos discussed, by the method of a pori slash ai fashionable with the school, the obscurities and difficulties inherent in the doctrine of nu equals s, particularly of the reduplicated nu equals s, the poiertico slash s, and the pathertico slash s. True to his character, however. He adheres to the fixed dogma of his school of the nu equals s choristo slash s, which e slash za then o circumflex backslash n chi backslash ho slash spur. 512, epi slash thetos is ho slash masu slash emphutos with man and being agen nerdos is also a slash phthardos. Frag. 53b, p 226 ff. 53, p 176 wim. Theory slash a belongs to nu equals s. Thigo slash nti chi backslash hoi equals on hapsame slash no, and is therefore without a pass slash ter, fr. 12, section 26. The nu equals s is cray equals tto slash ntimi slash rose chi backslash theo slash teron, fr. 53. To the nu equals s and its theory slash a we must suppose the kata backslash do slash namen hom u equals esti theo equals to refer for this is the teaching of thphr. Also, Jull, or Roman 6, p 185a nowhere is there any indication that for him the immortality of nu equals s had the slightest importance for this life and its conduct. Nor has it any in the ethical doctrine of the very theologically inclined Eudemos. Here the aim of life the erater backslash t slash leos, which is kalalagathi slash a is, said to be her 2 equals theou equals theory slash a which is carried on by the nu equals s, to backslash n ermi equals n the equals on, 1248a, 27. In this process it is best hair slash kista ace the slash nestai 2 equals a slash lumi slash ruse ter equals s sucher equals s, 1249b, 22. For the sake of to backslash nori slash sign man wishes zer equals ne backslash 1245a 9 but upon earth and in the body there is no thought of the other world. This would have been quite natural and to be expected of this semi-theological thinker who, e.g. speaks quite seriously of the separability of nu equals s from the lo slash gothi a slash lomi slash rose ter equals s sucher equals s in bodily life, and of its higher intuition in enthusiasmos and voracious dreaming. 1214a, 23. 1225a, 28. 1248a, 40. To this first generation of peripatetics belong also Aristoxenos and Dikyarchos, who did not recognize any peculiar substance of the soul, apart from the harmony, brought about by the mixture of bodily material. Dick, aner slash rark ter backslash and ho slash lern hupo slash stassen ter equals s sucher equals s, Atticus app, use, p, Roman 15, 810a Aristox, and Dick, nullum omnino animum est dixerent sic. Td. 151, 21, 41, etc. Dick. In the Lesbiaque backslash lo slash goy expressly controverted the doctrine of immortality, td. I 77. It remains very remarkable that Dick, who naturally knew nothing of a separabilis animus td. I 21 nevertheless believed not merely in mantic dreams that would be just intelligible, e slash che ga artina lo slash gon arist, pnat. 462 bff, but also in the prophetic power of enthusiasmo slash s sic, div. I 5 113, docs. 416a, which invariably presupposes the dogma of a special substance of the soul and its separability from the body. Stratton, the naturalist, d. 270, for whom the soul is an undivided force, inseparable from the body and the ace there slash says, gave up completely the belief in the nu equals s choristo slash s of Aristotle. He cannot possibly have held any doctrine of immortality in any form or under any limitations. Then follows the period of pure scholarship when the peripatetic school almost gave up philosophy. With the return to the study of the master's writings, from the time of Aristonicos, they gained a new lease of life. The problems of the parts of the soul, the relation of nu equals s to the soul, and to the nu equals s pathertico slash s, were discussed once more. It became more and more common, however, to set aside the nu equals s thur slash rathan apatio slash ncf, the definition of the soul given by Andronikos app. Galen pt ter equals s sucher equals s ertho equals n Roman 4 782 fk, themist, duen, Roman 2 56 11, 59 6 sb. This meant the denial of immortality, which belonged to nu equals s only, e.g. by Boethos, simp. Duen. p. 247, 24 ff. Haid. A different view again, and one which even went beyond Aristotle, was held by Kratippos, the contemporary of Boethos, sic. Div. I 70 cf. 5, 113. Alexander of Aphrodisias, the great exergerter/s, absolutely banished the nu equals s poiertico/s from the human soul. This is the divine nu equals s, which is perpetually nu equals s and neerdo \n energy and that, too, already pro \2 equals noe equals esti by the helico \s nu equals s of man. It enters into the latter rather though not locally, for it is incapable of change of place, p 113, 18 f with the individual act of noe equals n by the nu equals s helico/s, but it never becomes a mo/rion chi \do /nami/s tis ter equals s, 513, hermeet /raz sucher equals s, Alex. Duen p 107-9, p 90 br. For him nu equals s is choristo/s and atha/nados, apathere/s, etc., whereas the human soul exactly like the I equals das of it so equals ma from which it is a choristo/s perishes at death together with its nu equals s helico/s, completely. Somthe/retai to equals so/mati, duen p 21, 22 f, p 90, 16 f the individual soul thus perishes. The imperishable nu equals s had not communicated itself to the individual the indestructibility of the individual nu equals s of man, and this was indubitably what Aristotle himself taught, a doctrine derived not from experience but from pure logical inference, had in reality no serious significance for the general teaching of the Peripatetics so long as they preserved their independence. Finally, indeed, they too were swallowed up in the ferment of Neoplatonism. 35-14. Hesies, fu/sis, a logo sucher / gon /chausa chi / dia /noyen, plu, vert, more. 451 BC, and a through all these and all things in which these are dir/k ho nu equals s, dl Roman 7, 138 f. 36-14. Our soul in a po/spasma of the e/m suchos co/smos, d. L Roman 7, 143. We often find the soul of man called in a po/spasma 2 equals theou equals dio/s, thea a po/moira, a po/arroya, see Gadacre on M. Ant. pp. 48, 211, ed. 1652, and often even theo/s, see Bonhoeffer, Epictet u d Stoa, p. 76 f. 37-14. Hair sucher /eryo/teron nu equals mater equals sfu/cios chi /leptome/resturin. Chrysipp, ap, plu, stoic. Rep 41, p 1052 f. Nature is nu equals ma that has become moist, soul the same nu equals ma which has remained dry, Galen, Roman 4, 783 fk. 38-14. The brie/foes is created as a fu/ton and only afterwards becomes a zo equals on by peri/success, derivation of sucher/hence. Chrysipp, ap, plu, stoic. Rep 1052 fp, 222 arn. Thus comes ek fu/cios sucher/plu, prim, frig, Roman 2 p. 946 c. 39-14. It would almost be possible to employ the semi-Stoic language of Philo to describe the soul as conceived by this Stoic pantheism. Ter equals estheia sucher equals esapo/spasma o diirdo/nt/neti gar out \n2 equals the/ukatapas/arterson, alla \mo/non-ecte/neta, qdet. Pot. In Sid. 24, I, p. 209 m. But in Orthodox Stoic doctrine, the idea prevails that the individual apospa/smata are completely detached from the universal the equals on but at the same time without denial of ultimate connection with the all and the one. 40-14. Ac. To the older Stoical doctrine as systematized by Chrysippos, the soul is absolutely simple and unified, having sprung from the universal reason of God which contains no a logon. Its impulses, hormai/, must on this view be rational just as much as its willed decisions, Christ/says. It is affected from without by fu/sis, which, being itself a development of the highest reason God, can only be good and rational. It is quite impossible to conceive how, on the principles of the older Stoicism, erroneous judgment or excessive and evil impulses could arise. Hair ter equals s kakias g slash nesis is rendered unintelligible as Posidonios maintains in opposition to the subtle observations of Chrysipp. On this head, see Schmeckel, Phil, D. Middle. Stoa, p. 327 ff. 41/14. Akalu slash those ter equals foo slash say zer equals n, but our foo slash says or me slash rare ter equals s2 equals ho slash lu. I.e. in harmony with the koi nose, no slash mas ho slash spur st backslash, and ho ortho backslash, s lo goes ho dea backslash pa slash enton urcho slash minos. Ho auto backslash so circumflex backslash and toe equals dick slash. Kethergimo slash ni 2 slash toe ter equals s toe equals n ho slash lon dioiker slash cios o slash nti, Chrysipp. App. DL Roman 7 87-8. This obedience to the rational order and governance of the world the diem sequer, sen, vb. 15, 5, ep. 16, 5, he slash pesti thea equals s, epict. I, 12, 5, etc. is more often regarded as a passive attitude of self-abandonment adopted consciously and with subkata slash thesis. Crow equals moi lepo backslash and eyes ho backslash a backslash and the slash layer s. Homignemono equals soy, so s imi ktl, epict. Roman 2, 16, 42. The slash legi slash nestai ta backslash, 514 geno slash mina hos gi slash netai, kai backslash euroer slash says, this sounds very like make God's will your own will, ench. 8. Much the same idea occurs already in the lines of cleans a slash gu to slash m ho equals zu equals kai backslash su g hair peprom slash nair ktl. But such affirmation of the universe, understood in the full pantheistic sense, cf. Clean this tear backslash en coiner backslash and mo slash nairn ect slash chedaifu slash sin hair equals day equals akalauthe equals n. Auk slash tie to backslash kai backslash tear backslash and epi backslash me slash ruse, DL Romans 7, 89, could not lead to an ethical teaching of active character and concrete substance. 42/14. The Sappho slash s is a lu slash thoros. I equals nigar and a lutheri slash and exausi slash and autopragias, DL Romans 7, 121. Laws and constitutions do not apply to him. Sic, AC, Pri, Roman 2, 136. 43/14. Enemies and strangers are mere backslash spoudai equals oi to one another poli equals tai kai backslash phi slash loi kai backslash oike equals oi hoi spoudai equals oimo slash non. Zeno, n ter equals polite slash a app. DL Roman 7, 32-3i, 54 arn. 44/14. Ho par heka slash sto die slash mon, which one must keep in harmony pro backslash sn2 equals toe equals and ho slash lon dioiker 2 equals boo slash lersin, DL Roman 7, 88 after Chrysipp. In the later Stoic literature, the only part of it which has come down to us, we often hear of this die slash mon of the individual sacer intra nos spiritus, sen, epict, m, ant. See Bonhoeffer, Epictet 83. It is generally spoken of in language that seems to regard it as something separable from the man or his soul, including the hergemonico slash n. Zeus per slash sterson epi slash tropon heka slash sto, to en heka slash stu die slash mona kai backslash per slash doke fula slash sane, auto backslash n auto equals ktl. Epict. I 14, 12. Hodai slash mono backslash and heka slash sto prosta slash tern kai backslash hergimo slash nahozu backslash se slash doken, emant. V 27. Anna slash krinon to backslash demo slash neon, epict. Roman 3, 22, 53, one can ask questions of it, as Socrates did of his demo slash neon, as something other and different from oneself. This die slash mon then, does not seem to be simply identifiable with the soul of man like the daimon in man of which the theologians speak. It is conceived and spoken of in language that suggests rather the protecting spirit of a man as known to popular belief, cf. Now Usener, Gotternamen, 294 ff. Ha slash panty die slash mon andri backslash sumperi slash stati, euthu backslash s genome slash, no mustagogo backslash s2 equals by o menend. 550k, where the idea of two daemonic partners in the life of man is already rejected, Euclid's Soccer, had spoken of such cf. Censor, DN, Roman 3, 3, and in a different way again fossil, fr. 15. Plato himself speaks with a la/geti of the di/mon ho/spur zo equals nta eiler/che and guides the departed soul into Hades, phd. 107d. The idea, however, must have been much older. It appears fairly clearly expressed in Pindar's words, O Roman 13:28, zu equals pa/terror, xeno/fontos eu/thun di/monos u equals ron, where the transition to the meaning fate for the word di/mon has not yet been completed. Later, with the tragedians and other poets, this use became very common, but even then still presupposes the belief in such personal daimonic partners in the life of man. The use would have been quite impossible otherwise. Di/mon equals po/timos, pi pv, 121f, and already in thgn. 161, 163. When Heracleitos says e circumflex equals thos anthro/po di/mon, fr. 121 by 119d, he uses di/mon in the sense of fortune in life. The word means both e circumflex equals thos and condition of life at the same time in pl. rp. 617e, ouch huma equals s di/mon lair/zedi, all hume equals s di/mona herer/ses, where the derivation of the metaphorical use of the word di/mon from a belief in a special daemon belonging to the individual man can still be seen plainly. See also Epit. 278. But the metaphorical use comes as early as th 166, pa/rose toi di/mona do/so equals po/timon fr/so. The personal existence of the daimon is still far removed from all danger of such abstraction in a very remarkable case. In Halicarnasso's Posidonios and his e/Kagon, decide that on the first day of the month they will offer di/moni agatho equals Posidoni/u. Creo ngr. Ins, in br. Muse. 515 Roman 4:1 N 896 P 70 L 35. The Insker seems to date from the 3rd century BC. Here then offering is made to the agatho /s di/mon, see above, chapter v, N 133 of the living, just as offering was made on birthdays, and at other times also to the genius of Romans, ag. D is here clearly equivalent to genius. Apollo, whose advice had been sought at his oracle, had expressly enjoined ib. L9, Tima equals and chi/hela/skestai chi/agatho and di/mona posidoni/ u chi/go/argydos. The latter, Peace Mother, seems to have been already dead. L34. This special di/mon attached to individuals with whom it can be contrasted, as Brutus can be with his di/mon kako/s. Plu, brute. 36 is distinct from the individual's sucher/, though it is natural to suppose that it may have arisen from the projection of the sucher/, conceived as very independent outside the man himself, in which it would again resemble the Roman genius. The daimonic fu/lakes of Hesiod belong to quite a different range of ideas. At any rate, the Stoics had this analogous popular conception in mind when they spoke of the par heka/sto di/mon as something different from the man himself and his hergemoniko/n. They use it, however, only as a figure of speech. The di/mon of the individual really means for them the original, ideal personality as contrasted with the empirical personality. As Bonhoeffer very rightly puts it, epict. 84, the character the man already is ideally, but must become actually. G/noi hoi equals OSSE/. Thus the di/mon is distinct from the sucher/ dia/noia, and yet identical with it. It is a semi-allegorical play upon the idea of the di/mon as individual genius, and at the same time as crown or summit of the human personality, just as Plato had used the word already incidentally. Tim 90a. Finally, for the Stoics did not seriously wish to establish the existence of an independent protecting deity that enters man from without and rules over him. The hergemoniko/n is the same as the di/mon. Thus, in M. Ant. Roman 4:27, the di/mon is completely identical with the apo/spasmadio/s, and the heka/stu nu equals s chi/logos, cf. Also Roman 3:3 fin. Roman 2:13, 17 Roman 3:7 to \n hudu equals nu equals n chi \di/mona. The fact, however, That this apos/spasma 2 equals theou equals can be called a die/mon bears witness to a tendency to conceive the soul spirit as something independent and more cut off and separated from the common and original source of divinity than was possible for Stoic pantheism of the stricter sort, to which the terms apos/spasma, apos/aroia 2 equals theou equals were more apt. A decided approximation was thus made to the theological idea of the soul as an individual daimon which persists in its separate existence. To this view Posidonios went over completely. He regards the individual die/mon that lives in man as sugenair /so circumflex /ento equals twen ho/lon co/smon dioiku equals nti, pose, app. Gal v 469, and no longer as the dependent apos/spasma of the latter, but as one of many independent and individually characterized spirits that have lived from all time in the air and enter into man at birth. See Bonhoeffer, Epict, 7980, and also Schmeckel, Phil, D. Mittel. Stoa, 249 ff. 256. 45/14. Hotha/natos esti charismo /s equals esapo /so mottos. Chryssip, app Nemes, nh, p81 math. Zeno and Chryssip. App Turt, and 5. 46/14. Everything comes into being and perishes, including the gods. Ho de /zu /esmo nos I/dio/s esti. Chryssip. App, plu, sto, rep. 38 p 1052 a com, not. 31 p 1075 a ff. Roman 2, 309 arn. Epidiomoner / but not Athanasi/a of the human soul ib. 223. 47/14. Cli/enthers mien u equals and pa/sas, ta s such a /s, epidame/neen/j me/criter equals esic puro/cios, cru/sippos de /tas, equals and sopho equals and mo/non, dl Roman 7, 157. 516, a statement often repeated without mention of the two authorities, Arius did. App. Use. p. 1526, p. 822 ac, the such /to equals n afra/non chi /alo/gon *zo/on perish immediately with the death of the body, c. and others. Chrysippos' doctrine comes also intact, ager. 46, c. ut sapientibus placet non cum corpor extinguuntur magni animi, hi mega/li such plu, def. Or 18 p 419f. Cf. Omnium quaedam animos immortalis esse sed fortium bonarumt divinos, sic, leg. Roman 2, 27, not quite accurately put. 48/14. The asthenes/rasucher/ how/ter de /estito equals enapadu/ton perishes sooner, hair de /iskirote/ra, hoi equals a st /peri /2 /as sophu/ as remains me/criter equals esic puro/cios, plaque. Phil, 4, 7 app. Docs. 393a. 49/14. The predominance of the materialistic point of view is remarkable in those Stoici who act. To Seneca, Ep. 57, 7 existiment animum homines magno ponder extridi permanere non possi et statum spargi, quia non furit illi exitus liber, which reminds us of the popular belief that the soul of one who has died in a high wind euthu /s diapephus/serdai, chi /apo/lolin, pl, phd. 70/80d, see above, chapter Roman 13 and 5. 50/14. Ota /so/mata ta s such a /esun/ che all high such a /ta /so/mata, ho/spur chi /hair co/la chi /huder and chi /ta ecto s crade equals Poseidon. App. Ak, tat, iseg, p133 epedev, borrowed from Arist. Duin 1, 5, 411b, 7, but a thoroughly Stoic idea as contrasted with Epicurean doctrine, see Hines, Xenocrates 100f. 51/14, SE M Roman 971-3. The naive but quite plain statements go back to Posid, as has often been pointed out e.g. by Corson de Pas, Rohde, p45, 1878 and others. So too do the similar remarks in Sic, TD. I-42. Posid does not appear to be uttering heterodox opinions in this case so far as we can see. 52/14. Chi backslash gar out backslash tias such a backslash se slash nestin huppenire equals psycha slash to ferum slash nas. Leptomre equals as gar u equals psi eyes 2 backslash essa slash no ma equals lon to slash pus kufaforu equals sin se m Roman 9 71. This physical reason was in itself enough to make it impossible for the Stoics to believe in a subterranean region of the souls. Aude backslash s ha slash iders, ood ake slash ron aud backslash cocuto slash sktl, epict, Roman 3 13 15. It is the regular Stoic doctrine, see Bonhoeffer epict, 56f, cf. Sic, td, I 36f sen, see Admark, 19-4. When Stoics speak occasionally of inferi or ha slash ders as the abode of the souls, they are only using metaphorical language. When the word is not a mere conventionalism, they mean the regions nearer the earth, the cloud regions and lower levels of the air, ho pachimir slash statos chi backslash prosgeo slash tatos air slash r, corn, nd. 5 p4 17l, other x. In Heinz, Zenacher. 147-2. Here the unwise souls, the moister, less buoyant ones, are supposed to remain after death, circa terram as tert. And 54 says, alluding to Stoic doctrine, and this is obviously where the inferi mentioned at the end of the same chapter are situated. This air slash r, distinguished from the higher regions of the air, equals ha slash ders, must have been what Zeno referred to when he spoke of the loca tenebrosa, where the souls of the unwise have to expiate their folly, quoted and varied by Lact. Inst. 7-7-13 in a Platonic sense. 53 backslash 14, abode of the souls in the air. Se M Roman 973, sic, td, I 42-3 both probably after posid. Cf. Sapientum animas in supernus mansionibus asterisk collocant, stoici, tert, and 54 generally. Is tuen I ra methi slash stastai said of the departed souls ant, Roman 4-21, ento equals parai slash chanti. Diam slash ninta, esto equals enapathano slash enton such a slash s, r, did, app, use, p, Roman 15, 822a. Gradual ascent to ever higher regions, sen, see Admark. 25. One hardly orthodox Stoic doctrine. The conception may possibly belong to the older Stoicism, and may underlie the opinion of Chrysipp. Spheroidea equals essas fiery meat slash oratias such a backslash s, 517, meta backslash tha slash natangi slash nestai, app, used, ill, 1288, 10f 224 arn. Posid seems to have worked it out further, probably making use also of Pythagorean and Platonic fancies to which he was distinctly inclined. The Pythagoreans had fancies about the souls hovering in the air, see above, chapter Xi, N35, of the sun and moon as places where the souls lived, chapter X, N76. Ac. To posid. The souls inhabit tuen hupo backslash seller slash nairn to slash pon se M Roman 9, 73 as suitable for divine but not perfect creatures. It is the souls who are meant when people speak of die slash moans, se section 74, or hair slash rose Stoic in this use dl Roman 6, 151, cf. Heroes at Larry's at Genii, Varro using Stoic language app. Og cd. Roman 7 6 p 282 14 dom. The whole air is full of them, pose app. Sic, div I 64, something very similar given as Pythag, doctrine by Alex Pauli. App. DL Roman 8 32, see above, chapters IN 35, but Posidonios esp, if he is really the source of the Ciceronian psalm. Sip seems to have emulated more particularly the imaginative efforts of Heracles Pont, and his story of Impeditimo's vision, see above, chapter Roman 9 N 111. Heracle contributed largely to popularizing the idea that the souls inhabit the air and giving it shape. The interest with which his fancies were studied is shown by the quotations from his book, so common from Varro down to Proclus and Damasius. He must have been led to make the souls, on being freed from the body, float upwards, and occupy the stars or the moon, which are inhabitable heavenly bodies. Docs. 343, 7 ff. 356a, 10, by the view just as the Stoics after him were that the soul is an eighth slash rion so equals ma Philip. Vodewider slash s, a lumen tert, and 9. In this he is following an idea that had been common in the 5th century, held by Xenophanes Epicharmos, Europe. See above, p 436 ff. and had even attained popular vogue. This idea from the very first led to the conclusion that the soul, when ready for it, enters eyes tuen ho/moyen eighth/ra and ascends to the upper regions of the ether. Heraclides carried this idea further and embellished it with philosophical and astronomical fancies. On another occasion, he seems to have denied substance and consistency to individual souls. Plu. More. V. p. 699 wit. A view to which his doctrine of the O/Gkoi might easily have led him. Posidonios then took up this idea of Heracle. In this way, or at least not uninfluenced by this semi-philosophical literature, the belief in the abode of the souls, in the ether, attained the popularity that grave inscriptions witness for it, see below, ch. Roman 14, 2, n. 135. 54/14, Cicero, following Posid, imagines a blissful observation of the earth and the stars by the souls in the air, td. I 44-7 cf. Sen, see ad mark. 25:1-2, and similarly in Psalm. Psyche. In both cases, the idea certainly comes from Heracle. Pont. 56/14, a frequently repeated Stoic dogma, stated with particular fullness by Seneca. Ep. 93, see Gadacre on M. Ant. Roman 3:7 p. 108-9. The happiness of the Stoic, wise man does not require mere equals cost by ot/leu as Aristotle had maintained, see above, n. 32. In this point, Stoic and Epicurean doctrine fully agreed. Magni artificis est clusis totum in exiguo. Tantum sapienti sua, quantum dio omnes edas patet, sen, ep. 53:11, and see below, n. 92. 57/14. Ac. To Pannadios there are two genera in the soul which he calls inflammata anima sic, td. I 42. It is at any rate very probable that Pannadios and Byethos roughly contemporary with Pan. See Comparetti ind. Stoic, p. 78 f. Ac. To Macer, in s. Sip. 1, 14, 20, regarded the soul as compounded of two elements, air et ignes, not 518, as a single and uncompounded nu equals ma/n thermin as the older Stoa had taught, see Schmeckel Philos. D. Middle. Stoa, 324 f. 58/14. Fu/sis and sucher/ Pan App. Nemes, nh, p. 212 Math. This clearly shows a tendency to a psychological dualism. Zeller, Stoics and Epicureans, p. 542 f. What further suggestions were made by Pan about the division of the soul remains very problematical. The only more precise statement is Cicero's, td. I 80, speaking of Pan, egratudines eras libidinesques emotas ament et disclusus putat. 59/14. Pannadios denied not merely the immortality but even the diamoner/ of the soul after death. Sic. td. I 78-9. Two reasons are there given. Everything that has come into being like the soul of man at birth must also perish, the Aristotelian principle. See above, n. 25. What can feel pain, as the soul does, must become diseased, and what is diseased must eventually perish. Here the asterisk destruction of the soul from its own inward decay is asserted not from the effect of external force at the world conflagration, the periodic occurrence of which Pan at least called in question. Ac. to Schmeckel Middle. Stoa, p. 309, it follows from Sic. td. I 42 that Pannadios also added a third argument, that the soul being composite must suffer the dissolution of its parts in death, which change into other elements. This does not indeed at all follow from the passage, but such a view would almost have been inevitable with Pannadios' doctrine of the soul, and had already been suggested by Carneades in his polemic against the indestructibility of the divine, and of every zo equals on an argument to which Pan on the whole yielded. 60/14. Posidonios distinguished in the human soul not three parts but three duna/mes mea equals s ausi/ as ecter equals s cardias hormone/ners. Gal v. 515, namely, the Platonic three, the logistico/n, thumoid/s, epithumertico/n. Gal v. 476. The last two are the duna/mesa/log. They only give fantasiae the special forms taken by their impulses. Gal v. 474, 399. The pa/there are not judgments nor the consequences of judgment but the motions, kinair/says of these duna/mesa/log. Gal v. 429, cf. 378. In this way alone is it possible to understand how passion or wrongdoing can arise in man. It is because soul is not, as Chrysipp had taught, pure reasoning power, cf. Also Gal, Roman 4, 820. There exists then in man an a logon chi backslash kako slash daemon chi backslash a slash theon, in addition to the die slash mon suganer backslash, s to equals to backslash en ho slash lon ko slash smon dioiku equals nti. Gal v. 469 f how. Indeed, this is possible when the soul is a single ausi slash a, and in its nature nothing but divine nu equals ma. It is difficult to say pose. 2 was quite ignorant of an evil principle in the world, not the divine or contrary to the divine principle. The ethical teaching of Stoicism had always contained a dualism which is here transferred to the physical doctrine where it was originally unknown. From the time of Pos, there is an ever-growing tendency to emphasize the contrast, which was, however, always familiar to the older Stoics as well, between soul and body, the inutilis caro ac fluida pose, ap sen, ep. 92:10. In view of this contrast, the soul, too, is no longer said to come into being with the body or with the physical conception of the individual cf. Jegon slash ni en sucher backslash en chi backslash metagenist slash ran I equals ni, Chrysipp. Ap. Plu. Sto. Rep. 1053d, but rather to have been living before that in the separate life of the divine. It is nowhere expressly or authoritatively stated that Posidonios held the pre-existence of the soul, but that view has been rightly attributed to him, fitting in as it does with his other ideas, and because it is often introduced and taken for granted in those passages where 519, Cicero or Seneca are following pose. See Corson, Depose, Rohde, p. 25 ff. But we may not read the doctrine of pre-existence into S.E. M. Roman 971 as Heinz Zenach 134-2 does. If the soul die slash mon was in existence before its incarnation, it can presumably only enter the body with the conception of the individual life thur slash rathen, tractus extrinsecus as sic. Puts it, Div Roman 2 119, a passage obviously related, as Bonhoeffer epicked. 79 remarks to the statement in Div. I. 64, where he is speaking of the immortals animi of which the air is full and their pose, is mentioned by name as the authority. From its pre-existent life in the air, the soul enters into man. The multitude of individual bodiless souls, not only the one impersonal soul substance of the world, were thus living before their ensoma slash tosis, and the Stoic pantheism thus turns into a rather questionable pandemonism. On the other hand, Posidonios, in opposition to his teacher, Panadios, adheres to the doctrine of the periodic extinction of all life in the one soul of the world, the original fire. Cf. Docs. 388a, 18, b. 19. Holding this view, he cannot very well have put the origin of each of the individual soul daimons before the beginning of the particular world period in which they live. Nor can the survival of the souls after their separation from the body be prolonged beyond the next ekpu slash rosis, which makes Cicero's immortals animi inexact. Div. I. 64 after pose. Thus, although the survival which Panadios had denied is reaffirmed, it does not go beyond the qualified doctrine of immortality which the older Stoics had held. At the same time pose could hold with Chrysipp and other Stoics that there was a periodic backslash palagonesi slash a m ant. Xi 1 after the world conflagration, and even that each individual man of the previous world period would be restored again in precisely the same place, Chrysipp. Ap. Lact. Inst. 7:23-3, etc. Roman 2 189 arn. Cf. The Orphico-Pythagorean Fantasy, above Chapter X N47. But this would not amount to an athanasi slash a for the individual. The individual life has been interrupted, and is separated from its apocata slash stasis by a long interval of time. There is no satisfactory reason for assigning to pose. The belief in a series of meten samato slash says of the solas Heinz does, Zen. 132 ff. Though such an idea would not have been hard to arrive at, even while holding fast to the doctrine of the final ekpu slash rosis. But the dubious accounts given by many doxagra slash foi of Stoic teaching on the question of the metagismo backslash s such o equals n need not necessarily refer to Posidonios. Nor are we bound to draw this conclusion because they reappear in Plutarch. Plu does indeed hear, and there follow Posidonios, but he never hesitates to add Platonic ideas or fancies of his own invention, a fact which makes it most risky to attempt to fix an exact source for any particular detail in his variegated mosaic. 61/14. Schmeckel Phil. D. Mittel. Stoa, 1892, maintains convincingly that Panadios was led to his view of the nature and fate of the soul chiefly by the polemic of Carneades against the dogmatic philosophers and particularly the Stoics. It is less certain that Posidonios and his heterodox views are influenced by respect for Carneades. It is certain, however, that Pos differs from Chrysipp, and still more from Panadios. There is thus an indirect connection between him and Carneades, to whose criticisms Panadios had in the most essential points given way. 62/14. That Pos is being used in the first book of Tusk. Disp is admitted on all hands, as to the extent of that use conjecture may indeed be various. It is at least very possible in the case of Psalm. Sip. C. Corson, Pos, 40 ff. The attraction of such theories of immortality, 520, remained an aesthetic one with Cicero, and probably among all the cultured of his age and social circle. Where he is not speaking rhetorically or in pursuance of a literary pose in his letters esp. He shows no trace of the conviction that he defends at other times with so much ardor. See Boissier, Rel, Rom, Dog, Oxant, I 58f. 63/14. Okada/Siller/N parataxin, Alla /Lelogism/Noskai/Semno equals S though not always quite a Drago/Das emant. Xi 3. 64/14. Julius Canus, when condemned to death by Gaius, only attempts to inquire whether there is any truth in the belief in immortality. Sen, tr. N 1489. De natura animi et dissociation spiritus corporis inquirebat Thracia Pedis, before his execution, with his instructor Demetrius the Cynic. Tac. A. Romans 16:34. They have no firm conviction in these matters that might serve to explain or account for their heroism. Cato reads the Phaedo before his suicide. Plu. Cat. Min 68/70. 65/14. Nos quoque felices animi et aeterna sordity, says the soul of her father to Marcia. Sen, see ad Mark. 26/7, in Antiqua Elementa Vertemer at the Ecpu/Rosis. 68/14. Where Seneca admits more positive conceptions of a life after death, he never goes beyond a fortes. See modo vera sapientium fama est, ep. 63/16. A deliberate concession to the consensus hominum, ep. 117/6, or the opinions magnorum virorum rem gratissimem promittentium magis quam probantium, ep. 102/3. Following the conventional style of consolatory discourses, he gives such expressions a more vivid turn in the Consolations. E.g. Mark 25:1 ff. Helv 11:7 Polyb 9:8. But even there the idea of personal immortality hardly seems to be taken seriously. In the same pieces, death is commended simply as putting an end to all pain, and in fact to all sensation. Mark 19:4-5. In death we become again as we were before being born. Mark 19:5 cf. ep. 54:4 mors est non esse id quale sit eum scio. Hoc erit post me quad ante me fuit, and ep. 77:11 non eris, nec fuisti. So that whether death is a finis or a transitus, prov. 6 ep. 65:24, it is equally welcome to the wise man who has made the most of his life, however short it may have been. Whether he goes then to the gods, or whether on the other hand nothing is left of the mortal creature after death, ec magnum animum habit, ep. 93:10, cf. Nunquam magis divinum est pectus humanum, quam ubi mortalidatum suum cogitat, et sit in hoc natum hominum ut vita defungeretur cet. Ep. 120:14. Ipsum perier non est magnum anima in expedito est habenda qn. 6:32-5. To be ready is everything. Of the old Stoic dogmas, the only one that seems to remain certain for Seneca is that of Palaginesis/A at the new creation of the world. Ep. 36:10-11. Mors intermittit vitam non eripit. Venit itrum qui nos in lucem reponat dies. But that is not in any way a consolation. Multi recuserent nisi oblitos reducerit. consciousness ceases with the coming of death in this world period. 69/14. It is very rarely that the utterances of the emperor on the subject of what happens after death resemble those of a convinced Stoic of the old school. The souls are all parts of the one Noera/Sucher/ of the world, which though extended over so many individual souls, yet remains a unity, Roman 9:8, Roman 12:30. After death, the individual soul will survive for a period in the air, until it is merged into the universal soul Is tuento equals nho/lon spermatico /n-lo/gon, Roman 4:21. This implies the survival of the personal self for an undefined period, but it is 521, not a fixed conviction of M. Ant. As a rule, he allows the choice between SBE/cis e circumflex /meta/stasis, i.e. immediate extinction and merging of the individual soul, pan 8, or its removal into a temporary abode of the souls in the air, high Is tuen I ra methista/menai Roman 4:21, cf. v. 53. Or else the choice is between SBE/cis, meta/stasis, both in agreement with the Stoic doctrine of the he/gnosis of the soul, or scedasmo/s of the soul elements. In case the atomists are right, Roman 7:32, Roman 8:25, Roman 6:24, a dilemma which really comes down to scedasmo/s or SBE/cis, equals lerf there equals ni is 2 /esco/smu spermaticu /slo/goose. And metastasis falls out. This is probably the meaning also of x, 7, e circumflex/toi scedasmo /estoiche/on e circumflex /tropper/, in which to /pneumatico/n disappears Is to /arrow equals des, and tropper/ only of the last pneumatico/ and that man preserves in himself. For here, at the end of the chapter, the identity of the individual soul with itself is given up in the Heracleitean manner, see above, p. 370. Sometimes the choice is presented between anes thersi/a or he/tyros by os after death, Roman 3:3, or ai/s therses heteroi/a in an alley equals on zo equals on Roman 8:58. This is no allusion to metempsychosis, in which the envelope into which the soul goes is another, but its ai/s therses does not become heteroi/a. It means the turning of the soul pneuma, exhaled in death, to new forms of life united to the previous forms by no identity of soul personality. In this case, we can indeed say 2 equals zer equals no pow/ser, but there can be no idea of the survival of the personal ego. Her to equals nho/lon fu/cis exchanges and redistributes its elements. All things are changing, Roman 8:6, Roman 9:28. The emperor never seriously thinks of the survival of personality. He seeks rather to inquire why things are as they are, but he never doubts that as a matter of fact even the noblest of mankind must also go out completely with death, Roman 12:5. Everything changes and one thing perishes to make way for another, Roman 12:21, and so each man must say to himself met, o palu /aude/s audimu equals e/ser, Roman 12:21, Roman 8:5. The wise man will say it with calmness. His soul is he/toimos en circumflex/derapolythere equals nida/e circumflex 2 equals so/mottos. Xi 3. Living among men to whom his way of thought is strange, n ter equals diaphony/a ter equals s symbio/cos, he sighs at times tha equals teton e/elthois. Tha/nate. Roman 9:3, cf. Bonhoeffer epict. UD Stoa 59 ff. 70/14. I shall die without resisting God ido /s ho t to /geno/menankai /tharir equals nide equals. O ga r imi ao /anala/anthropos, me/rose to equals npa/enton hos ho/raherm/ras. Inster equals ni/me day equals hos and ho/ran kai /perothe equals n hos ho/ran, epictet. Roman 2:5-13. The present must make way for the future high n, hair peri/odos anu/erdai 2 equals co/smu, Roman 2:17-18, Roman 4:1-106. Death brings with it not complete destruction, alkapo/layan, but to equals and prot/ron is he/terra metabola/s, Roman 3:24-91-4. but the personality of the now living individual does indeed perish completely in death. Cf. Bonhoeffer Epictet 65f, cf. Also the same author's Ethik des Epictet, p. 26ff, 52, 1894. 72/14. The sucher / asso equals ma. The only asso / matin is empty space, which is merely a passageway for the so / mata, dl x 67p. 21 us. It is asso equals ma leptomer / s, par ho / lon to /a / throisma, i.e. of atoms to a body persparm / non, prosymphor / statin to /nu / mati thermo equals tina cra equals sin e / chanti, dl x 63. Cf. Luker Roman 3, 126 ff. More precise is Roman 3, 230 146. It is the / throisma which n sucher / n stega / psi, dl x 64. Vasquez at constitute ius Luker, Roman 3, 440, 555. 74/14. The a logon ho /ento equals loipo equals pair / spardiso / mati to / logico / ento equals tho / raki, sh dl x 67 p21 us, fr 312 313 us. Anima and animus Luker, Roman 3, 136 ff. The anima, though it is diminished, 522, when the man loses his limbs in which it inheres, yet allows him to remain alive. The animus, however, vitae claustrocoersens, must not be diminished, otherwise the anima escapes as well and the man dies. Luker, Roman 3, 396 ff. The animus with its perceptions is more independent of anima and corpus than they are of it. Luker, Roman 3, 145 ff. 77/14. The soul diaspe / retai, lium / nu 2 equals ho / lu athri / smatos and cannot retain any ai / s therses apart from its a / throisma, dlx 65/6. The winds disperse it. Luker, Roman 3, 506 ff. Capnu equals d / cairn ski / dinati epicur, fr 337. Su fumus Luker, Roman 3, 446 583. 80/14. Aud / taffer equals s frontii equals n to /n sopho / n fr. 578. Cf. Luker, Roman 3, 870 ff. The way in which the body, deserted by its soul, is buried or disposed of is of no consequence. PHLD, Mort, p. 41-2 Meckel. 82/14. Hotha / natos aud / pro / s herma equals s to / ga / r dialith / n aniserde equals to / de / aniserde equals n aud / n pro / s herma equals s ep. Cent Roman 2, dl. x 139 p 71 us. Frequently repeated. See Usen. p. 391 f. 83/14. Doler and morbus ledi fabricator uterk affect the soul too. Luker, Roman 3, 459 ff, 470 ff, 484 ff. Nothing that can be broken up into parts can be eternal, 640 ff, 667 ff. The chief argument, quod cum corpor nascitur, cum corpor interit necess est, ep. fr. 336. They are identical in part with the arguments which Carneades directed against the theory of the eternity and indestructibility of the highest zo equals on, God. Carn must have got them from Epicurus. 85/14. To be able to see merd / and pro / s herma equals si equals ni to / and tha / natin. Apo / losten poi equals to / ter equals s zoe circumflex equals sth nerdo / n. Auca / peron prodithe equals sacro / non ala / tuen ter equals s athanasi / as a phelum / nerpo / thon, dl. x 123. Cf. Metrode. Ed. Court, p. 588, call Roman 16. 86/14. Gigo / named Hopax, ds de / auk e / stygene / sti ktl, hens carp diem, fr. 204. See also fr. 494 Metrode. fr. 53k. 88/14. Against the fear of torment and punishment in the underworld, fr. 341 cf. Luker, Roman 3, 10, 11 ff. Torments such as those fabled of Hades exist in this world, Roman 3, 978 ff. cf. The letter of the Epicurean Diogenes RH, Muse, 47 428. Fabu equals my gaar out /nsc. To entho slash natnan, dia /2 /s tichu /s kai /2 /s tanta slash lose who /s anagra /1000 and ha idutine s. Out /fry tito, and mu derson, mare derson the stone ktl. 89 /14. Metis alef foras precepts acruntis agendis, fundidus humanum qui vitam turbet ob imo, omnia suffundans mortis nigor nec ullum esse voluptatum liquidum puranque reliquit, lucre. Roman 3, 37 ff. 90 /14, dl, x 126. Ridiculum est currer ad mortem titio vidi, fr, 496. 92 /14. Su de ter equals eso rion auco circumflex encu rios anaba lair to en cairo n. Ho de pa enton by os melersmo equals parapo lude. Fr. 204. 93 /14. Negat Epicurus ni diuturnitatem quidem temporis ad beat vivendum aliquid affera, nec minorum voluptatum percipi in brevitate temporis quam si sit alla sempiterna, sic. Fin. Roman 2 87 cf. Ep. Cent. Roman 19 p 75 us. Crow non o to and mare kiston alla to and hair diston carpi zeta, ho sopho s, dl. X 126, qui mala nos subigit viditanta cupido, lucre, Roman 3 1077, idem sunt omnia semper, 945. 523. 94 /14, hair dia noia. Tuen pantalaire equals by on perscu asin kai out net2 equals ape ru crow new prostier there, cent. Roman 20, p 75 us. 95 /14. Auk e sty fusicare canonia toi equals s logicoi equals s pro s alaire lose, sibi quem consular, fr. 523. Aloofness from tie equals s toe equals n plertho equals n archae equals sfrr. 554, 552, 9. 96 /14. Hoi no mwacha rin toe equals n safo equals nk equals n tie, ouch ho pos mare adico equals sin, all ho pos mare adico equals n tie, fr. 530. 97 /14. Auk tie day equals so zine 2 he lernes, ood epi sophi estefa non par autoi equals s tugja neen, metrode, fr. 41.